Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.
Chapter 98 Training, Revelations, and Kids. Oh my. Come on, damn it, growled Naruto as he and two clones were trying to make the elements of wind, earth, fire, and lighting into a Rasengan. He was obviously doing this training in the AOS room, where Fu was watching with interest. Felix was curious to see how a 4-element Rasengan would measure up to a Bija Bomb. So he had tested his Electro Bomb Raisin Shuriken against one of Fu's, and the result was both jutsu going off with a lot of force, neither one showing superiority. While the blast radius of the elemental Rasengans were not as large as a Bija Bomb's, the destructive potential was a lot higher in concentration, resulting in a fairly equal attack. The final Rasengan was a lot more powerful than either one. Now Naruto was eager to test the blast for himself, and was trying to create his own 4-element Rasengan to combat a Bija Bomb. Felix watched, thinking, this time for sure he's got it. Sure enough, Naruto found himself holding a sphere with the shuriken blades, but it was white hot and had a few bolts of lightning coming out of it every few seconds. Holy crap, I can feel the heat of this thing. It's like holding a star in my hands, Naruto commented. I think I will call this Cosmic Raisin Shuriken for that. What do you think? Man, I'm glad that Naruto is getting so much stronger and all that, but at this rate, there's no way I will make Hokage. Even if we do master that jutsu idea Felix gave us, Kiba groaned, and Akamaru tried to cheer Kiba up. Yash Naruto, show us what your youthful jutsu is capable of. Lee shouted. Great. The Baka is coming up with more ways to blow us all up, Sakura groaned as Shikamaru and Choji took cover, the former having an easier time of it than the latter for obvious reasons. Neither one cared about the fact that they were in an AOS room. They were too scared of the pain. Troublesome bastard, Shika said as Choji nervously ate his chips. Alex wordlessly let some blood flow from his fingertips and formed a protective shield with it. Oh goody, stuff getting blown up, Isaac shouted in glee, before Alex wrapped a blood tendril around his neck and yanked him back behind his blood shield. Here goes, Naruto shouted as he launched the new jutsu, needing to tap Kurama's chakra in Sage mode at once in order to pull it off. Fu launched a Bija Bomb at the same time, and both the pure white shuriken and the pitch black ball were stopped by the other before the Cosmic Raisin Shuriken went right through the Bija Bomb and at Fu, while the Bija Bomb, rapidly destabilizing, headed towards Naruto. Ow. Both Jinchuriki said an instant before their attacks hit each other. Kaboom! After the smoke cleared, they were both lying in the ground steaming, Fu no longer in Biju mode, and Naruto no longer wearing his Sage Biju cloak, the chakra of both being blasted away by the potent explosions. Both had swirls in place of their eyes. Yes, I would like more ramen please, Naruto said in a daze, getting sweat drops from everyone. Okay, looks like the Cosmic Raisin Shuriken has a great deal of power as well, the same amount more or less as Felix's Electro Bomb version, but more focused, allowing it to punch through the Biju Bomb instead of setting it off right away. Alex said in slight awe. After the AOS room was reset, Naruto started rubbing his hands together gleefully. 4 elements down. Once ago, I am still in the race to complete the final Rasengan. Felix does not stand a chance. He started chortling, causing Felix to get a tick mark. Though he was worried that Naruto would get him there, he was having a lot of trouble and not making much progress. And Naruto could make more shadow clones than he could, so he would have to make the most of his head start. There was a lot of metal clashing as Konohamaru and Akari sparred with their finally completed weapons. Nima and Michiko had already taken the adamantine into their beings, and were being used with fairly decent proficiency for people who had only just gotten the weapons. Akari had Nima take on the form of a large sword that Akari could literally hide behind when the point was put in the ground due to its length and width, and a long chain attached to the handle, which led to a 4-point shuriken that was attached to the chain by an attachment in the core that held a hollow space that let the shuriken blades pass as the weapon spun towards an enemy, similar to how a buzzsaw was attached to the main device. The chain extended at Nima's will as well, giving Akari the range of a separate shuriken in the same weapon. Konohamaru and Michiko went with a somewhat more simple weapon. Konohamaru held a weapon that had the shaft of both a war hammer and a battle axe, but had the head of both on opposite ends, the head of the hammer the size of 2 people's heads, and the axe blades a little wider to make the weight a bit more. Even so, Konohamaru could wield the weapon easier. Even so, it would be a long time before either one of the two will be able to wield Michiko and Nima with real skill due to the weight they had in their adamantine forms. With a large grunt of exertion, Konohamaru spun to try to get enough momentum to strike Akari, who ducked under the hammerhead as the shaft of the weapon extended. Akari threw the shuriken piece of hers, and it narrowly missed Konohamaru, who had to hit the deck very ungracefully to avoid it, and she pulled it back by the chain attached and spun to send it at her sparring partner again while it was still spinning in the air due to Nima being able to control that part's rotation. Konohamaru was forced to drop his Michiko weapon to jump over it, but the spinning of the shuriken abruptly stopped and Nima's hand emerged from one of the points and grabbed Konohamaru's leg, slamming him down into the ground hard. Michiko reverted to his usual form and smacked the downed Sarutobi. You're not to drop your weapon like that. If you cannot lift it well enough to dodge attacks with it, then you need to train harder to gain that strength. Sorry, Michiko, but adamantine is heavy, Konohamaru muttered. He has a point. Akari panted as she fell back to a sitting position. I had to pour a lot of chakra to my limbs to make it work, and that tired me out fast. Even so, strength is one of the more important things for those who would summon monkeys to learn, Nemus said. We don't expect you to be able to take on someone like Tsunade in a fist fight, but to have above-average physical strength will be a large advantage in some of the more dangerous fights when you get up close. I know, both Konohamaru and Akari said at once as they reluctantly got to their feet to resume training. At least my strength skyrockets whenever I get into Sage Mode, Akari said. Once I master true Sage Mode, I bet Nemo will feel as light as a feather. The days dragged on, and eventually at Ryuchi Cave, Sasuke stood after having fully taken in enough natural energy to enter true Sage Mode, and once again had no changes other than the pigment around his eyes themselves, and the four horns. You truly are a sage, Tokara said, clearly deeply impressed. Now then, do you wish for instruction in using the jutsus that are accessible in Sage Mode for those who learn from me? Or do you wish to test the combination of the curse seal first? Sasuke placed his hand on the mark and said, Might as well get it over with. I'd rather not waste your time if it turned out to be fatal for me, wasting any more training you would give me. I have far more time than I know what to do with my boy, but by all means, let's see what happens. Sasuke nodded and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as the first stage of the curse mark activated, spreading its flame-like designs over his body. He hissed, no pun intended, in pain as the activation proved more painful than usual, but it was still bearable. When the marks stopped glowing, the flame marks were no longer a pitch black, but a dark bluish color. How's the feel of the nature energy? Sasuke asked Tokara, stretching his limbs experimentally, finding no signs of being petrified. It felt like the natural energy that Orochimaru implanted in you and the energy you have taken for yourself conflicted with each other, no doubt resulting in that discomfort you felt. But Orochimaru's was easily overwhelmed by yours, so at the moment, I only sense yours, though there's more of Orochimaru's lying dormant in the seal. So, if you were to release the second stage, that may cause another conflict of natural energy, and likely a more intense one. This is probably as far as you should push it. No, I am a shinobi, Sasuke said. We live or die by the risks we take, and I have to know if I can use both Sage Mode and the curse mark to their fullest in tandem. With that, the flame marks glowed again and started to spread over his body, causing him to cry out in agony, and he collapsed, liquid fire running through his veins. Tokara watched, sensing the conflict of the natural energies, this time a lot more equal, but he noticed one key difference in Sasuke's and Orochimaru's powers, and that was that Sasuke's was replenishing itself. This was due to the fact that something in the mark, no doubt that Yugo Fellow's enzymes, was allowing Sasuke to unconsciously take in the natural energy, even though he was not perfectly still. As a result, Orochimaru's chakra slowly got overwhelmed and faded from Sasuke's system. It took a total of 10 minutes for the last of Orochimaru's sage chakra to vanish entirely. 10 minutes of searing agony, and Sasuke, wondering if death would be a mercy at this point before the pain finally faded, leaving only a dull ache. He slowly rose, concealed by a few shadows, and he looked at his hands. Interesting, Tokara said as he took in the changes to Sasuke's second state. I never thought that the results of Orochimaru's experiments could be so formidable. It seems that his attempts to duplicate the power of true sages has unlocked some greater potential. Sasuke said nothing as his seal receded, and he was surprised when he felt the sage chakra he had taken into himself flow into the seal as well, leaving him fully normal. It seems that your seal now runs on your own Senjutsu, now, instead of Orochimaru's, Tokara mused. Fascinating indeed, and possibly even stronger than a true sage, though that remains to be seen. Well then, I can't wait to test it, Sasuke said with a grin. Let's test my new limits. Now what does he want? Janice grumbled to herself as she walked into the meeting room that Drachmus had called them all into. Everyone else was already there, so she took the remaining seat and glared daggers at Drachmus, who gave no sign that he noticed. Thanks for coming, Drachmus said. I believe that I have cracked the code that Caius and Derek have been using before encrypting their files. Oh really? And what makes you think that you could, and we couldn't? Janice asked, All four of the team had been working on trying to figure the code out after Drachmas had used the reverse pulse imprint jutsu to teach them all the alphabet that was used for the written language and all of its rules. Despite being technically blind, James was also able to help, since his enhanced senses were able to allow him to feel the ink and technically read. Hashima and Orochimaru were also in on it, but the Sannin was mainly working on his small experiments and setting the equipment they had lifted for him up, while Hashirama kept a close eye on him. Well, first we have to look at the order of the letters that they come in, Drachmas said. This alphabet is written in the order of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now, the key to the code is in a pattern. When Victor had his name changed to Wedvis, it started by changing the V to the next letter in the alphabet, W. Now, dash. Yes, I've tried that, Janice snapped. But that does not work. He does not come after I in this little alphabet, nor I after O, or V after T. U comes after T. If your method really worked, then Victor's codename would have been White Ups. She had a bit of trouble pronouncing that, but everyone knew what she was saying, and not Wedvis. That initially threw me off the correct trail as well, Drachmas said. However, I still saw the pattern there somewhere. And, after thinking hard enough, I realized something. The vowels and consonants in this code are separate. The what? Janice asked, and James and Zane were also confused, but did not voice the concerns. There are 5 vowels in the alphabet in this written language, Drachmas clarified. They are the letters A, E, I, O, and U. Separate them from the rest of the alphabet, and you have the 21 consonants. The first part of the code is changing the consonants into the next one down the line. For example, V to W. Then in the case of a consonant where a vowel is the next letter, you simply skip that vowel to the next consonant. So T would turn into V. With Z, since there are no more constants after it, you instead change it to the first consonant, B. Okay, so if then you do the same thing with the vowels. Zane thought for a second as he did some thinking. You would still get Wadvis and not Wedvis, right? So you were close, but it does not seem like it is completely right. Unless the vowels did the same thing in reverse, Drachmas said, and Janice raised her eyebrow in realization. I get it. So you would change an E to an A to AU, and so on. You change the vowel to the last one up the line, and not the next one down the line. She said, bingo. So here we have Wedvis in place of Victor, Drachmas said as he wrote it down on a board. But one example alone is not enough to fully prove a theory, so I took another item to further test it. AFI Vapti Sitvis was my second thing to translate with this method. I didn't know what it was supposed to translate to, unlike Wedvis to Victor, but it would still work to prove or disprove my theory, depending on how much sense the resulting words meant. So, applying that method to AFI Vapti Sitvis gets us dash. Janice cut him off again. Edo Tensei roster, she said, clearly having quickly done the translating in her head. You are right. This makes a lot of sense, and that list is a complete list of all of the Edo Tensei that Caius has at his beck and call. Yes and no, Drachmas said. There is one entry that is incomplete. There was no photo or description, and the only thing in the name section was Final Resort. Who would be the final resort of one who had a whole army of the undead? Hashirama asked. That's just it, Drachmas said. He has a lot of people that he has at his disposal. Just about everyone Kabuto had gotten his hands on the previous timeline, with the exception of those who are still alive now, some of the Kage that Kabuto never did get, including all the show dames, but the one that I see right now and here, the 2 paladins who died during the war that Victor started, one of whom I killed, a few others of repute in the Elder Dimension, others of repute in a few other dimensions, though only a few of those, some more, that Kabuto never got his hands on this dimension, including a woman who shares his last name, a few clan heads from this world's infamous clan wars, and some of Raisin's stronger servants, such as Drek and Jess, and even if they were not on the list when we acquired it, I doubt that he's going to ignore the DNA of Rick and Becca. They are too powerful to be swept under the rug after we beat them. So who would be the most powerful of his Edo Tensei? And why would it be a last resort? When I read those words, I got the sense that Caius actually feared this Edo Tensei, like he was not able to control him or her. No one comes to mind, Orochimaru admitted. Madara would have been my guess if he was not already back and about under no one's control, summoned by my errant apprentice. Of course, he is not even at full power, since there's a limit to how much power an Edo Tensei can bring back, only so much more power than the summoner. So Edo Tensei is in reality no substitute for real strength, just a means of supplementing it. How strong he would be with a real body, I am not sure, but he would need to get his biological eyes back, since he did not die with them. And while Kabuto was able to rejuvenate him upon resurrecting him, I highly doubt that the eyes would stay if he were to be revived fully. Perhaps that, though, is what Caius is referring to as a last resort. He likely plans to reacquire Madara's eyes, and if needed, fully revive him. At any rate, we can figure out later. James said. We don't have enough to go on for debating these things. We should work on decoding and decrypting the rest of the data we acquired. That will be solid information to go on, rather than speculation. He's right. Just talking about theories won't help us much, Drachmus said. We would be wasting our energy if we chased random ghosts that were likely to be wrong conclusions. Let's just focus on what we can find out for sure for now. In the base that had been raided by the team Drachmus led, the hospital bay had one patient in intensive care who was slowly opening her eyes and took in her location. I'm not dead, she blearily thought. I thought for sure that I was a goner after being stabbed from behind. She dully noticed that she was wearing an oxygen mask and had an IV in her arm. She tried to sit up, but found it more than a little difficult due to the wound she had sustained not being fully healed. I wouldn't try to move just yet, a voice said, and Becca looked at her medic. Caius, she said. In the flesh, Caius said. You are one of the base's few survivors after Drachmus and his group made a mess of the place. The only others have left. They went to the dimension that has the keys to bringing back the Juubi, as per Raisin's plan. So soon? Becca asked as she lay back. I thought it would be a little longer before Raisin-sama started putting all of his resources into that dimension. Indeed, it will be a few weeks before the move is complete, but Derek has completed the seal Raisin ordered early, so we will not have to worry about one of the few things that could have thrown a wrench into Raisin's plans. Of course, the only reason we have not gone to the dimension yet was because you were in no condition to be moved and still are not, so we will stay here for a few more days at least to let you recover more. Unfortunately, my medic abilities are not on par with some of the better medics, but I was able to stabilize you and heal the worst of your injury. About that, how long was I out? Almost a week. Your wound was too serious for me to try to heal faster without a serious risk of me messing something up. Like I said, my medic skills are only average with ninjutsu, so I had to rely on the tech in this room. And you said I was one of the few survivors. Was one of them? She started to ask before trailing off. No, Caius said, seemingly reading her thoughts. Unfortunately, your lover and superior was one of the casualties, killed by Drachmus himself. Becca clenched her sheets with shaking fists as she processed this. Rick, I swear, I will kill Drachmus. Or maybe something more poetic, but I will have to plan carefully. If Drachmus beat Rick, I have to be careful how I go about facing him. A couple more weeks passed by, and it was clear that Tsunade's jutsu really was accelerating the process of her pregnancy. Her belly was a lot bigger than it was before, and Sakura said that she could go into labor any day now. Jiraiya was already over the moon, but Tsunade partly wished that it wouldn't be too soon. The fact that their children had yet to be born was pretty much the only thing that kept Jiraiya from going off, as he had done in the previous timeline before he died. She just had the exact same feeling about this as she had then, and she did not like it one bit. But then, Jiraiya promised to bring some people to aid him in the mission he had chosen to take, so maybe he would survive this time, but she was glad that he would at least wait to see his children before he went. She turned her attention back to the field in the AOS room, where she and several others were watching Felix and Naruto going at it again, both trying to create the 5-element Rasengan. Felix seemed to have it for a second, but it went off, and he was blasted back with enough force to cause him to knock down a tree with his head, and he stayed down with swirls in his eyes. Naruto and his shadow clones were not far behind, and they were rapidly improving. But after 10 minutes, Felix was up again and giving it another go with a few shadow clones of his own, and Naruto was down to himself and 2 clones, due to the rest of them being dispelled by the explosions of their attempts going off. But now, come on, I almost got it. Naruto growled as he forced the chakra to move according to his will, and Felix was much the same. And then, the breath Tsunade was holding as she watched was let out as the chakra in Naruto's final Rasengan stabilized, and he held the completed product in his hand. Felix growled, and he succeeded as well, getting a final Rasengan with the outermost ring around the multicolored sphere being the wind one, and the innermost being fire, all 5 elemental rings situated in the same order as his elemental affinities. Wow, I did it, Felix said, surprised as he beheld the sphere of incredible chakra that was in the palm of his hand. Yeah, but not as fast as I did, Naruto laughed. I got it a few seconds faster than you, and with 1 shadow clone less than you, so I'm better at it than you are, and I win our bet. Felix sighed and said, okay, you have me, but let's see who's stronger in a head-to-head battle. Is that a good idea? Naruto asked. We could get ourselves. AOS room, remember? Felix asked. It's all out sparring for a reason. We can safely test these things, even if it hurts a lot when we get healed by the leaving of the room. All right then, just don't blame me when you end up in a crater on the ground. Naruto declared as he and Felix rushed each other, neither one able to throw their jutsu yet. They slammed their jutsu into each other, both using Sage Mode, and Naruto restraining himself from using Kurama's chakra to keep it fair. For a moment, Both final Raisengans clashed before both lost their outermost wind rings, and Naruto's almost instantly lost the earth ring when Felix's lighting ring impacted it, due to the elemental advantage, causing Naruto to get a little worried. The third ring in Naruto's fire impacted Felix's slightly weakened second ring, and beat it, though it was in no condition to have a hope of beating Felix's third ring, water, mostly because of the elemental advantage. Luckily, Naruto's fourth ring was lightning, which had an advantage over water almost as good as earth did, so Felix's third ring gave way to the fourth, earth, which was defeated easily despite Naruto's lighting ring being slightly weakened, and Felix went down to his fire ring, which beat Naruto's lightning ring, only to fall to Naruto's fifth ring, water. Felix's final Rasengan's main body hit the water ring of Naruto's, and for a moment, said ring held, but then both Rasengan main bodies collided, and there was a massive explosion, though Felix got a slightly worse blast due to his Rasengan having been weakened more. The AOS room faded, and both idiots, as Tsunade called them, were restored to full health as a result, and Naruto was shouting in glee, "Huh, mine was better than yours." "Big deal. Mine still took you out as far as I am concerned. It was a draw," Felix said. Before they could start arguing, Suwanda noticed everyone else but Akari and Konohamaru leave due to not wanting to see another pointless argument. Both Akari and Konohamaru had decided to take a break from training for a couple days, and they were sent back by the monkeys with the reverse summoning undone. So they were here. They were both backing Naruto up. Felix finally conceded, but said, "I think that it was because that Naruto had a better order of outer rings of the elemental Rasengan than I did, so it was not necessarily more powerful. We could have been relatively equal. After all, both of our wind rings were taken down first, and at the same time." "Faye, you got a point," Naruto grudgingly agreed. "But that gives me an idea. Perhaps we can improve the jutsu further if we can control to order of the rings, and not just have our best elements be the outermost ring." "Not a half-bad idea. That is a project that is worth working on," Felix said. "Boss, teach me that jutsu." Konohamaru tried to ask, but Naruto shook his head. "Sorry, Kono, but you need to use 5 elements to pull it off, and I would not even teach you the Raisin Bomb until you had Sage Mode. It would blow you up to use if you could not throw it." "Oh, come on," Konohamaru protested as he started following Naruto, who was making a run for it. No doubt he would pester Naruto for hours until the blonde remembered he could ditch the Sarutobi with Hiration. "Boys," Akari and Tsunade said at once, shaking their heads. A few days later, Naruto received news that Tsunade had already given birth, and he could not get to the hospital to see his godchildren soon enough, and he had Hiration, so that was saying something for his eagerness. He dashed into the room where the children were being kept until they were ready to go home with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya was sitting next to the 3 cribs with a very soft smile gracing his features. "Congratulations, Ero-Senin. You are a daddy now?" Naruto said with a thumbs up. "How many boys and how many girls?" Jiraiya laughed and said, "We got 2 boys, and the youngest is a girl. The oldest boy has Tusnade's hair, and the 2 younger ones have my hair color. Satoshi is the name of the oldest boy, and his younger bro is Tadao. Reina is the girl." Naruto bent over the cribs and gazed upon the 3 children, all of them smiling upon seeing his face. "They like me," Naruto said happily. "That or they think you're funny looking," Jiraiya said, earning a punch to the shoulder from Naruto. "How did Bachan take the childbirth?" "Better than your mother did when she had you and Akari, that's for sure, and she had triplets, so that is something I bet she will never let Kushina live down." They shared a laugh at that, and sat in silence for a few minutes. "Anyway, now that my kids are born, I will be leaving on a mission in a few days," Jiraiya said, turning serious. "I'm going to be looking into Raisin. Just thought you should know." "I see," Naruto said. "You're not going to go alone this time, are you? You know what happened with Pain." "No, this time I'll be taking Felix and Itachi with me. They might help get me out of a pinch if I need it," Jiraiya said. "Good," Naruto said. "If that's the case, then by all means, go kick ass." "It's an infiltration mission, kid. We only blow stuff on those up when we need to," Jiraiya reminded Naruto. "Which hopefully we won't." They laughed some more and decided to enjoy the peaceful and happy moment, because they both knew that once the war started again, there would be little peace to be had. "I'll make Isaac's revenge." Who else is scared by that thought? Isaac walked right up to Jiraiya, right outside the hot springs, and asked, "Hey, where's your godson? Just out of curiosity?" "I highly doubt that it is just out of curiosity," Jiraiya said without taking his eyes off the hole in the fence. "You would cause Naruto a whole lot of trouble if I told you where to find him. So he's taking that lovely lady of his to Ichiraku's today," he said with an evil grin. "You evil," Isaac laughed. "Me reward evil. How's about I help you get some dirty pictures in addition to getting Naruto good? He took out 2 cameras. I need to pay him back for ditching me on that island for 36 hours. "I'm listening," Jiraiya said. "The beef is as good as ever. Thank you so much, I am." Naruto sighed contentedly, patting his stomach. Hinata had just finished her shrimp ramen when Naruto then asked, Did you guys take that little bit of advice I gave you? Yep, Dad made me learn a few recipes for the desert options, I said. We just introduced them to the menu today. I take it your date wants to try the cinnamon buns? You have cinnamon buns? Hinata asked in total glee. Please tell me that you have some already made. I want them. If Hayashi had seen this, he would have buried his face in his hands in total embarrassment. Luckily, yes, Naruto told us that you want to try them, so we have half a dozen ready. Needless to say, the cinnamon buns did not last long. Wow, glad you're happy with the new menu choice, Naruto chuckled. Be honest, Naruto, she said. Did you suggest the cinnamon bun thing, just so you could get away with taking me here more? Yeah, you got me, Naruto said sheepishly. Can you blame me? I love ramen, and you love cinnamon buns, so this way, we can easily get what we both want on a date. It wasn't hard to convince Twetchy to take my suggestion when he realized that I would be here more if he did it. You were so manipulative, Hinata teased. Hey boss, here you go. A sudden voice shouted, and Naruto looked around to see another him running full tilt at him with a camera in hand, which he tossed to the real Naruto, who was dumbfounded since he knew that he didn't have any of his shadow clones running around right now. But he still caught the camera. The fake Naruto then disappeared, leaving Naruto with the correct impression that someone had made a shadow clone of their own, and then transformed it into Naruto to seem like one of his shadow clones. Question was, what was with the camera? His question was answered when a bunch of women wearing little else but towels ran around the corner, and their gazes locked on Naruto, who thought with a pale face, why do I have the feeling that that shadow clone that wasn't mine has something to do with those very angry, very scary women? There's the pervert who took our pictures. Get him. One of the ladies said once the group had spotted Naruto, who decided that he needed to make tracks, and lots of them. Why me? Naruto whined as he ran away from the women. Hinata just looked in the direction of Naruto and his pursuers, who now had an ecstatic Shinigami materialized. She then had a dark shadow over her own face. Naruto-kun has been taking photos of women in the hot springs, and he never tried to take any of me? She asked. Is he telling me that those women are prettier than I am? Uh-oh, Hinata is mad, I am thought. And when the usually quiet ones are mad, then they are to be avoided. I need a frying pan if you can loan me one, Hinata said with false sweetness, and I hastened to get it for her, thinking that Naruto would be better off letting the crowd of women catch him before Hinata did. Isaac and Jiraiya were laughing their asses off as they imagined the blonde they had just pranked running from the angry horde of the creatures that once scorned. Hell hath no fury like. They were also giggling with nosebleeds as they looked at the pictures that Isaac and Naruto's form, while Jiraiya had the shadow clone transformed as Naruto with the decoy camera on standby. Once Isaac had let himself get caught taking the pictures, he had quickly hid in the bushes and let Jiraiya's shadow clone run away and draw the women in the direction of the real Naruto. The plan had worked up to the point that Jiraiya's shadow clone had dispelled itself. I can't believe we got away with this, Jiraiya giggled. I wonder if Naruto will ever figure out who is responsible for the beating he is almost certainly experiencing right now. Well, with any luck, he will blame Akari or Kanemaru, Isaac chuckled. Now, let's take our pick of the photos, and then we go our separate ways and forget this happened. Needless to say, the alliance swiftly dissolved when they both started fighting over which pictures they would keep. Neither one smart enough to remember that they could just make copies of the moment. Chapter 99 Moving Out. I don't like what I am reading, Janice said unexpectedly. James looked up and asked, what do you mean? Well, these reports here are logistics and the like, and how they are being moved from the dimensions that they were stored into this one, all en masse. And? Zane asked. Well, Raisin just seems so eager to get all of his stuff here, almost like he will not be getting another chance to do so later, instead of keeping some stuff in reserve. It doesn't seem like a good tactical maneuver to stake everything in one dimension. Why not have a spare base, or two in case something goes wrong? But he is moving everything here. Now that you mention it, it is a little odd, James admitted. Almost as much so as this blueprint here. What is that? Zane asked as he read said blueprint. A large machine, something that has a similar effect to a dimension door jutsu, but with different methods. It basically opens doorways through space, and all with a large amount of chakra and an input of coordinates. The question is, why would something like this be needed? It would be useful for moving troops to different locations, but since a dimension door jutsu is so much more efficient, and can take you to different dimensions while this one is restricted to the dimension it is used in, and since just about all of Raisin's followers know that jutsu, surely a machine like this would be rendered completely obsolete. They all took a close look at the blueprint and concurred with James' assessment. I wonder exactly what Raisin is playing at with these actions, moving all of his forces and resources to a place where he could lose it all if he loses, and having a machine that he does not need. It's almost as if he plans to. 2. Janice trailed off as a thought occurred to her. It was unlikely, mad even, but if she was right. Shit, she cursed as she immediately grabbed the laptop with the file she had yet to decrypt and started frantically pulling the files up, trying to pick one to get started on. What's with you? Zane asked Janice as her fingers flew over the keyboard. Shut it. I'm trying to concentrate, she said, earning a twitch of annoyance from Zane. Regardless, I think we would both appreciate an explanation of just what you were doing, James said. Something just occurred to me, Janice said, but I'm not sure that I'm right yet. So I'm looking for the kind of reports or designs or whatever else that might confirm my suspicions. Now, if you don't mind, get out and let me focus. James and Zane immediately left the room, and Zane said, wish she was a bit more specific on just what her suspicions were. I'm not sure either, but it seems that she picked up on something that we didn't, James said. I suppose that she will tell us when she is ready. For now, we had better go tell Marcus about what we have found. What do you call our boss that when neither he nor Janice are around? Zane asked. James paused for a second, then responded, I have seen many different futures, and there are many where he continues to use the name Drachmus, and ones where he uses Marcus again. From what I have seen, I like him a lot better in the latter scenarios. Back at last, Suigetsu said as he was the first back through the gates of Konoha, followed by Karen and Yugo. Sasuke was the last one through. That was a long 3 weeks, and I didn't even get to kill anything. You're telling me, Karen said. It was downright uncomfortable trying to train with all of those freaking snakes constantly breathing down your neck. I actually found the trip quite beneficial, Yugo said, surprising the two. Sasuke not only was able to master all of the sage arts the great sage taught him, but I found myself at peace in that place and did some of my own training. Well, bully for you, Suigetsu said. Just what, pray tell, have you been up to? Getting to know myself better, Yugo said cryptically before walking off, and Suigetsu scoffed. Seriously, would it kill the guy to explain himself a bit more? Suigetsu asked. Would it kill you to be quiet? Sasuke asked. You two can do whatever you want from here. I'm going to go report the mission's success to the Hokage. With that, he shunshin away. Suigetsu started, but before he could ask the question he had on his mind, Karen interrupted. No, she said. Last time we sparred, I ended up almost going over a cliff because you went crazy with that jutsu of yours that made waves. I think I will train on my own for a little while. I have no desire to nearly get killed again when we are not on a mission. With that, she walked away, leaving Suigetsu looking a little hurt. That wasn't what I was going to ask, he sighed. Although you probably would have said no to that too. Jiraiya, Felix, and Itachi were standing at attention in front of Minato, who had Kushina behind him at the moment. Are all three of you sure about this? Minato asked them. This is going to be a risky operation at best, even for you three, and there's no guarantee that you will find anything of use, so. I've already decided to go, and Felix and Itachi have both agreed with me, Jiraiya said. We need to find out once and for all just what we're going to be dealing with. Besides, we won't get caught easily. You know that we all have top-notch stealth skills. After all, Itachi was able to kill half of his clan before any of them actually realized he was there. He never would have been able to take them all in a straight fight, genius or not. Even with Obito's help, not without at least relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan to the point of almost making himself blind then and there. Jiraiya is right. The first part of that night had been stealth and guerrilla tactics, Itachi confirmed. Felix snuck into IWA and managed to restore Inoki's memories without getting caught, Jiraiya continued. It wasn't easy, but luckily the security in that village was a lot lower than it should have been. They rely on inhospitable terrain to keep out intruders than they should. Plus, I was able to use the Dimension Door Jutsu to get past their first sentries, Felix said. Even so, I didn't need all of my ability of sneaking around to pull it off. And let's not forget that infiltration is one of my specialties, and we are all Kage level in a fight. This won't be like that time. I looked into pain. I don't know. What if you guys run into Raisin? Kushina asked. He is supposed to be at least on par with the creator of the Bijou, and I doubt even Madara could honestly claim that much, though he is arrogant enough to try. That is highly unlikely, Felix said. Raisin is not going to be there, at least not that often. This is just one of the branches of the religion he appears to have a role in, and he has Zurue to oversee that. Even if we don't find anything out, we would have a chance to rid the world of that man before he steals anyone else's bloodline, and with luck, Haiden, being his partner, will be there for me to get it too. Luckily, Naruto never fought him, otherwise I wouldn't be allowed to crack at him. Before the conversation could go any further, Sasuke knocked on the door, and Minato released the privacy seals after saying, All right, I will sanction this mission, but just be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. Fair enough, Jiraiya said as he tried to leap out the window for his exit, but got caught around the neck by a chakra chain from Kushina. Just once, can't you use the door like a normal human being? Kushina asked rhetorically as Sasuke was admitted into the room. Doors are for chumps, Jiraiya declared as best as he could with his windpipe constricted. He was then thrown out the window at a much higher velocity than he originally planned on jumping out. Fine, use the window if it makes you happy, Kushina said, ignoring the screaming that was rapidly becoming more and more distant. Minato's sweat dropped at his wife's antics. Well then, We'll just be going, Itachi said, and Felix followed after him. I take it things went well? Minato asked Sasuke as soon as they were gone. Yeah, I mastered the sage arts, Sasuke said with a smirk. The results were interesting when I used the mark's power in conjunction with sage mode. You did what? Kushina asked, surprised. The mark no longer has Orochimaru's Senjutsu locked in it. It now seals my own natural energy, Sasuke explained. So the effects of the curse mark are amplified to a point where I may even be stronger than a true sage, or at least have a bigger boost. That's interesting to say the least, Minato said. I also learned a few of the jutsu that are accessible to snake sages, so my trip was quite worth it. I certainly hope so, Minato said. I'll be wanting to see just how much you have improved and what you are capable of. I look forward to it, Sasuke said. After going over some of the more inconsequential details, Sasuke was dismissed from the office and Minato turned to Kushina. So, you were just telling me about the results of your research? Yes, and I believe you were right, Kushina said. It should be impossible to possess two elemental Kekkei Genkai, not without having a Kekkei Tota that begets them, or some serious body modifications and the like. So that would mean that the likeliest place for any surviving scrolls on it would be in the hands of the Uchiha clan, that right? Already ahead of you. I asked Mikoto to take a look for me. Good. We may need the potential edge when the war starts back up. As soon as Sasuke stepped out of the Hokage's office, he was greeted by Itachi, who had just been waiting for him. Oh, did you need something, Itachi? Sasuke asked. Well, I just thought that I should let you know that I will be a part of a mission that will take an uncertain amount of time to accomplish, Itachi said. I will be going with Felix and Jiraiya. What kind of mission? Sasuke asked a little apprehensively. Knowing that 3 shinobi of that caliber were not sent on simple missions, it would have to be S rank for that kind of quality to be sent to handle it. We are going to be looking into Raisin. We need to know once and for all just who we are up against. Is he the real deal, or is he a phony like Obito had been when claiming to be Madara? We have to find out and be prepared to face him. I see, Sasuke said. You won't be fighting him, right? No, we will avoid any such confrontation if we can. If worst comes to worst, we can always escape using Jiraiya's Hiraishin or Felix's Dimension Door. When will you guys leave? Tomorrow afternoon. Jiraiya already sent a shadow clone on the way there with a kunai, since Felix was never there, and something is interfering with his ability to lock onto a chakra signature, so we can't rely on the Dimension Door to get there. Just be careful, Sasuke said. You already died once for the sake of the village, twice if you count as an Edo Tensei. Itachi smiled. True, but I had actually planned on both deaths from the get-go, and I have improved greatly. If I go down, then I meant to do so for one reason or another. Well, frankly, I don't care what the reason would be. Don't die on me again, Sasuke said. Trust me, I have no plans to do so, Itachi said as his fingers whipped at Sasuke's head to give him a forehead flick, but Sasuke grabbed his wrist just in time. Nice try, Sasuke said with a smirk. You won't be getting me with that same trick ever again. We'll see about that, Itachi chuckled as he walked away. Sasuke walked through the village, wondering just what to do now that he was back for the time being. Perhaps he could visit the library and get something to read and... Hey Sasuke! Sakura shouted as she ran up to her boyfriend. He gave a small smile as he decided a nice date might be a better idea. Hey Sakura, I hope you have been well over the past 3 weeks? He asked before noticing something. Hey, is that Tsunade's mark? Yep, I mastered her white strength seal. So you know what that means? She asked. No, Sasuke admitted, though he did not like the message he was getting, the one that his survival instincts were screaming at him about. It means that my ability to hit hard has gone up. She boasted, scaring Sasuke, who was afraid of how hard she could hit before her face fell slightly. But Tsunade is still stronger than me, and that is without Sage Mode, which I will never be able to master due to my rather meager reserves of chakra. Still, I think I can get around that and surpass her. I won't need Sage Mode, she said, brightening up. But if the solution I have in mind is going to work, I'm going to need to work a whole lot on my control, bringing it to the highest level of perfection possible. Oh, that is nice to know, Sasuke said. But how do you plan on doing that? Well, you did a good job getting Akari and her reserves under control with the training exercises from hell. She tells me you put her through, she responded. Why don't you tell me about those chakra control exercise ideas you had over dinner? Sound good, Sasuke said. I'll fill you in about my trip as well, and maybe you can tell me just what kind of jutsu you plan on making? Sure thing. So where should we go? Egg Seed, a voice shouted out of nowhere, and before Sasuke and Sakura could even process those 2 random words, Isaac appeared out of nowhere, slammed Sasuke's head into the ground hard enough to bury it. And while Sasuke was struggling, used a watering can to wet the ground where Sasuke's head was buried. Naruto had just come around the corner and froze as he had seen the whole thing unfold, realizing that Isaac must have mistaken Sasuke's head for a chicken, and done his usual trying to grow eggs behavior. He processed this for a second, and then started laughing his ass off, leaning against the side of a building for support. Gonna have a nice harvest with a seed this big. And oh wait, that is someone's head. Oops, Isaac said as he let the pissed Uchiha up. My bad. When the hell was that guy's problem? Sasuke demanded as Isaac started to walk away. Oh, that's Isaac. You saw him when we had that battle in the sky, when the Akatsuki were doing the bijou extractions right above our heads, and during Senen's wedding, Naruto said, though you never really met him up close. The guy's a total loon, Sakura groaned. Naruto told me that he was stupid enough to think that you could grow eggs by planting chickens in the ground. But never mind that. Let's get to our date, she finished. Yeah, Sakura said, not knowing where this was going, and not sure she wanted to. Isaac looked her over and said, wow, I had no idea that you were swinging for the other team. Silence. I'll bring flowers, Isaac, Naruto said in a deadpan tone after a few seconds as Sakura and Sasuke flared their killing intents. Oh, you're a girl? Isaac asked, suddenly realizing just how he had gotten himself killed. Yeah, I've been for the past few weeks since you met me, Sakura growled as Sasuke drew his swords. Are you insinuating that my girlfriend is unsightly enough to pass for a boy? Sasuke demanded. No, she's just flatter than AA. Isaac screamed as Sakura and Sasuke fell on him, ready to murder him. Poor guy never stood even the slightest chance. Later Naruto would tell Sasuke about Isaac's fear of squirrels and mention that it would go well with Tsukuyami. You guys ready to head out? Jiraiya asked as Felix and Itachi entered his and Tsunade's place. Now or never, Felix said, and Jiraiya grabbed both of them and used Hiraishin, and they found themselves in a forest, causing Jiraiya to frown. Odd, we should have gone a lot closer than this. My shadow clone dispelled a few miles from here with the kunai, so it should be. Let me check that, Felix said as he entered Sage mode. I see. There's a potent dimensional barrier seal here. It is impossible to cross the boundaries of it with any kind of space-time jutsus. Not even Obito's Kamui could get him in, nor the dimension door jutsu. You can still use Hiraishin once inside. You just won't be able to go anywhere outside of the barrier. And it seems that it has more than a few extra layers. There are more set up in quarter-mile interval for the next 10 miles. So it looks like we're going to have to hoof it from here, but we should probably abandon the mission because there are detection seals in each layer as well. If a foreign chakra signature crosses the boundaries, then it will be detected immediately, so they may already know of us. Since you said you had a shadow clone go beyond this point. No need to worry about it, Jiraiya said as he took out some seal tags. My clone was wearing one of these during his entire journey. They are little seals that almost entirely suppress chakra and make it undetectable for almost any sensor type, shinobi or seals. Isaac invented them himself, and I kind of bribed him with wasabi to teach me, though what he wanted with the wasabi, I have no idea. Meanwhile, several Inuzukas were trying to get their ninja dog some water as fast as they could. Apparently, some wise guy had put something very spicy in the refrigerator, disguised as the kind of things that the ninja dogs could not resist trying to steal from the fridge. They ended up getting a sticky pawed dog surprise, resulting in them panting and whining in the same breaths. Needless to say, the Inuzuka clan, while pissed that someone would do that to their partners, ended up pleased with the result of the dogs never getting into the fridge again, something that the Inuzuka had been trying for years to keep them from doing. It was very hard to stop a very large and intelligent dog form doing whatever it wants sometimes. Anyway, Jiraiya continued. It takes a bit of time to apply properly, and add some time to remove, which can make it pretty impractical, because as long as the seal is worn, then it means that we will be unable to use ninjutsu or genjutsu, so is only to be used in cases where we need to get past such barriers as these. But the infiltration should work if we do this, and we can remove them after we are inside the innermost layer. It would take about 2 minutes. What do you guys think? Should we risk it? Jiraiya finished. It is risky. If we are attacked while wearing the seals, we will be at a disadvantage, Itachi mused. But taking risks is all a part of the job description of a shinobi. I say we got through with it. As do I, Felix said. All right then, Jiraiya said as he started applying the tags to Felix. Let's cross our fingers and hope that the first stage of the infiltration goes well. Janice's eyes widened as she finally fully decrypted a file that confirmed her suspicions. The designs for a massive seal were before her eyes, and while she was not the best at Fuinjutsu, she could tell that there were designs similar to Derek's, confirming that the seal was his. This seal was supposed to be hidden in a location that was not listed in the file, and possibly in none of the files for security reasons. But there were several reports on the seal's progress as Derek worked on completing it, which took a while, about 7 years, since it was at least half a mile in diameter and would have required quite a large amount of chakra to power, but he was almost finished, which meant that Raisin had planned this for a while. The nail in the coffin was when she read what the seal was supposed to do. She rose to her feet hastily and headed to Drachmus's room. She had to inform him right away. I'll make Dr. Isaac take cover. Naruto hummed as he walked through the village, musing about how he would spend the rest of his day. It has been a while since I pulled a good prank. His musings were cut off when a dart hit his neck, and he hastily pulled it out. What the? Druowasi. He muttered with his eyelids getting narrow, and he fell down, snoring. Naruto woke up in one of the rooms in Felix's place, strapped down to a table with a bunch of seals, keeping him from using his chakra, though he was sure Kurama could overload them. He was able to look up to see none other than Isaac in a lab coat, and saying, "Ah, you are awake now? Good. What the hell are you doing, Isaac?" Naruto growled. "Just thought I would give you a free appointment at taking Felix's advice." Which was what, exactly? He said I should try therapy, so here I am, here to cure your mind. There's nothing wrong with my mind, regardless of what some people might say differently. And for the record, when Felix told you to try therapy, I am pretty sure that he meant that you should be the patient, not the doctor. Only bigger idiot than you would suggest you being a doctor. Silence, my first patient. We are here to try curing your ramen addiction, Isaac declared as he unsealed a bowl of fresh ramen, straight from Ichiraku's. Naruto's sweat dropped and said, "You gotta be kidding me. It would take therapists far more competent than you are just to make me resist a drop of broth." "You got that right. I am getting sick of experiencing that taste through your taste buds." "Oh, but we will be making you associate ramen with very messy things that you won't like one little bit," Isaac declared, rubbing his hands together in glee after setting the bowl on a table where Naruto could just turn his head to the right and see the delicious meal. "Now, every time you look at the ramen, you will get what is called shock therapy." To emphasize, Isaac pushed a button on a remote he held, and Naruto got an extremely painful electric shock, potent enough to blacken him and make him cough up smoke. "I will make you suffer," Naruto declared, still steaming mad, no pun intended. Not only that, Isaac continued, as he undid a few seals on the wall beyond the ramen bowl, releasing. "Arf!" Naruto screamed, frothing at the mouth as he turned away from the horrible sight. Now, taped to the walls were countless pictures of well-drawn Narusasi yaoi in differing amounts of explicitness. "Kurama, get me out of here!" Naruto demanded in his head. "On it," Kurama said, trying to purge the horrifying sights out of his mind as well, as he channeled his chakra into Naruto, wearing down the seals slowly to keep Isaac from realizing and applying more. "Yep, the pictures I drew myself to mess with you, I even have my signatures in the lower right corners," Isaac said. "I'll take your word for it," Naruto replied as the seals were just about to give way. "Just a little more, then I can make this sad, strange little man pay for all the mental damage he has been making me suffer. He is so going to get it. Whereas, if you look to your left, you will be rewarded for looking away from the ramen with these," Isaac said as he undid seals on the left wall and revealed a whole lot of pictures of women in the hot springs, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. "Yep, Jiraiya and I took these photos, some of our best work if I do say so myself." "It was you," Naruto roared as he remembered the beating he had received after being framed for taking those photos from both the women in the springs and Hinata when she got her turn. He regretted ever letting her meet Erika, before it was revealed that the camera he had was empty. He broke free of his restraints with a huge surge of chakra and rushed at Isaac, who had an expression that could only be summed up by two words, "Oh shit." After knocking the mad doctor out, Naruto dragged him out of the room, though not before gabbing the ramen and sealing the yaoi pictures without looking at them, despite his first inclination to burn them, realizing he had good material to torture Sasuke with. "Now, how to pay you back?" Naruto asked. "I know, how about?" Hinata returned home from training, humming to herself and fantasizing about her cinnamon buns that she would be getting into her stash to reward her efforts, since she had just developed a new version of one of her jutsu. She opened her door and stopped dead at the sight of Isaac passed out with a content look on his face, as well as some cinnamon frosting on his mouth, and there were a bunch of cinnamon bun boxes, emptied and strewn around the room. Hinata's eye twitched, and she slowly raised her killing intent high enough for Isaac to wake up to. "Ugh, where dash?" he started to ask before he froze, realizing that he was surrounded by empty boxes that once held the favorite treat of the woman slowly approaching him with a crazed look in her eyes that would have sent Anko running. "Oh, well, fuck me." If Hinata had bothered to think about it, or check her secret stash, she would have realized that it was all still there, and that the boxes and frosting on Isaac's face had come from the trash, since Naruto did not have the heart to actually take the buns for the sake of revenge. As if what Hinata was now doing to Isaac wasn't bad enough, Naruto had to frame Isaac in the eyes of one other person. After blindfolding himself to spare himself any of the nightmarish images, he snuck into Sasuke's room and put in some interesting wallpaper. When Sasuke got home from a date with Sakura, interestingly enough with said girl in tow, he stepped into his room and stopped dead as he was forever mentally scarred by images of him and Naruto. No, he didn't even want to think about it. When Sakura saw the images, her reaction was much different. She blushed and was sent rocketing into the wall head first by a spurt of blood from her nostrils. Sasuke looked horrified at the fact that his girlfriend was a closet yaoi fangirl, and had enough presence of mind to note Isaac's signature at the bottom right corner of each drawing. Without a word, he left the house to find Isaac and subject him to a day of being eaten by squirrels via Tsukuyumi. Well, hopefully that clown will have learned his lesson after that bit of retribution I gave him, Naruto said as he walked through the village. Unlikely, Kurama huffed. That fool is too crazy for his own good, much like somebody I know, but on a much grander scale. But one thing is for sure. He may not be a good doctor, but after your little revenge stunt, he will be needing one. Chapter 100 Bloodline Seals, Other Secret. Janice ran through the corridors of the base, until she ran into Zane. Drachmas. She panted. Where the hell is Drachmas? He went to the Hellfire Dimension, he said. Zane replied. He used up some of the flames he sealed in his swords when he fought Rick. So he decided to refill them since he has no idea how many chances he will get to keep the seals full once the war starts. Shit, Janice cursed. Of all the times. If he does not get back soon, he may not be able to get back to this dimension at all. What do you mean? Zane asked, and Janice furiously showed him the file. When he was done reading it, he looked at her with his face paling. They can't be serious. They are, she said seriously. And the worst part is, that bastard went to the one place we could not follow him and inform him of this. How long was he gone for? And how long will he be? He just left an hour ago, and he said that his method of properly sealing Hellfire takes a few hours to pull off. Just fucking great, Janice muttered. We just have to hope that he hightails it out of there before it's too late, because I have no clue when Derek will be activating that seal. Okay, we are in the innermost layer, Felix said as he and the other two crept through several trees. They had passed several small cabins and the like, but took great care to not be seen. We can remove the seals now. Good, Jiraiya said as he busied himself with removing the seal on Felix first. We can go over our infiltration plans while we are at it. Well, we know that this area is not that high above sea level, and it is moderately forested, Itachi said. Not to mention that this branch of the cult does not seem to have developed this area much. Well, this is close to the land of fire, and no man's land, Felix said. They would want to keep a low profile, so I'm not surprised in the least that they have such simple accommodations, and I bet that there's a lot more underground, so we can expect poking around to be somewhat difficult. It works both ways, Jiraiya said. The less exposed any intel is, the harder it is to get at because you have trouble finding it, but due to the cover around, it also means that it will be harder to see us. Good point, Felix conceded. So where do we start? Well, we could do with disguising ourselves. That would be a good first step, Jiraiya said. We wait for a few enemies to come by, ambush them, steal their cloaks, and transform into them. That may work to help us move freely. But if we are recognized by friends of who we choose to impersonate, then we may be found to be acting in a suspicious manner, Itachi said. Well, we can reduce that threat with the pulse imprint jutsu. But there's a problem, Felix stated, before he continued. With the pulse imprint jutsu, we can not only get some intel, but also look into the person's personality, but pretty much everyone we have captured that was suspected to have ties with Raisin had special seals placed in their minds to keep any means of mind reading from working. So why bring it up? Itachi asked. There are two ways around the seals, but they are far from foolproof, and they are both lacking in morality. One way is to simply break the seals with a stronger pulse. But in doing so, you completely destroy the mind of the prisoner, and you only get a few pieces of information from what is left, and the prisoner is reduced to a vegetable. The other way is to simply kill the prisoner, which erases the seals, and then cast the jutsu immediately after, while the brain is still trying to send signals. Still not much, but more than the first method most of the time, unless you're too slow. Like I said, neither option gets you very much, and end up poorly for the victim. Of course, there is nothing stopping them from willingly telling you these things, but they never would. So it looks like we need to rely on Itachi's Tsukuyumi for interrogation right now, Jiraiya mused. If anything can get someone to crack and just tell us a few things, it would be that. Agreed, Felix said as Jiraiya finished removing the seals that kept them from using full power in exchange for going undetected through the barriers around the area. So now we wait. Not for long, as luck would have it. Two cloaked guys have just passed our position, Jiraiya said. So, who wants to nab them? It was not long before the mooks in question were stuck to a wall that resembled the innards of a gigantic toad. Do what you want with us, but we won't tell you bastards jack shit. One of them shouted. Jiraiya shook his head and said casually, funny how they always say that before I get them to spill their guts. But that is just my experience in interrogating. Why don't we see how Itachi does? Itachi nodded as he walked up to the first man and said, Tsukuyumi, while Felix held the victim's eyes open and forced his gaze upon Itachi's. After a moment, the prisoner slumped and Itachi said, well, now we know that our friends' names are Fred and Vincent and are roommates in the same cabin. Fred here was also kind enough to divulge that they were going to a large underground room where Raisin is having a lot of resources brought into this dimension, though for what, he did not know. Haiden and Zurue are also here and overseeing the operation. How? How the hell did you do that? The man who was apparently Vincent demanded as he stained against the wall. A very potent jinjutsu, Itachi said. Now what shall we do with these two? He asked Felix and Jiraiya. No need to worry. I can have them sent back to Konoha for further interrogation in one of my toads, along with whatever information you're able to pull from them. Then we can have Felix transfer the memories of any of their mannerisms and whatnot from you to them, Jiraiya said. Itachi and Felix nodded in agreement. The first part of this operation was going very well indeed, though Felix informed Jiraiya that using the summoning jutsu would only bring any toads to the outermost barrier, to which Jiraiya simply coughed a storage toad up, similar to how Geratora stored himself, despite the groans of disgust from Felix. What? Jiraiya asked. It's useful to be able to save some chakra by not having to use the summoning jutsu. Itachi's sweat dropped, but nodded in agreement. Fred, Vincent, you are both late, the guard of the entrance to the underground room said. Jiraiya and Itachi were currently under the guise of the people they had ambushed and were waiting for clearance to enter the base. Jiraiya was not all too worried that the disguise would be seen through. He used a few special seals with a sample of both Fred and Vincent's chakra to disguise their own signatures. That is quite unlike you both. Sorry, Jiraiya Fred said sheepishly, making sure to scratch his cheek with just his index finger as Itachi said that Fred had the tendency to do. Our alarm clock is busted, so we woke up a little later than we intended. And what Jiraiya said was true, or it would be after Felix was finished with it. He went to the cabin to make sure the alarm clock that Fred and Vincent used stopped working, making it look like the clock stopped working sometime in the night. Wouldn't do to leave evidence that someone was impersonating the two after all. The guard gave a critical look at Fred and Vincent before nodding and saying, well then, I advise you both hurry down. Since your records are currently spotless, I am willing to overlook this and not add the mark on your attendance, but only this one time. Yes, sir, Itachi said. With that, he and Jiraiya walked down the steps. The guard then called for someone to go to Fred and Vincent's cabin and fix technical difficulties with the alarm clock. Perfect, Felix said after he turned the hands of the clock back to a point in the middle of last night and sent a slight spark of lightning chakra to burn out an important part in a way that looked completely natural should it be looked at by a person who could fix it. The hand stopped. Now that the cover story checks out, I need to find a place to hide and wait for Jiraiya and Itachi. With that, Felix moved over to the door and opened it as he stepped out and closed it behind him, not realizing that he had left a sign of his presence in the cabin. About 10 minutes later, the cabin had another visitor, the mook who was assigned to maintain the equipment of all of the other mooks. He opened the door and closed it before checking the alarm clock. After a bit of mumbling about how useless technology could be at times, and 10 minutes of fiddling, the clock was fixed and set back to the appropriate time. He then turned to the door and opened it, while rummaging in his pockets for something, and looked at the space between the door and the frame and froze. There, right on the frame, was no less than 4 square marks in the wood, or rather wax. Each door to the cabins was fit with a simple mechanism that caused a square bar to silently quickly emerge from the door and press into a thin sheet of wax that was the same color as the wood of the frame between the frame and closed door every time the handle was turned to open the door. Said mechanism reset itself every time the door was closed, but the small bar would emerge in a different spot, moving in a square pattern for a total of 12 different spots. Every time the tenants in the cabin came or left, they were supposed to use a file to smooth the wax to erase all signs that someone was there, so no one would raise a false alarm. There were 4 marks now, which meant that other than the 2 that came from the fact that the maintenance guy opened the door, there were 2 marks, which meant that someone had entered and exited. If there were 3 marks, that would have meant that the intruder was still in the cabin. And the maintenance mook knew that Fred and Vincent were both very diligent. So even if they were in a rush that morning, they would have taken the extra few seconds to make sure the wax was smooth. The mook narrowed his eyes and smoothed the wax with the file he had pulled from his pocket, and spoke into a radio. We have intruders, impersonating Fred and Vincent in all likelihood. There were 2 marks on their wax logs that should not have been there. Just where they try to pull with all of this stuff they are sending to this dimension anyway. Jiraiya asked Itachi in an undertone as he and Itachi both hefted a crate full of weapons that Drachmus had forged before defecting from Raisin's side. It's like he is preparing for something. I do not doubt that they are, Itachi murmured back. The Gakage summit of this time will be held in 2 months, and no doubt Raisin is aware that the war will be started after that meeting. The 5 Kage are already allied after all. The summit this time is just a formality, and to bring in Mifune and his land of Iron Samurai. He is likely just making sure his forces are prepared. True, Jiraiya said as he and Itachi set the crate down in the designated spot. The Toad Sanine kept an eye out for any opportunity to slip away with Itachi to do some poking around unnoticed, but before he could find such an opening, they were both approached by 5 more mooks and 10 automatons. Fred, Vincent, would you both be so kind as to come with me? The lead mook asked politely. Zurue would like to see you both. All right then, Itachi said, and he and Jiraiya fell in a step behind their escorts. I don't like this, Jiraiya thought. There are too many guards here for a simple escort to the quarters of even the management. And what are the odds that the one day the two we are posing as are being impersonated, those two get called to talk to the boss? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but we need to be cautious. Itachi was thinking along the same lines, also sure that something about this was not right. Man, keeping tabs on this base is boring. Not to mention the heathens that worship a fucking tree of all things pissing me off, Haydn grumbled. Worst of all, I am partnered with one of the head priests of the faith. Oh, Zurue said as he looked over the papers that had logistics records on it. I thought Jashin was a god of pain, destruction, and all that. Surely the god tree would get on well with him, considering that the god tree wants to destroy all of mankind and reclaim all of the power it lost once its fruit was eaten by the princess of old. That's just it though, Haydn argued. Jashin happens to like humans. They are very good at destroying things and making one another suffer. Why would he want to destroy the entire species? He would get no more sacrifices after that point. We are not here to argue about religion, Zurue said. We are here to use the virtually mindless drones that believe that their salvation will come from the god tree, destroying everything, and stage a war to gather the pieces of the Juubi, so Raisin-sama can conquer all the worlds. My position as a head priest is merely a means to an end. That is cold, man, using a guy's religion to get him to do your shit for you, only to pull the rug from under him after he is done with it, Haydn chuckled. At any rate, I just can't wait for these intruders to get here. It has been too long since I last offered sacrifice to Jashin. I was on the verge of using one of the deadweights we were supposed to babysit. They still have their uses, but don't worry. You will get your precious workout in just a few seconds. And here they are now. Zurue finished as Jiraiya and Itachi were led into the room, still under their disguises. Welcome Fred and Vincent. Guards, you may leave. The mooks and automatons left the room, leaving the 4 figures to talk to one another. Have a seat, you two, Zurue said as he gestured to a few uncomfortable-looking chairs in front of his desk. Knowing that they could not refuse the order if they wanted any chance of keeping their cover, Jiraiya and Itachi took the calculated risk of sitting down. Do you both know why you are here? Zurue asked. No, sir, we do not, Itachi said, trying very hard not to look too tense. As you know, you were both 30 minutes late, and had to explain that your alarm clock was not in working order. Are you aware that we sent one of the maintenance men to fix it, since nothing more important was in danger of breaking down? No, sir, Jiraiya responded, also hiding his nervousness. Had Felix somehow blown their cover? Well, the alarm clock was indeed broken, but tell me, in your haste to come in, did you leave a mark on your wax log without remembering to erase it? Jiraiya was frantically trying to figure out what a wax log was, and Itachi mentally cursed it. Apparently, even after his Tsukuyami, Fred had enough presence of mind to leave out a few details in the interrogation. Thankfully, Jiraiya had encountered something that might fit the bill, a mechanism that made marks in wax every time a door was opened, and very discreetly too. We forgot to erase the mark this morning. We were in too much of a rush, Jiraiya lied smoothly, keeping his cool under the pressure. Oh, I see. I suppose that even you two can make a mistake, as meticulous about the small details as you are, Zurue said. Of all the luck of all the people we could impersonate, it had to be the two that did not make enough mistakes to let a small one be blown off, Jiraiya cursed in his mind. Very well, but one more thing, Zurue said as he slowly rose. There were 2 marks that shouldn't be there, and you have no excuse for forgetting the one you put in last night upon going back to your cabin. So we know that you two are not the real Fred and Vincent. With that, Zurue immediately cupped his hands to form a dust-style cylinder with the bloodline he had stolen from Kuratsuchi, and was just about to fire as seals on the chairs that Jiraiya and Itachi were sitting and released a series of ropes with chakra-suppressing seals on them to try tying the two up, but before they succeeded, both Jiraiya and Itachi were gone, surprising both Haydn and Zurue. Where the hell did those 2 shitheads go? Haydn demanded as Zurue undid the dust-style jutsu, before they heard a shout right outside the door. Sage Art Earth and Fire-style giant raisin grenade. The door splintered as a large molten sphere blasted its way through it, and Zurue was already blasting his way through the ceiling with a storm-style jutsu to escape, while Haydn was hit directly. Kaboom! The ground about a mile from Felix's hiding spot erupted with a massive blast, and Felix facepalmed. Perfect! Somehow they got themselves caught, and they just had to let the rest of the base know they were there, Felix muttered before heading off in the direction of the fight. It appears that some credit is due. You certainly know how to come up with a contingency plan, Itachi admitted as he and Jiraiya leapt up to the great outdoors that Jiraiya's jutsu had exposed to the underground base. Jiraiya grinned. As they had been escorted, Jiraiya had discreetly placed Horatian seals on a few surfaces along the way to Zurue's office, giving himself a place to escape should it come to it, and to be sure he could take Itachi along, had a cord of ninja wire between them that Jiraiya could channel chakra though, so he could take Itachi with him, though they had to carefully maneuver to keep the cord from being touched. Then, while they were seated, Jiraiya took every chance he could to be perfectly still and gather natural energy, a little bit at a time, until he had enough to go sage mode, giving him a chance to launch a potent counterattack while their enemies were still confused. This isn't the first time I was glad that I finally got Minato to teach me Horatian, Jiraiya said. Plus, I can do just as well as Naruto with the elemental Rasengan one-handed. I can add both elements instantaneously. Not bad at all. I should have known that you, Jiraiya, were one of the infiltrators, Zurue's voice said from the smoke. Once enough of it cleared, Zurue was revealed with a few scrapes, cuts, and burns, and his cloak torn off from the waist up, revealing his skin-tight metal bodysuit, which he was in the process of removing. Not to mention Itachi, the Godame Hokage, though you gave the hat back to the Yondaime. It will be an honor to cut you both down. The suit crashed to the ground, and Jiraiya and Itachi could both see Zurue's bare chest exposed, showing the seal that trapped the two bloodlines he had managed to steal. Hey, Zurue, can you give me a little help here? Haiden's head said from somewhere. Motherfucker, that hurts. Zurue soon spotted Haiden's head, which had been separated from the rest of his body by the recent explosion, which Zurue had no doubt buried the rest of him by now. Sorry, Haiden, but I cannot exactly waste time digging your body out with those two here, so I'll just keep your head for being sealed by Itachi's Susanoo blade. When the hell are you, AIE? Haiden screamed as Zurue picked up the head and flung it away before drawing his swords. Now, then, shall we get down to business? Zurue asked as he drew his swords and pointed the katana at his two opponents. Sure thing, introducing the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku, the brave and gallant Jiraiya said, having jumped onto a boulder as he tossed aside his disguise, cloaked to do a kabuki dance as he did his introduction, only for the boulder to crumble beneath his feet at the last second, resulting in the drawn-out yell at the end as he was deposited ungracefully. Damn it, I was so close for crying out loud. Both Zurue and Itachi sweat dropped. I should be close to the point of, wait, what's that noise? Felix mused as she heard what sounded like a drawn-out scream and looked up in time for a head-sized and shaped object cracked against his skull comically and knocked him to the ground. That bastard Zurue, said object, which turned out to be Haiden's head, shouted in a rage as Felix rose, massaging his aching head, muttering darkly about his cursed luck and a question of what the hell the chances were. When I get my hands on him, I will put a curse so bad on him and dash. He got no further as Felix drew his blade and cut his head in half without hesitation, causing Haiden to be unable to form words properly anymore, and his jaws just thrashed around as each head half glared at Felix with its respective eye. Much better, Felix said shortly, before dashing back off. If there were any two words that could sum up Haiden's thoughts right now, they would be, why me? Raisin stood in his room, lost in thought when he heard a knock on the door. Raisin-sama, we have just received word that there are intruders in Base 63, Derek said as he entered the private chambers. 3 of them, and one of them is Konoha's Godame Hokage, and the 2 others are on his level. Zurue and Haiden have already engaged them. Have the border seals in that base taken down? Just for 10 seconds, Raisin replied. Sir, for what reason are you asking me to do so? I intend to deal with this one myself. We have already lost the resources from one base, the one Drachmas raided, so I will make absolutely certain that the intruders perish this time. In the meantime, once this is over, I want you to activate Phase 2 of Project Phoenix and no Hanu, Flames of the Phoenix, so be on standby. Yes, of course, sir, Derek said. Zurue charged at Itachi, who drew his katana and activated his Sharingan, and began exchanging blows with the Bloodline Stealer. Sparks flared between their blades, and Itachi quickly materialized a Susanoo arm to try to grab Zurue, but the man was extremely fast, almost at the same level of speed as Guy and Felix, and jumped back, throwing a straight sword at Itachi, who easily moved his head out of the way, but that was a slight distraction for Zurue to close the distance and attempt to lay a hand on Itachi to steal his Sharingan. Time moved slowly for an instant as Itachi once again moved to the side, causing Zurue's fingers to brush his ponytail, which was not skin contact, and failed to transfer Itachi's bloodline to Zurue. Zurue then smirked and yanked on what seemed to be air before Itachi realized it was a cable of ninja wire, and he quickly deduced that it was a retractable cord attached to the handle of the sword and the bracer Zurue wore. He ducked neatly under the returning blade, and moved again to avoid the katana as Zurue threw it, followed by catching his straight sword and throwing it at the fast-moving Uchiha. He's keeping a good amount of pressure on me. And with Jiraiya handling some of the foot soldiers, I can't expect any help until Felix gets here, Itachi thought. And just as he thought, Jiraiya was handling the fanatics and the automatons as they exited the underground room to try to back up Zurue. I can't let him touch me, so I think I should use the Susanoo liberally, but I cannot seal him in the Totsuka blade. I need to kill him to allow the dust style he stole to return to Kuratsuchi, as Kushina said it would, so I should use standard Susanoo attacks. Even as Itachi thought it, the skeletal form of his Susanoo appeared, followed by the muscle and flesh of it. Yasaka Magatama, Itachi shouted as his Susanoo threw the deadly beads, and Zurue had to display impressive acrobatics and footwork to avoid the attack, at one point turning his boy in midair to fit between two blades. There! Itachi shouted as he glared at the spot Zurue hung in midair, and Zurue cried out as he was enveloped by Amaterasu. That should take care of him, Itachi said, before Zurue disappeared into a burst of smoke and was replaced by a crumbling boulder. Should have known that it was too easy, Itachi muttered as he turned to see Zurue preparing an attack. Dust-style atomic dismantler jutsu, Zurue shouted, and Itachi hastily made sure his Susanoo was its perfect state to gain as much defense as possible, and not a moment too soon, because Zurue fired the cube of dust-style chakra, and Itachi's Susanoo was enveloped in it, but was luckily strong enough to only be reduced to its skeletal form by the powerful offensive jutsu, though Itachi lost a decent portion of his reserves to defend himself. Zurue was not done, however, as he blazed through some signs. Storm-style laser circus. The pure white beams of chakra slammed into the Susanoo, and one pierced through it and through Itachi's chest, throwing him down the ground with a hole the size of a basketball through his chest. "Aw, damn it, you had to go and die before I could get your Kekii Genkai," Zurue muttered, before he ate his words as Itachi's supposed corpse dissolved into crows, and he hastily dodged as they reformed into Itachi again, who remade his Susanoo to throw the deadly beads again, with Zurue barely avoiding them. "You are a tough guy, aren't you?" Zurue asked in annoyance as he formed some signs. Lightning-style, lighting dragon jutsu. A dragon made of lightning blasted right at Itachi, hitting his Susanoo and making a few cracks, but failing to penetrate. Zurue then noticed too late that Itachi had two shadow clones positioned behind him, and they were forming signs. Earth-style, Earth Flow River. Itachi's first clone shouted, and Zurue found himself carried off balance by the sudden river of mud as the second clone finished his signs and the first started a new set. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The start of the mud river turned into a dragon's head as it fired several balls of mud at Zurue, who was desperately trying to regain his balance. The first Itachi clone finished his second set of hand seals and shouted, "Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu." The small balls of fire emerged and struck the mud balls in the air, igniting them as they sailed at Zurue. "I learned a few tricks from good old Hiruzen in the previous timeline," Itachi thought with a smirk, as Zurue finally managed to use the water-waking technique to regain a modicum of balance and held his blades in a defensive form to try to block the fireballs. But he realized too late that the river had carried him too close to real Itachi, who used a Susanoo arm to grab Zurue, restricting his movement, and was casting a set of hand seals of his own. Wind-style air bullets. Zurue's eyes widened as the wind and flaming mud bullets hit him simultaneously, the wind causing the flames to flare up and completely engulf the screaming Zurue. As the flaming corpse was deposited, Itachi released his Susanoo, though he did not drop his guard. "Did I see that right?" Jiraiya asked as he landed next to Itachi, apparently having already taken care of the mooks and automatons. "Did you just use wind style, when I know you were already capable of the other four elements?" "Yes, I have recently gotten a handle on the fifth element," Itachi said, trying not to sound too pleased with himself. "You should know that it is possible to use all five elements without a Kekii Genkai with enough work. After all, your teacher was one of them, and my Sharingan was a valuable training tool that he never had." "Well, yeah, but he never managed it until his early 40s. You were still in your early 20s, even considering the time travel thing in your Sharingan. That's just amazing. I guess they didn't call you a genius for nothing," Jiraiya said, genuinely impressed. Itachi was about to respond when they heard strange bubbling noises coming from Zurue's corpse as the seal on his chest started to distort slightly. "What's happening?" Itachi asked, as the three circles grew into three-dimensional shapes, the designs that represented the bloodlines they held turning white, and within seconds, there were three black and vaguely humanoid shapes, one of which had no white design on its chest area, and held black blades that resembled Zurue's swords, while the other two were unarmed and had a white design on their chests. One had one for dust style, and the other had one for storm style. Zurue's body had disappeared, apparently having fed into these wraiths. "What the hell?" Jiraiya asked. Is this the other feature of the seal that Minato and Kushina could not figure out? Well, they were right that it activates upon the bearer's death. That's for sure. And if I had to guess, because Zurue had 2 stolen bloodlines, 2 of these things has one of them, and the remaining one is left with a default of Zurue's abilities. Itachi mused. Said default dashed at Itachi and started swinging its swords with every bit as much skill as the original Zurue, and Itachi started backing up, while the Phantom with the Storm Style started to cast signs, and several tendrils of Storm Style chakra emerged to assault Jiraiya, who Hirashined away, and then back after the assault ended, and leapt at the Dust Style Wraith, which had been preparing a cylinder of chakra, but was struck down by Jiraiya's Rasengan, which grew to giant size in time, to hit the Wraith before it could fire, and the being faded away, with the design of Dust Style hanging in the air for a brief moment, and then that turned into a mote of light that headed in the general direction of IWA. Itachi kicked the default one away, and before the Storm Style one could attempt to attack Itachi, Felix impaled it from behind, and it faded out of existence, leaving the Storm Style design behind, which hung in the air, but instead of turning into a small mote like the Dust Style one and heading in another direction, it simply faded. Sorry I'm late to the party, but apparently you guys started without me, Felix said. They started actually, Itachi said. But guys, is it just me? Or is that final thing starting to become less featureless? Jiraiya asked. Itachi and Felix both looked as the last Wraith started to look more and more like the original Zurue. Not wanting to see what would happen if the Wraith was left alone too long, Itachi glared with his right eye. But just before Amaterasu could spring up, the Wraith was yanked back by some invisible force, and an armored man who stepped out of a break in the air and stood impassively as the Wraith flew past him. How did he get in this area? Itachi asked. Weren't there barriers preventing access with space-time jutsus? They just took them down, Felix said after felling around with Sage Mode for a second. And now they are back up, so they must have let him in, but only that. Zurue, the armored man, said to the Wraith, just as a bit of black chakra emerged from the Wraith, leaving behind an exhausted-looking Zue to the shock of the 3 intruders. Sorry, Raisin-sama, I was unable to beat them. And to top it off, I lost the bloodlines I took. Zurue panted as it was sure enough shown that the 3 circles on the seal on his chest were now empty. If it weren't for Derek's addition to the seal, I would be dead right now. There is no blame for you to have lost. You were up against formidable adversaries, the man called Raisin said, even as Felix stiffened from hearing the name. Go. I will deal with these people myself. Yes, sir, Zurue said as he dashed off. Hold on a second, Jiraiya shouted, throwing a Hiraishin kunai at the retreating man, only for the kunai to be knocked out of the air by some invisible force before it had gone 10 feet. The armored man flared his killing intent, and all 3 of his adversaries felt a great deal of pressure from it, like the being that created the universe was expressing thoughts of unmaking the 3, and they could sense it. They almost froze under the pressure, but they managed to throw off the terrifying effects before it could make them pause for too long, but it still unnerved them. Who are you? Jiraiya asked as he pulled out a Hiraishin kunai. The man looked at them, revealing his Sharingan eyes, and said, My name is Raisin Jinshukwayatsuri. To you, though, all that matters is that I will be your destroyer. Drachmus stepped back into the base from the dimension door he had opened, and found Janice waiting for him with her arms crossed. There you are, she said. Good thing for you that Derek was apparently taking his time. What's going on? Drachmus asked, a little apprehensively, knowing that something that he was not going to like was in the works. Derek was scheduled to activate this sometime today, she said, throwing the file to Drachmus, who caught it and started looking it over. His eyes narrowed as he started to recognize the sort of designs the seal on the file, and when he saw the size, his eyes widened. This is... Exactly, Janice said. That is a seal that prevents any type of space-time travel outside of its borders. A seal that size would have an area of effect that would encompass the entire dimension, and it also has the feature of preventing the use of the dimension door jutsu within its boundaries, though other space-time jutsus would still work, so long as it did not try to leave this dimension. But once Derek activates that seal, no one will be able to get in or out of this dimension, Drachmus finished. Chapter 101 Outclassed. Raisin and the 3 heroes stared at each other intently for what seemed like hours, though in reality it was only about 30 seconds, and then Itachi's hand dived into his shuriken and kunai pouch, and he pulled out several of the former, channeling wind chakra into them before he launched them at Raisin, the wind chakra extending the range of the deadly blades. Raisin did not even bother to move as the shuriken moved at him, and the deadly tools looked laughably ineffective as they simply clanged off his armor, leaving not so much as a scratch behind. Is that all you plan to do? Raisin asked in a bored tone. Not a scratch. Itachi muttered. Well, Naruto went toe-to-toe with one of this guy's shadow clones, and it took potent Rasengan techniques to even damage his armor. So, Jiraiya said as a Rasen grenade formed in his hand. This will use up the last of my current reserves of Sage Chakra, but we need to get this guy out of his armor, Jiraiya thought before he launched the two-element Rasengan. Not bad, but not bad is not good enough. Not by a long shot, Rasen said as he extended a hand and started to turn as the Rasen grenade moved off course to pass by him, then started to curve. Gravity Art Slingshot Effect, Rasen shouted, keeping his extended hand pointed at the jutsu as he spun, until the Rasen grenade had made a full circle and was sent back at Rasen's three shocked opponents at a higher speed than it had been initially launched. There was a big explosion as the Rasen grenade went off, and the three opponents were momentarily obscured from view before Rasen casually stepped to the side, just avoiding a falling Felix, as the Yashoryu had just attempted an attack from above, and Elemental Infinity sank into the ground where Rasen had just been standing a second ago. Always adaptable, Felix took the chance to activate the Dragon Ruler of all elements jutsu. The ground erupted, taking all four fighters up with it, and Rasen easily stayed on his feet, not allowing himself to lose his balance. The wind head of the dragon looked on the armored figure on its back before it roared and sent a blast of wind chakra at Rasen, who extended his hand and used a burst of gravity to repel the attack and blast away the head of the wind dragon. Felix got back to his feet and began a swift assault, striking out with Elemental Infinity, counting on the blade's almost impossibly sharp edge that could cut through virtually anything. His strikes were incredibly fast. Even Itachi with his Sharingan was having problems tracing all of the strikes, and the movements were flawless, not a single move telegraphed more than a minimal amount. It was laughably easy for Rasen to avoid, however. He was simply moving aside from every single one of Felix's strikes with no visible effort, even when Felix made the dragon whose back they were standing on move suddenly in an attempt to break his foe's concentration. What really caught Itachi's interest, though, was how close each blow was to hitting, and he realized that Rasen was not dodging by any more than was absolutely necessary. Elemental Infinity's blade passed by Rasen by less than a centimeter every single time it was swung, and Felix noticed too. That level of skill in dodging, to be able to avoid wasting energy so efficiently, and to make the opponent think that they were so close, a tactic clearly designed to frustrate and make the opponent make mistakes. It was an almost unattainable level, which scared Felix. But Felix intended to take advantage of Rasen's taking him lightly. Twisting his features into a scowl to try to make Rasen think he was getting frustrated, he thrust his sword forward again. And as predicted, Rasen barely moved his head, and Elemental Infinity passed by again, almost touching the cheek of Rasen's helmet. Felix smirked as the foot he had started to step forward within his thrust moved to the side in midair and planted itself into the ground nearby to give Felix momentum to reverse his blade's direction and slash to the side to try to cut Rasen's head in half, adding wind chakra to extend his reach. Before it could work, his midsection exploded in agony and he was thrown back, choking up blood. Rasen had ducked under the blade and the chakra extension, and before Felix could process this, he had gotten inside Felix's reach and slammed his armored fist into Felix's torso, breaking ribs and partially crushing a few organs. Due to losing concentration, Felix's dragon ruler of all elements dissolved, and Rasen landed neatly on the ground. Felix flew through the air and slammed painfully against a tree. Jiraiya and Itachi also landed, and Jiraiya could only stare in shock at Felix's prone form. No way. He just took down Felix like it was nothing, Jiraiya said, and with a single punch. The only one with that kind of strength is Tsunade, and maybe Sakura, but the easy land of the blow was Amaterasu, Itachi said as he glared at Rasen, hoping that Rasen would not expect the attack while Jiraiya was talking. Thankfully, the black flames flared up and engulfed Rasen, but Itachi doubted that it was that easy. Sure enough, the flames were then suddenly sucked into 3 fist-sized black spheres that were perfectly round and seemed to be sucking the very air into them. Burakuru, they heard Rasen say, which was clearly the name of his jutsu. Black holes. Itachi mused as he watched the 3 spheres pull large rocks from the ground and said rocks vanished into the spheres. He had read of the theory of infinitely dense masses that had such immense gravity that the very light was sucked into them, even though said theory was dismissed by most scholars. Itachi could tell that the black voids were not merely chakra masses, since he could not see the chakra in all but the center of the spheres, which were incredibly small. What was that, Itachi? Jiraiya asked in hesitation as he heard what Itachi had said. Jiraiya, whatever happens, you have to avoid those spheres, Itachi said. They will pull in everything in their path. Seems you already know a thing or two about black holes, don't you? Rasen asked in an amused tone. Well, let's see how you handle them. With that, the 3 small black holes dashed right at Jiraiya and Itachi activated his Susanoo, and jumped to the side. As one of the holes passed by where he had been, he felt its inexorable pull try to drag him to it, and his Susanoo aura cracked. Several pieces of the red chakra flaked off the main body and flowed towards the hole, stretching towards it as they went. But Itachi had managed to get far enough away that the pull on him was weak, and he escaped it, throwing several Isaka Magatama beads at Raisin with his Susanoo to try to interrupt his concentration. Jiraiya had also jumped away from the attack, but he had 2 of the 3 voids after him, and he did not get enough momentum to escape and was forced to Hiraishin away. Raisin, meanwhile, extended his hand towards the Isaka beads and dispersed them with a blast of gravity, and Itachi found the 3 voids reverse course to go after him again, and he realized that he would not be able to get away, but then felt a hand on his shoulder and then the sensation of being Hiraishined away, and he found himself among the rubble of the parts of the base Jiraiya had destroyed. I think we both know that we're going nowhere fast, Jiraiya said as he took a moment to seat himself, and Itachi realized that he was gathering natural energy again. Yes, but how are we going to fight this man? Itachi asked. With the ease he took out Felix, who is arguably the strongest of us. We will need to go in with a plan. Jiraiya did not respond, not until his eyes gained the pigment about 30 seconds later, and he bit his thumb and wove some signs. Summoning Jutsu, Jiraiya shouted, slapping his palm down. There was a burst of smoke, followed by nothing. Both Itachi and Jiraiya's sweat dropped, and Itachi said, I think you just forgot about the space-time barriers that keep us from crossing their boundaries with Jutsu in that category. Tell me something I don't know, Jiraiya grumbled. Okay, so, I guess that leaves out the tactic I was planning on using. Jiraiya, where the hell are you? Shima shouted from somewhere in the woods, wielding her frying pan as she whipped around, searching for said summoner. How many times does this make it now that a toad summoner interrupted me while I was making dinner? For the love of Kami woman, why is it that you are always making dinner when we are summoned? Fukusaku demanded. It could be 5 in the morning, and if we were going to be summoned in a few minutes, where are you? Easy. You are making dinner 12 hours too early for it. That tirade was probably not very wise due to the appliance Shima was holding at the time, and Fukusaku found himself doing some involuntary dodging training that Tsunade might have put Sakura through. Felix groaned in pain as he held his glowing left hand over the spot Raisin had hit him, healing the worst of the damage. Well, with all of the gravity manipulation he has used, it is now almost indisputable that he is a Jinshu Koyatsuri, and I'm sure that I can prove to the Elder Dimension Council with my memories that they need to do something about this. That alone makes the trip here worth it. But we have to escape first. I can't believe he got the jump on me that easy. I need to avoid close combat with him at all costs. Felix mused as his ribs set back into place and his internal bleeding stopped. Okay, that's the worst of my damage, so now I need a battle plan. Now, where are Jiraiya and Itachi? There you are, Raisin's voice said from above Jiraiya and Itachi as they were busy discussing tactics, and he used a burst of gravity to slam them both into the ground, only for them both to dissolve into crows, proving to be an Itachi illusion. The levitating Raisin narrowed his Sharingan eyes as he saw that Jiraiya and Itachi were both underground due to his ability to see chakra. But before he could capitalize on this knowledge, a shadow clone of Itachi formed from the crows and held up a Hiraishin kunai, allowing several Jiraiya clones that had hidden themselves around the debris to flash to the kunai and leap at Raisin with Raisingans formed. Huh! Raisin shouted as he used another burst of gravity to repel the clones and knocked the Itachi clone away. Is that all you got? In answer, Itachi burst from the ground and with his katana enhanced by lighting chakra, he leapt at Raisin, slashing at him. Raisin easily caught the blade, and for a brief moment their eyes met. That was enough for what Itachi had in mind. Tsukuyami, Itachi said, and Raisin found himself with all 4 of his limbs encased in pillars of molten rock in Itachi's Jinjutsu world. Not bad, Raisin admitted as Itachi appeared before him with a cruelly jagged spear, and then Itachi split into countless identical copies that surrounded Raisin. It is certainly stronger than Madara's use of the technique, but it is useless. Before Itachi knew what was happening, he felt the Jinjutsu world shatter as Raisin managed to will himself out. In the real world, Itachi fell, panting, weakened for the moment, while Raisin raised his fist to smash an Itachi's skull. But Itachi was just barely able to form a Susanoo arm to grab Raisin, pinning his arms to his sides. Itachi then tried to use the arm to smash Raisin headfirst into the ground, not willing to give the Jinshu Koyatsuri to recover. But the problem was, Raisin did not need time to recover. With a mild grunt of exertion, Raisin shattered the Susanoo hand and hit Itachi with another burst of gravity, throwing the Uchiha back and slamming him hard against a boulder. Raisin righted himself as he landed, but saw that 3 of Jiraiya's shadow clones were charging him with Raisingans, all of which rapidly expanded. Sage Art Giant Raisingan Triple Wedge. Raisin's eyes narrowed as the attacks struck him from 3 different angles, and Jiraiya felt satisfied that he had successfully caught Raisin in his attack. That satisfaction turned into horror when he realized that Raisin was literally holding all 3 giant Raisingans at bay, one in each of his hands, and the third with a foot. Not bad. This would suffice against a much lesser foe, but I am way beyond this level. Oh, we're not done yet. Jiraiya grinned as the real Jiraiya leapt above the wedge and threw down a giant raisin grenade. Kaboom! Good God, this is going to be intense. Felix muttered as he raced to the scene of the blast. I just hope that Jiraiya and Itachi are holding their own. 3 more black holes hovered above Raisin and sucked in the last traces of the explosion from the raisin grenade. You certainly have powerful jutsu at your disposal, but it is futile against me. My only equal in my first lifetime when I reached my peak then was Zion Rikudo. Raisin lectured as his black holes dispersed. And I'm stronger now than I was then. Though I will not use any skills I acquired after that fight, I simply do not need to. Instead, I will give you an idea of just what Zion had to contend with. He flew up into the air, levitating with his gravity manipulation, and he started casting hand seals. But what shocked both Itachi and Jiraiya was that he was casting one-handed seals, one set with one hand and another with the other. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. Lightning-style Lightning Dragon Jutsu. The water vapor in the air gathered into a large dragon, and it was simultaneously charged with a great deal of lighting chakra. He can cast 2 elemental jutsu simultaneously? Jiraiya asked as he and Itachi dodged the gigantic charged water dragon, though a few drops of water still managed to get on them, giving them numbing shocks. And that is not all, Raisin shouted, already putting his hands to work on another set of separate seals. Fire-style Fire Dragon Jutsu. Wind-style Air Dragon Jutsu. This time, a massive fire dragon formed, and the flames were quite violent as the beast roared and charged Jiraiya and Itachi. Again, they dodged, but the flames spread at them so fast, Jiraiya needed to Hiraishin away, and Itachi needed to use Susanoo to defend himself. Jiraiya, Itachi, said the moment they were side by side again, as Raisin was casting more seals. I know, this is very bad, Jiraiya said as he prepared for Raisin's next move. And I only have about another minute of Sage Mode now. Lightning-style Shock Goblin Unit, Raisin said as he finished one set of seals. Earth-style, Jiraiya's and Itachi's eyes widened as the fact that Raisin just said the one element he hadn't used yet, meaning that he had access to all 5 elements. Goliath Soldier. With that, a 50-foot-tall stone warrior in knight's armor and 15 3-foot-tall creatures made of lightning and wielding lances sprung up. Okay, this guy is good. Very good, Jiraiya said, drawing a Hiraishin kunai. We may be outclassed here. Just before the fight restarted, Felix landed among the party and asked, sorry if I'm a little late, what did I miss? Oh, not much. Apparently our opponent can use all 5 elements, cast 2 jutsu at the same time, and he can create black holes that will absorb all in their path, including our attacks, Jiraiya said in a deadpan. So there is no pressure. How about you? Well, I healed the worst of my wounds, so I should be good to go for a little while. Did you say this guy uses all 5 elements? Felix asked. Why is my Kekiai Jinkai suddenly feeling less significant? Before the issue could be discussed any further, the lightning goblins charged, and Jiraiya leapt at them, shouting, Giant Raisingan. The gigantic ball of chakra should have hit at least 7 of the goblins, but they turned out to be surprisingly agile, and he only hit 3 of them, dispersing the electricity and running out of sage chakra in the process. The other 12 tried to capitalize, but 2 of them got cut in half by a gale/launched by Felix, giving Jiraiya the chance to jump away from the rest, and Itachi took his place, forming his Susanoo. The remaining 10 struck at the Susanoo, packing just enough of a punch to create small cracks on the skeletal being, but once Itachi formed the flesh, he found it easy to take out 6 of them in quick succession. Meanwhile, the Goliath warrior drew its gigantic stone sword and took a kite shield off of its back, and it swung down at Itachi's Susanoo, but Itachi smirked as his Susanoo erupted, going into its final stage, and being about as tall as Madara's final Susanoo. Now settle, Itachi shouted, and the Susanoo reshaped itself into a giant samurai warrior that looked almost exactly the same as Madara's, with only 2 notable differences, the first being obviously the red color, and the second being the mask that was its face. While Madara's perfect Susanoo had the mask of a Tengu, Itachi's had a Shishigashira design. The Goliath warrior's sword snapped against the leg of the Susanoo, and was then kicked away by said leg, in pieces. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had re-entered Sage Mode by taking an older leaf out of Naruto's book by dispelling a shadow clone, and had dealt with the remaining 4 lightning goblins, while Felix was pursuing Raisin, sending thundering gale slashes at him, but not landing any hits. Itachi's perfect sought to rectify that, and it drew one of its swords, and in both hands swung the gigantic blade down at Raisin, who looked up in time to see the weapon descend upon him. There was a monumental crash as the blade struck the ground hard enough to shake the earth for about a mile around, and huge boulders were flung up into the air. "Well done," Felix shouted, giving Itachi a thumbs up for his effort. "No, not yet," Itachi said, and before Felix could inquire, enough dust cleared for everyone to see that Raisin was still standing in the middle of the crater, literally holding the chakra blade at bay with his hands clapped together with the sword between them. That shouldn't be possible," Jiraiya said, pointing at the armor-clad man, almost effortlessly keeping himself from getting cut down crushed by the perfect Susanoo blade. Tsunade said that the perfect Susanoo had enough power to cut mountains. What the hell is happening? With a grunt, Raisin blasted the Susanoo away with an intense burst of gravity, causing it to fly backwards with Itachi still in it, and it fell to the ground with an almighty crash. "Easy to explain," Raisin said as he rose into the air, crossing his arms. "Not only is my brute strength on the same level as the Sanin's, I also used gravity to repel the brunt of that attack from me. Both factors were enough to stop Itachi's attack from harming me." Felix and Jiraiya both grit their teeth and prepared for another round, but then they felt unbearably heavy, and they both went down. "What the dash?" Felix demanded as he strained to rise, but it was futile. "Why can't we move?" Itachi was having similar problems as he was forced out of his Susanoo and was pressed hard into the ground. "Gravity. He is holding us down with gravity," Itachi said, similarly struggling to get to his feet. "Bingo," Raisin said as he unsealed 3 of the oversized claymores he used in combat against Naruto. "But it is too late for that realization to help you. Now die," he shouted as a claymore was sent at each of the 3 fighters, Raisin easily controlling their trajectory with gravity manipulation. Desperately, Jiraiya sent out a burst of chakra, like he was trying to dispel a genjutsu, and to his surprise, he felt the pressure lift. Not wasting a moment, he flashed to Itachi, then Felix, getting them all out of the path of the deadly missiles, which each hit the ground with enough force to create deep craters where they struck. "Guys, if he traps you like that again, you can disrupt his control of the gravity around you with a burst of chakra, just like dispelling a genjutsu." "Huh, you're one of the few who ever caught on quickly enough to escape with your life intact," Raisin applauded. "But you're really only just beginning to see what I am capable of." As he spoke, Raisin went higher up into the air until he was about 50 feet above all of them. "Here's another sample of what I can do." There was a huge burst of smoke, large enough to momentarily blot out the sky, and as it cleared, there was still very little sunlight touching the ground, and Jiraiya felt his grip on his Hiraishin kunai loosen as it fell to the ground. "Okay, we're seriously out of our depth here," Jiraiya said. Neither Itachi or Felix responded, both settling for shivering in absolute terror at what Raisin had just unsealed. There were hundreds, no, thousands of those claymores floating in the air around Raisin, and he simply looked disdainfully at his 3 opponents from above. This move here was more than enough to trouble even Zion, and he lost many of his animal path summons to it when we fought. "Let's see how you 3 fare." Gravity Art Endless Descending Blade Graveyard. With that, the countless great swords fell, shattering the ground where they hit. Jiraiya immediately sprang into action and started abusing Hiraishin to move Itachi and Felix, constantly moving to avoid the falling rain of death, hoping that he did not transport them directly underneath when it was too close to avoid. Even so, they had a very close call where Itachi had to form his Susanoo just to redirect 1 claymore, just enough so that the blade only gave Felix a deep gash in his arm, rather than impaling all 3 of them. Not only that, but wherever they flashed to, there were enough small rocks flying through the air to thoroughly cut the trio wherever they went. Under normal circumstances, Jiraiya would have simply teleported away from the fight altogether, but he knew that the border of the blade rain well extended past the boundaries of the innermost space-time barrier, so anywhere he could go was under the threat of being hit by one of the blades. A fair distance from the one-sided battle, Zetsu emerged from the ground, gazing intently at the fight. "That was too close," White Zetsu commented. "If that had been unleashed on those 3, but a few seconds sooner, we would have been caught in it as well." "Fool, did you really think anyone that Madara-sama is wary of wouldn't have anything up his sleeve that would put our lives in danger?" Black Zetsu said. "He did send us to gather intel on him, for a reason, you know." "Do you think that Madara-sama is a little bit worried?" White asked. "Of course he is. Not a single one of the contingency plans he had before he died covered what to do if someone who is quite possibly stronger than he is began meddling. Do you really think that Raisin may be stronger than our master?" "It's worse than that," Madara's voice said in their heads as he made it known that he was watching through them the whole time. "After what I am seeing, even if I were alive and had both of my eyes, I am not certain that I would stand a chance of beating this man. I am now beginning to believe that he really has fought the Rakuto Sannin. Oof, Jiraiya grunted as he pushed a slab of rock off of himself and his two companions. That was definitely one of the nastiest things we ever had to endure. If it weren't for Hiraishin, we'd all be dead at least 1,000 times over from that. And to top it off, I am running very low on chakra after having to use that jutsu so many times in such quick succession, Jiraiya panted. Sure enough, he was out of sage mode, and he did not look like he would be up for any serious fighting anytime soon. Of course, he wasn't the only one in rough shape. All three of them sported some deep cuts from where rocks flung up by the enormously heavy blades that struck them. On the bright side, it looks like Raisin has yet to figure out where we are now, Felix said as he worked with his medical ninjutsu to try to restore as much of Jiraiya's strength as possible. But the odds of us slipping away are slim. He can fly after all, and with his Sharingan he can see our chakra, so we may still be sunk. Damn it, if only we had some sort of plan. Itachi snarled as he punched the ground in rage. Maybe, if I could nail him with a final Rasengan. Felix said, I can throw it now, but I have to be sure it will hit Raisin, but the odds of that are practically zero. Jiraiya boy, a familiar Vochi shouted, and they turned to see Fukusaku and Shima hop to their position. Ma, Pa, am I ever glad to see you too? Jiraiya said, I tried to summon you both earlier, but this stupid barrier prevented you from showing up. It works specifically on space-time ninjutsu. Come to that. How are you both even here if I couldn't summon you? Odds are it took them to the border of the outermost barrier, as close as they could come, Felix said. Well, that explains why we had to hoof it all the way here, but luckily, you were like a beacon when we could sense your sage chakra, and even when you didn't have sage mode, we still had the general direction of where we last sensed it. Well, that is good to hear, and the best part is, I now have an idea on how we can win this. Jiraiya said, Itachi, we don't have too much time to explain, so if you would. Itachi nodded, and after making sure everyone had eye contact, said, Tsukuyami. Raisin's gaze swept the heavily damaged earth as he flew above it, looking intently for any sign of his errant foes, before he saw 5 chakra signatures. There you are, Raisin said, not even bothering to wonder about the 2 extra signatures, correctly figuring that it was most likely 2 of Jiraiya summons that has found their way to him after being halted by the barrier. Remember, Felix, I just need you to hold them off for a couple minutes at most, Jiraiya said to Felix, and both Toad Sages jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Raisin then started to hear the sounds of the 2 amphibians doing their frog song, Jinjutsu. Is futile, Raisin said. Such a Jinjutsu will never hold me, even if you manage to catch me in it. Yeah, well, we won't know until we try, will we? Felix shouted as he leapt to right in front of where Raisin landed. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Felix shouted, and 2 identical copies of himself sprang up. Elemental style, Dragon Ruler of all elements. All 3 of them shouted, and Raisin leapt back to get some distance as all 3 gigantic dragons sprang up. I am not here to play games, Raisin said, skidding back and using his gravity powers to pull 2 of the claymores in the ground out of it into his hands. The 12-foot-long blades were easily handled by the man as he once again flew into the air. Who says this is a game? Felix shouted as his dragon fired a ball of wind chakra, and the 2 each fired a fire and earth ball, all 3 elemental balls merging in midair as they raced at Raisin, who simply stayed in place in the air and let the blazing ball of earth strike him. But Felix knew he would not be even stunned. Sure enough, the entirety of the attack disappeared in several black holes that Raisin made, all 10 of them orbiting his body. To me, this is a mere game, Raisin said as he blasted aside one of the dragons with a burst of gravity and sent 3 black holes at another. The artificial dragon roared as much of its matter was torn away and pulled into the voids. Raisin turned to the last dragon with the original Felix, who began sending thundering gale slashes at Raisin again. But to his horror, he found that just about any attack he sent at Raisin was simply absorbed into the black holes he had around him. Raisin flew right at Felix at a high speed, and he sent 4 more of the holes at Felix. Felix leapt back and found himself being pulled towards the holes as they consumed the top part of his dragon. Desperately, he used a potent wind jutsu to try to propel himself away from the voids, but it was not enough. He was felt a few strips of cloth here away from his outfit and fly toward the spheres and get sucked right in, and Felix only had one thing left to try. He opened a dimension door between himself and the voids, so they pulled him right into the doorway and right behind Raisin. He sighed in relief as Raisin turned around and said, not a bad gambit. One of the few ways to escape the pull of this jutsu is with a space-time one. But how often can you repeat the feat if I had black holes on either side of you to prevent you from being able to go either way into the rift? Felix started to sweat as Raisin made 20 more black holes. Just so you know, I can make even more of these than what you are seeing, Raisin said as he walked towards Felix, the holes floating behind him. About 40 was my max during my battle with Zion, but over the past millennia and a half, I can now make over 100 at once, though I freely admit that even I can't maintain that for long. The frog's song continued, but Raisin ignored it, confident he could easily escape if caught in it. Felix immediately started casting hand seals. Wind-style dust storm jutsu. The jutsu blasted into the ground, obscuring Raisin's point of view, except for the fact that he had the Sharingan, so was prepared to find Felix, who created 30 shadow clones, though the efforts seemed to wind him. The clones scattered, and Raisin began systematically sending the holes at them, and dispelling them with ease, right up until he felt a set of hands grab his legs. Earth-style headhunter jutsu. Raisin was pulled down into the earth to his head, and Felix burst from it. You should have kept at least one of the voids nearby, Felix shouted. Fire-style fire dragon jutsu. Unfortunately, Raisin easily freed himself from the ground and dispersed the dragon with an extended hand. Felix now, Jiraiya's voice shouted, and Felix sighed with relief and threw one of the Sanin's kunai at Raisin, who drew a fist back to attack said Sanin the moment he appeared. To Raisin's surprise, it was a shadow clone of Jiraiya, holding onto Itachi, who caught Raisin's gaze and said, Tsukuyami. At that same moment, the frog song took effect, and Raisin found himself in the watery cube, which was further contained inside of Itachi's Jinjutsu world. I see. You perfectly timed the casting of both Jinjutsu to double layer them. Raisin mused as he strained his mind to break out, but he found out quickly that any cracks in his surroundings were quickly closed. It worked. I can't believe that we were able to time that so perfectly on our first try, Jiraiya said outside of the Jinjutsu. Itachi did not respond, due to maintaining the Jinjutsu, since some element of the double layer kept him from manipulating time inside of it. But it seemed to do the job of holding Raisin in place. If it hadn't, we would be dead, Felix said as he formed the final Rasengan at the tip of his blade. Raisin widened his eyes as he struggled to free himself, but the Jinjutsu held. Not so arrogant now, are you? Felix demanded as he launched the jutsu at Raisin with a single swing of elemental infinity. Raisin was caught in the jutsu and launched away, screaming in pain, and then it expanded, completely vaporizing the man, and Itachi, Jiraiya, and Felix dove to the ground as the shockwave of the jutsu washed over them. After it ended, Jiraiya rose to his feet, followed by the other two, and he started laughing. I can't believe it. We beat him. The other two could not help but join in, but then they suddenly felt a crushing, killing intent that was all too familiar. No, unfortunately for you, that was just a shadow clone. There was another blast of gravity, and all three of the party were thrown back by it, Felix dropping elemental infinity as he slammed into a rock, creating an indent in it that propped him upright. Raisin landed and used his gravity manipulation to pull the elemental infinity to him and caught it, walking up to Felix. It always amuses me how my foes think that I'm so arrogant that I get careless, and they think that capitalizing on that is their only chance to win. Felix tried to move, but felt himself held to the rock with gravity, so he used chakra to try to release himself, but it was too late. But in reality, you had no chance against me whatsoever. Raisin reprimanded his foes as he plunged elemental infinity through Felix's heart. One down. Chapter 102, Full Circle 1. Derek strode into the giant underground chamber, and after about an hour of walking, came to the center of the ceiling matrix that took up the entirety of the chamber. Time to end all traffic to and from this dimension, he said, activating the seal. Felix, Itachi shouted as he rose, and once again, black flames wreathed Raisin, only to be sucked into a black hole Raisin conjured. Felix choked up blood and tried to spit some in Raisin's eye holes, but the Jinchukui Itsuri simply turned his head to the side. Ugh, damn it, Jiraiya shouted as he rose. Jiraiya, are you injured? Shima asked him. Forget about me, Jiraiya growled. Felix is mortally injured. Raisin began to cruelly twist the blade and said, this blade once took my life. It was a sword that Zion was master of during one point in its existence, but he left it back in the hands of the Yashoryu clan before he left the Elder Dimension to face the Juubi. And before him, it was my wife Alexis who used it before she died by my sister's hand. Perhaps I should take it for myself once you are dash. Before Raisin could get any further, he was blasted backward by a burst of pure elemental chakra, and he grunted as he skidded. Elemental infinity glowed as it rose out of Felix's flesh on its own, and Felix's wound healed as the blade left it. Felix grabbed the sword and said to Raisin, it is impossible to kill the chosen wielder of elemental infinity with it. It will simply backfire on the thief and heal any injuries it inflicts upon the wielder. Not that it happens often, since you need to use all 5 elements just to hold it, but you should know that if it is a part of your history. I see, Raisin said as he got up. In that case, the sword is of no use to me. He blasted Felix back with gravity again, and used a pull of gravity to yank elemental infinity from Felix's grip and into his own once again. He tossed it carelessly to the ground and glanced at his black hole. Itachi dashed up behind Raisin, forming his Susanoo as he went, and he tried to stab Raisin with the Totsuka blade, but the black hole merely moved between Raisin and the chakra blade, causing it to be absorbed into the void, and the hole blasted through the Susanoo and ripped through Itachi, causing his legs to fall to the ground, separately, along with his head, the rest of him missing entirely. Said body parts, 10 dissolved into crows, and Itachi reformed a few feet away. Jiraiya leapt at Raisin, throwing another Raisin grenade, but was blocked by the black hole again, only for Jiraiya to smirk as he flashed to a kunai on Raisin's other side, and Felix forced himself to his feet and cast a few hand seals. Sage Art Dragon Flash, he shouted as a white beam emerged from his mouth, and it exploded in a violent flash, temporarily blinding Raisin. Felix then dove for his sword, but Raisin had closed his eyes and moved to Felix's position, kicking him hard in the gut, making him choke up blood again as he was thrown back. Jiraiya threw yet another Raisin grenade, hoping to catch Raisin off guard, but once again, Raisin sensed it coming and blocked with his black hole again. Jiraiya was forced to Hiraishin away lest he become the sphere's next target. Now free of distractions, Raisin turned his recovered gaze upon elemental infinity. The blade was pulled to the black hole, but it did not distort or shrink. Instead, it resisted the pressure entirely. Strong blade, Raisin complimented. But can it resist this? Quasar. There was a bright flash of light as the black hole glowed, and Raisin kept all of the energy of the blast focused entirely on the blade. Then there was a multicolored flash of energy and a loud screeching. The shockwave of this most recent flash forced Jiraiya, Itachi, and Felix flat to the ground to avoid being blown away. When it was over, Felix opened his eyes and looked in horror at the sight that was before his eyes. There, laying at Raisin's feet, were the shattered shards of his trusted blade. Raisin held the handle, which still had a few bits of metal from the blade on it. That's not possible, Felix said in horrified awe. Nothing was ever able to put so much as a scratch on elemental infinity. True, it was very sturdy, Raisin said as he casually tossed the handle back to Felix. But even the strongest things have a breaking point, regardless of how they were made, even if Kaguya herself forged them. The trick is as simple as reaching that breaking point. Kaguya? Felix asked. Who's Kaguya? Oh yes, I forgot. Not even the remnants of the clans directly descended from her no longer remember. In fact, I believe that the only written record of her still around is the Sage's Tablet, written by Zion, Raisin mused. She was literally the most powerful human being to ever exist, having directly eaten from the Shinju's fruit. Were I to fight her, then I admit that even my chances against her would have been far less than yours against me. She was so powerful with a thought she could split the earth, create mountains, even fill oceans. The only beings on this earth that could ever rival her was the Shinju itself, and her firstborn son, the Shodame Rakuto Sanin, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, after sealing the majority of the Shinju's being within himself, minus its mind, and during his lifetime, he distributed much of its chakra throughout the dimensions, eventually causing humanity to evolve to harness its power, though the greatest of them were always among Kaguya's descendants. In fact, her bloodline separated into 8 different clans, the Rakuto being the descendants of her firstborn son. And then there are 6 who were born on the same day, each having a path of the Rinnegan, but stronger than what the Rinnegan had for that path. Then there is the Yashoryu clan, descendants of Kaguya's youngest child, who could wield all 5 elements. With a sudden look of understanding, Felix said, Wait, so you are a part of the clan with the Deva path, a Jinchukui Tsuri. Give the man a prize, Raisin said while clapping mockingly. Of course, she was too powerful of an influence in the mortal plane, so she eventually decided to accept an offer to become goddess from the other gods, and left this plane, and her body with the Shinju's mind still sealed in it behind for much greater things, though not before leaving 3 gifts behind for humanity, the 3 great weapons that the Elder Dimension pride themselves for holding. She also gave immortality to an ally who had aided her in obtaining the fruit of the Shinju. That sounds like a major myth if you asked me, Felix said, staggering to his feet, managing to hold the hilt of the ruined weapon in a battle stance, though he knew it was futile. And come to that, just what is the Shinju? The Shinju is none other than Yggdrasil, the god tree, whose power over this world was once absolute, before Kaguya stole its power. As a result, it created a more bestial and more mobile form for itself, though, as a result, it split all of reality into hundreds of smaller dimensions. But it did not care, for it felt that it could pull it all back together after it had destroyed humanity in the Elder Dimension before it evolved due to exposure to its chakra and regained its stolen property. That bestial form. It is the Juubi, isn't it? Felix asked. You got it, Raisin said. Yggdrasil was formerly among the most powerful of the gods, but now its power is scattered all throughout the dimensions, in the hands of a race who is abusing it. And as for how I know how, this is not all just myth. I talked to a being that dated from all those millennia ago. I'd believe me when I tell you that the legends were not exaggerated in the slightest. If anything, I underplayed them. Felix groaned as he backed up, Raisin approaching him. Of course, I am the closest to those legends that you will ever see. He dashed at Felix, who covered himself in a shroud of wind and made a try to dodge, but he was struck in the side by Raisin's fist, knocking him aside. Itachi cast several seals and shouted, "Fire Sly, great fire annihilation." The Inferno raced towards Raisin, with Itachi hoping to have caught him off guard. But to no avail, as Raisin simply extended a hand to the blaze and fully repelled it as he continued to assault Felix, who was taking a beating. Sage Art Frog Song. Fukusaku and Shima shouted as they leapt off of Jiraiya's shoulders and directed sonic screams at Raisin, who paused briefly before blasting them both with a burst of gravity, forcing them to disperse. Raisin walked up to the fallen Yashoryu and unsealed a Gladius. Well, you were strong, but your level was far below the power I expected from your clan after all the others I have known in the past. Alexis would have picked you apart. Time to die. Raisin finished as he raised the blade to impale Felix, who was laying on the ground, unable to move due to the pain he was in. Jiraiya flashed to Felix in an attempt to strike Raisin with a giant Rasengan, but Raisin did not even bother with a gesture to use his gravity manipulation to knock the Sannin to the side. Raisin plunged the blade down, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. Is this it? Is this the end for me? Felix thought as the blade approached his chest. Erica, I'm sorry. It doesn't look like I will be returning home. Felix thought as he seemed to come to terms with his impending death, when he suddenly felt a tug on his chakra, like it was gathering itself for a large jutsu. The tension released in an instant, and Raisin suddenly felt himself get blasted backward by a great and unseen force. What in the? Raisin demanded to nobody in particular as he was thrown back and slammed into an outcropping of rock with a loud, "Oh, f. Ugh, hi." Felix groaned as he looked in the direction of Raisin. What? What was that? Felix asked before he groaned and passed out. Raisin was slightly disorientated for the first time in far longer than he could remember. Before he could recover, Jiraiya was already acting Earth-style swamp of the underworld. Raisin sank into the muck in the span of seconds. Jiraiya then cast several more seals, shouting, Earth-style earth-hardening jutsu. The swamp solidified and hardened to the consistency of diamond. But Jiraiya was not done yet. Fuinjutsu barrier binding. He slapped the seal on the ground, and the seal spread over it, locking the ground in place with a barrier. He straightened up, sweating, but satisfied. No way he's going to get out of that before he suffocates, Jiraiya said, though he was cautious of having caught another shadow clone. He was proven wrong as the ground started to crack around his feet slowly. Damn it, he muttered. He looked around and found the shards of elemental infinity and sealed them in a scroll before beckoning Itachi over and pointing at his eyes. Getting the hint, Itachi said Tsukuyami. In the Jinjutsu world, Jiraiya looked sternly at Itachi and said, I need you to take Felix and run while I hold this guy off for as long as I possibly can. What? Itachi said, that is a suicide mission. I will not leave behind a comrade. Listen to me, Jiraiya said sternly. Just fighting this guy is a suicide mission. I'm not sure that even Naruto or Nagato would have a shot at beating him, even if they both took him. As it stands, all three of us are dead meat, but you go now with Felix, I can give you guys a head start at least. But Itachi started to say, what about you? Are you really willing to die when you just got married and had your children? And what about Naruto? How do you think he will react when you die a second time? When he had hoped that this time you would see him become Hokage. Naruto is tough. He may take it harder this time than he did last time, maybe not, but I have faith that he will come out of this. And at least I saw my kids and had my wedding. You still have yet to have yours, Jiraiya said. So do not get ideas about offering to take my place. You have more to live for than I do. And there's a slim chance that Sasuke would go bad again, or at least get himself killed in a monumentally stupid way to avenge you if you died. Besides, I live a long life as it is, so logically I am just the best choice. Itachi sighed as he saw the truth to Jiraiya's words. There was no denying that he was best suited to sacrifice himself at this point. Very well, I will take Felix and go. Good. When we get out of here, take the scroll. I sealed the pieces of elemental infinity with you. I don't know if there's a way to mend it, but I don't doubt that Felix is willing to try. Itachi nodded and they left the Jinjutsu world, and the Uchiha took the scroll and ran up to the prone Felix, picking him up over his shoulder and dashing off. Jiraiya, meanwhile, stood ready as the ground continued to crack. That was a gravity attack, I'm sure of it, Raisin thought as he strained to free himself from the stone tomb. But how? How could Yashoryu use Jinshukwei Itsuri power? Raisin thought. Then he had a flashback of a woman with green hair and red eyes. Of course, Raisin realized. She must have conceived that time we slept together before I was captured for a year. And she died before she had a chance to tell me something that she meant to. He recalled, feeling a twinge at his heart. That man. He is my descendant. But it does not matter. He is my enemy, and he must perish. He burst from the ground as it finally gave way to his strength and gravity manipulation, and he easily deflected a few of Jiraiya's Hiraishin Kunai. He looked for his other attackers, and found that Jiraiya was the only one left. Ah, a heroic last stand, but you will not last long enough for your friends to make an escape. I won't fall easily, Jiraiya shouted as he cast several seals, and fired a barrage of small fireballs at Raisin, who dispersed them before he dashed straight at Jiraiya, who Hiraishin away, to a spot right behind Raisin where one of his kunai had fallen, and formed a Rasengan with two elements, but instead of a Raisin Grenade, he formed it with earth as a base element, and fire as the second, creating a molten version of the Raisin Mace, which he knew he could not throw, Sage Mode or not, so he would greatly damage his arm if he used it, but he wanted to injure Raisin enough to slow him down if possible. Fire and earth-style burning Raisin Mace. Jiraiya leapt at Raisin's back with all of his speed and strength, not really expecting his desperate attack to work, and sure enough, Raisin whipped around and grabbed Jiraiya's outstretched arm. He unsealed that gladius and thrust it at Jiraiya's face, and Jiraiya Hiraishined again, leaving his jutsu behind to fall apart in a violent explosion. The blast was deafening, but Jiraiya knew that it would not slow Raisin for long. He leapt away from the area, knowing that Raisin would be looking for him, and he thought that he might still be able to slip away. It was then that he felt his right shoulder get impaled by a spike made of solid rock from behind, as it was quickly apparent that Raisin was not even fazed for a moment by the blast that Jiraiya had left behind, and used his gravity manipulation to send the spike at Jiraiya. Jiraiya removed the spike, which fortunately did not hit a tendon he needed to move his arm with, so his right arm was still usable, though moving it would be painful. Raisin flew right at Jiraiya, using his gravity manipulation to propel himself, and Jiraiya drew two Hiraishin Kunai and channeled Earth Chakra into them to increase their strength and durability and began fighting against Raisin and his gladius. But after a few seconds, Raisin got inside Jiraiya's guard and impaled his left thigh. Despite the pain, Jiraiya grit his teeth and thrust one kunai forward, aiming for Raisin's left eye. But Raisin lowered his head enough for the kunai to deflect off of his helmet instead. Raisin pulled his blade free and slashed, opening a deep gash across Jiraiya's gut that fell just about half an inch shy of letting his intestines spill out. I'm going to lose at this rate, Jiraiya thought, though he had already accepted that his defeat was pretty much inevitable. However, he needed to buy Felix and Itachi as much time as possible to escape, and he would be damned if he made sure that his opponent didn't have to lose something to kill him. With that thought, Jiraiya tossed the Hiraishin Kunai aside and flashed to one of them, then the other before Raisin could attack, and then let his hair grow out again. Harry Jizo! Jiraiya shouted as he had his hair wrap around Raisin's leg, and he attempted to trip Raisin up, but Raisin simply used gravity manipulation to make himself too heavy for even a foot to be moved by Jiraiya, and all the Sannin succeeded in doing was making a crick in his own neck. Undeterred, Jiraiya thrust a giant Rasengan forward, using up the last of his Sage Chakra in the process, but Raisin said, enough of this. His left Sharingan turned into its Eternal Mangekyo design, and he used it to turn back time on the Rasengan that Jiraiya had formed 3 seconds ago. As a result, it disappeared, and Jiraiya staggered as he did not get the resistance he was expecting from hitting Raisin with the Rasengan, and before he could recover, he felt an indescribable agony flare in his chest. To his horror, upon looking down, he found that Raisin had forced his left hand literally through his chest and out his back, not even bothering to use the gladius in his right hand to impale him. You never stood a chance of even wounding me, Raisin said to the now dying Toad Sage. You are far too below my level for that. You will die in a matter of seconds, and then I will hunt your friends down long before they can even get close to the Hidden Leaf Village. Even if they try to hide as they move, don't forget, my right Sharingan can see the near future, so I'll be able to see where I will and will not find them as I hint them. Your fight here was in vain. Jiraiya felt blackness overtake his sight, and he was struggling to even breathe. Damn it. Is this really how I am going to die? A second time? At least the first time. I accomplished something, but here, if Itachi and Felix are not able to get away. Jiraiya thought as the darkness overcame him and his heart stopped beating. But only for a few seconds, because Jiraiya once again forced himself back to life, even if it was only for a brief moment. No, I will not give up. Not yet. I still have a promise to make this bastard lose something, and Jiraiya, like Naruto. Flashback. I don't ever run, and I never go back on my word. That's my Nindo, my shinobi way. Naruto boasted his ideal to Jiraiya. In flashback, never break a promise. Jiraiya finished his thought. Time to find this fool's allies, Raisin said as he shifted his arm to try to get Jiraiya's corpse off of it, but the then paused as Jiraiya grabbed his arm with his right hand and caught Raisin's gaze with a hard glare. You're still alive? Raisin asked. With every last iota of chakra he could muster, Jiraiya formed a raisin grenade in his left hand and thrust it at Raisin's face. Don't you know when to quit? Raisin demanded as he used his left eye's ability to once again erase Jiraiya's jutsu. But Jiraiya did not stop the momentum of his hand, sticking his index and middle fingers along with his thumb out as it moved at Raisin's face, and Raisin realized too late what Jiraiya planned. There was a sickening squelch as Jiraiya's fingers stabbed into Raisin's right eye, causing blood to gush from the socket. Jiraiya then squeezed, crushing the eye beyond repair. Oh, you bastard! Raisin shouted as he flew up into the air at a height and speed that gave Jiraiya whiplash, and he then flung Jiraiya off his arm to the hard, unforgiving ground below. Ah, I think that will do for the ending for Jiraiya the Gallant. Take two, Jiraiya thought with a smile as he fell, seemingly in slow motion. Feels awfully similar to the ending of the first one, except that I'm drawing a blank on what to call the final chap. Oh wait, how about the end of the Flying Frog's jump? Not one of my best ones, but it works. Of course, now is where I worried about the sequel's name, but I think that the tale of three gutsy shinobi, Nagato, Minato, and Naruto will do just fine. Sorry, Tsunade, but it looks like I will never see our kids grow up, but hopefully I helped create a world where they could one day live peacefully. With that final thought, Jiraiya died, a split second before his body broke completely on the ground. Nagato sat in his chambers, poring over the scrolls Naruto had given him, basically copies of Naruto's notes from studying the Rinnegan in the Elder Dimension, already gaining a greater knowledge of the art. Then without warning, he felt a presence behind him and placed an ethereal hand on his shoulder. With a small start, he whipped around, but there was nothing there. Finally done, Minato said as he put aside the last paper. Thank Kami for shadow clones, or I would have grown a beard before I finished this. Oh please, you have never been able to grow facial hair. Kushina mocked her husband. Exactly my point, Minato said as he wept anime tears. Paperwork never ends, not without shadow clones. She laughed at him, and he stiffened suddenly and turned around. Sweetie, something wrong? She asked him. Kushina, was there someone behind me just now? Minato asked. Could have sworn that there was a hand on my shoulder just now. And then she ran out of her room, trying to get some water to get the taste of the chili peppers out of her mouth. But she had a few problems with that, since I shut down all the water in the house. Naruto cackled as he told a giggling Hinata about one of his favorite pranks on Akari. Of course, she got me back with. He stopped as he felt a very familiar sensation, though he couldn't place where he had felt it before, like a ghost briefly placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto? Hinata asked, sensing her love's sudden tension. After a few seconds, Naruto sat back down and said, Nothing, guess I just got a little jumpy, but... Not one of the three realized that Jiraiya's spirit had visited them all for a brief moment, in the same way he had visited Naruto before passing on. Tsunade was watering the plants in the garden in the home she and Jiraiya shared, when she heard their three swiftly born children start squalling mere minutes after she had put them to bed. All three of them had started at almost the exact same moment. She immediately went back inside, and on her way back in, she noticed that a frog had jumped out of the bushes and gazed at her. She shivered as she had a strange sense of déjà vu, but she shook it off to take care of her children. Chapter 103 Grieving. Itachi growled as he forced himself to move faster through the trees to escape that place Raisin had beaten them in. Don't die on me, Felix, Itachi said to the unconscious Yashoryu over his shoulder. With some of the last dregs of his chakra, Itachi made two shadow clones and said, try to slow Raisin as much as possible if he comes this way. The clones nodded and Itachi kept moving. He had too much intel to lose. Blast it! Raisin snarled as he lowered himself to the ground, his hand over his bleeding eye. He landed next to Jiraiya's broken corpse and growled at it. You! I have never bled in combat since that fight with Zion, and yet a worm like you managed to wound me? The smile on Jiraiya's face seemed to be mocking him. Raisin growled again as his eye socket let out more blood. This day was a blow to his pride, but he still had to take care of two other pests. With that thought, he took a sample of Jiraiya's blood in a capsule and created a black hole to destroy the corpse by sucking it in. He then rose into the air again and flew fast in the direction that Itachi and Felix had fled in, using his good Sharingan to search for their chakra. An hour passed with Itachi trying to maintain his head start for as long as he could, but he winced as he got back the memories of both of his clones, meaning that Raisin was not far behind, and they had only bought about 10 seconds. He grit his teeth and put on another speed burst, though his body protested. Too easy. Raisin said as he closed in on the chakra signatures about 100 feet ahead. Itachi looked back and saw Raisin fast approaching, cursing as he knew that his odds of escape had plummeted to near zero. He still had one thing left up his sleeve, though. He yanked a scroll out of his pocket and threw it at Raisin, casting a seal to unseal the contents, which turned out to be an inferno of Amaterasu. Raisin simply looked at the flames with his eye and dispelled them by reversing time on them. But in the brief moment his vision had been obscured, Itachi managed to get a few more feet away, and he saw the messenger toad that Jiraiya had unsealed before and sent back to Konoha, and he hastily jumped to it, and it extended its tongue, wrapping it around his leg and pulling him into its belly with the sealing ability. Raisin's eyesight was restored as the flames faded, but he saw no sign of his quarry anywhere. The frog easily blended with the chakra signatures of the rest of the forest. Raisin snarled and extended his hand, leveling an entire swath of forest with a single burst of gravity. Still seeing plenty of chakra signatures, he began pulling many things up from the ground to him to try to find his quarry. The toad, which had received final instructions from Jiraiya, through a Fuinjutsu scroll link, sank below the ground just in time to avoid Raisin's assault, and into an underground spring after getting the Uchiha and Yashoryu safely within the confines of its gut. Inside, Itachi sighed with relief. I think we're going to make it. Obviously, the unconscious Felix did not stir, and soon Itachi fell to the ground inside the toad, passing out as well. It was in Konoha a few days later when Naruto entered his dad's office, alongside Hinata, and he asked, "You wanted to see me for a mission request?" "Yes, I did," Minato said. "A town outside of our borders has been experiencing problems with bandits. Same old, same old. Obviously, I think you and Hinata can handle it." Naruto grinned and took the scroll. "Don't worry, I will have it done in dash." He was cut off when a frog leapt into the room and deposited Itachi and Felix, both of whom had by then recovered enough to have awakened. "Itachi-sensei." "Felix," Naruto said, looking for the last person in the party, but seeing no one. "What happened?" Minato asked right away, and Itachi immediately started reporting the mission, ending with their retreat from the base of Raisins. "Because Jiraiya stayed behind to give us a head start, so we could escape. I do not know his fate," Itachi said. Hinata was standing there, praying. "Please let Jiraiya-sama be all right still. He is resourceful. Please let him have escaped, for Naruto-kun's sake." Naruto wordlessly bit his thumb and cast several seals. With a burst of smoke, Fukusaku appeared in the office. "Naruto boy, what do you need?" Fukusaku asked, though Naruto instantly did not like the saddened look on the old toad's face. "Gigi, can you please let me see the toad summoning contract scroll?" Naruto asked, though he was certain that he knew what he was going to see. "Naruto boy, it may not be wise to dash. I have to see for myself." Naruto snapped, making everyone flinch. Fukusaku sighed and summoned the scroll and unfurled it. It only took a glance for Naruto to find Jiraiya's name, crossed out on the scroll, irrefutable proof of his death. "Naruto, Hinata started to say to the blonde, but he high-rishined away, a look of rage and despair on his face. Fukusaku sighed and poofed out. Itachi and Felix left as well, not glancing at anyone on their way out. "He needs time," Minato said upon seeing the look of hurt on Hinata's face, though he himself was struggling to hold in his emotions. This is the second time he has lost Jiraiya-sensei, and he was counting on being to save him this time, but it doesn't seem meant to be, and now he feels that he was unable to save Jiraiya again. If anything, this hit him harder than the first time. Hinata nodded and sadly left the room, leaving Minato alone. The moment he knew that no one was there, he bashed his head on the desk and began sobbing, letting the tears he had held back earlier out. Naruto appeared in the training ground and roared his rage to the heavens as the dark orange skeleton of his recently awakened Susanoo flared to life, leveling trees as it appeared, and after a few seconds, it fully evolved into its Yamabushi form. Naruto did not notice this, though, as he slammed both of his fists into the ground, shouting, "Damn it!" He began repeatedly hitting the ground with a fist, shedding tears freely and shouting, "Damn it!" again with each hit. Sasuke shunshined into the training grounds about an hour later and looked over the destruction his friend had caused. With a sigh, Sasuke shunshined away, trying to think of how to get Naruto to recover from losing Jiraiya again. "I see," Tsunade said as she was told by Kushina, who had brought the news from Minato. "Go," Tsunade said to Kushina, who nodded and left as Tsunade closed the door to her home. She wordlessly walked over to her bedroom and looked at the 3 cribs, with all 3 children inside crying. "You all know too, don't you?" she asked, her voice threatening to break. She then began sobbing, unable to hold in her tears anymore. "Not again. You fool." I need to go to the Elder Dimension and bring us the help we need to take this menace out, Felix said after he finished healing the worst of his own injuries. Itachi nodded and asked, "How long do you think you will be?" "It should only take a few days to convince those idiots on the council once they see my memories," Felix said as he cast the dimension door jutsu. The air cracked and fragments fell away to reveal more air behind it rather than the usual rift. "What in the?" Felix demanded as he tried again, with more chakra, but got no better results. The dimension door jutsu. "Why isn't it working?" "I don't know," Itachi said. A few days later, Felix, after trying everything he could think of, remained unable to get the rift between worlds open. He eventually reported this failure to Minato, who nodded and said, "Do you know what might be stopping your attempts?" "I'm not sure," Felix said as he made another attempt. "It is like I am inside the boundaries of a dimensional seal, but I checked all over the village, and no matter where I am, I cannot use the jutsu at all. I can try it, but it always fails. But I know for a fact that other space-time ninjutsu work. Naruto has been avoiding people with Hiraishin. I even checked with Sage Mode, and cannot find the boundaries of the seal anywhere." On a side note, I forgot how hard it was to enter Sage Mode without using Elemental Infinity, but that is a different matter. He finished with a bit of hurt in his tone. The loss of his most faithful weapon was a hard blow. It was not just a tool, but also a symbol of his clan, a part of him. Itachi then spoke. What if there was a seal large enough to encompass this entire dimension?" Minato looked at Itachi, who had come with Felix to give the report, and asked Felix, "Is that possible?" "No, it can't be," Felix said. "Such a seal would have to be at least a mile large, and it would take years too." "They have had years, Felix," Minato said. "If they came to this dimension when you and Naruto turned back time, they have had 16 years to pull this off, so is it possible?" Felix thought about it, realized that they were right, and clenched his fists in silent fury. All they had done, it was for naught. "We have to make finding and disabling this seal a top priority," Felix said to Minato. Minato nodded and asked, "But where would such a seal be hidden?" "My guess is a large underground area big enough to accommodate it." "Or an isolated island," Felix said. "Perhaps an underground area on an isolated island, for all we know." Minato nodded and said, "I'll get in touch with the remnants of Jiraiya Sensei's spy network that I know of, and see if they know anything that may be of help. Maybe if I hurry, I can hold that network together and get them to work for someone else before they all get themselves hidden." Felix nodded and left. Itachi looked at Minato and asked, "How are Naruto and Tsunade?" Minato sighed and said, like Felix said, Naruto has been avoiding people as much as possible using Hiraishin, and he's been buying ramen cups under transformation at the stores and eating in his room, and even then, he has not eaten as much as possible. From what we have seen from the training grounds, he still trains, more so than ever as a matter of fact, probably in a futile attempt to vent. No one ever gets close enough to talk to him, and if Kurama has been trying to cheer him up, it's not working. Tsunade has not been seen outside of her home, but we have heard the babies crying a healthy amount, which means that she is at least making sure to take care of them. What I am worried about is whether she is taking proper care of herself. I do not know, Itachi said. As a medic, she is aware of the fact that letting herself become too depressed is unhealthy. But the question is, does she care enough to do anything about it? I don't know. She has not let anyone else in her home yet, Minato said. I sent her a notice excusing her from hospital duty, and I don't know if she got it or not. But either way, she is not appearing there, so she either got it and accepted it, or she is just ignoring her duty without knowledge that she has permission. Itachi nodded and said, "How long do you think we should let them have before we do something?" "A few more days perhaps," Minato sighed. "I honestly don't know what to do with how close they were to Sensei. I am barely dealing, and I once died before he did, so this is the first time I lost him. Naruto and Tsunade have it worse." There was a flash of yellow and orange in Amage Cure as Naruto's shadow clone arrived, and the original flash to the Kunai, the clone dropped before dispersing. The rain pelted Naruto, but he did not care. He walked down the streets to the tower that Nagato ruled from. It was a lot livelier than it had been before, due to the fact that the strict totalitarian rule had been eased since Nagato had been brought around again. Nagato had become a public face and dropped the charade of pain, and had been working to repair the state of affairs of AIM. Of course, a few old habits did die hard, because Naruto still felt Nagato's chakra laced in the rain to monitor threats, but he clearly made an adjustment to only detect larger chakra signatures and metal weapons, so as to better respect privacy. Naruto almost smiled as he knew that that meant that Nagato almost assuredly knew he was there, since his chakra was so high, but his morning thoughts stopped the smile from reaching his face. He was still not sure that he should tell Nagato that their shared sensei had died again, because the idea of Nagato finding that out only just after he had come around in this timeline might cause him to be tempted back to something like his old plans. "Naruto, he needs to hear it from you," Kurama said. "I know," Naruto said. He eventually reached the tower, and looked up to see Conan waiting at the entrance. Naruto, Nagato is expecting you, she told him, obviously referring to the fact that Nagato sensed Naruto through the rain. Naruto nodded numbly, and she looked concerned at him when she noticed the look on his face. But he simply said, I will tell you when we get to Nagato. It's not something I want to say twice. If anything, this served to increase Conan's concern, but she nodded, and they walked up the steps that led to the tower's top floor. Eventually, they ended up in a large room, where Naruto expected to see Nagato alone, but it turned out he was having a discussion with several other shinobi in the room, and he was poring over several documents as he was talking. It's looking more and more like how an actual leader would run things in the open, rather than in the shadows, Naruto thought. A small amount of happiness for Nagato, starting to do things the right way being felt as he thought this. Thank you, Oboro, Shigeru, and Sammy Dare, Nagato told the three shinobi in the room. We will continue this later. I have a guest at the moment. The three shinobi, all wearing Jonin vests, all nodded and walked out of the room, though the one called Oboro looked at Naruto and acknowledged him with a nod as he left, indicating he recognized the blonde from the Chunin exams and did not hold a grudge. Once they were gone, Nagato turned to Naruto and Conan and said, Naruto, I sense you coming. To what do I owe this pleasure? It's bad news, Naruto sighed. Nagato paused and said, Naruto, please don't tell me that. Sensei is dead again, Naruto said, before tears broke through the dam and he fell on all fours, sobbing. Conan gasped and said, Jiraiya Sensei is gone again? How? How could this have happened? She cried in despair. She and Nagato had only just reconciled with their teacher, and for him to be gone again. It was too much. Naruto said softly, Raisin. That was all he could say. Nagato did not say anything for a second, before he turned his back to Naruto and stated, Naruto, please go. Naruto nodded and hirishined away. Nagato, Conan said as the redhead turned away, his own tears streaming down his face. I thought that this time I would change my ways and hope that Jiraiya Sensei would truly acknowledge me as a student, and that I was on the right path again. He may have said it before, but he still had some doubts that I would stay on the right path this time, however minimal. I thought that maybe I could erase them fully with time. Conan embraced him from behind, and they cried together for a while. Naruto flashed back to his room, not caring that he was still damp from the rain and aim, and flopped onto his bed. He just had a dead expression on his face, no longer having tears to shed. A week passed like this, and Tsunade eventually left her home, looking a little haggard, but she still made it to the hospital that day and did her duties. She stayed quiet most of the time, but she did talk to people when they started conversation with her. Sakura was one of these people, and she noted that while Tsunade was still grieving, she was starting to recover. But Hinata was still keeping her distance from Naruto, thinking he still needed space, while Sakura was beginning to think that it was time he let people back in. Grieving to the extent that Naruto was for too long was not healthy, physically or mentally. Sakura walked up to Hinata, who was sitting on a bench in the park, feeding the pigeons as she was in deep thought. Naruto talked to you yet? Sakura asked Hinata. She shook her head. No, I'm still giving him his space, she whispered. I see. You need to try to talk to him, Sakura said. But he is suffering right now. I don't think he will. Hinata said, and Sakura sighed. Hinata, Naruto needs to remember what he still has in his life, and there's just about no one who is as close to him as you are. If there is anyone he knows that he won't flash away from on sight, it's you. But no buts. Tsunade-sama is already on the road to recovery, and it is time that Naruto started to walk it as well. And for that, you need to talk to him. He will not come out of his shell soon enough the way he is going right now. Hinata nodded and said, Okay, I'll try. She got up and walked towards the Namikaze building. Naruto stirred when there was a knock on his door. He prepared to use Hiraishin, but when he heard the voice beyond it, he reconsidered. Naruto, may I come in? Hinata's voice asked from beyond the door. Yeah. Sure, Naruto replied. Hinata entered and took in the sorry state of Naruto's home. Naruto, may I sit? She asked, gesturing to the foot of his bed. He nodded numbly. She sat, and for a few minutes, she did not say anything. A few times, a breeze came in through the window. She ultimately sighed and said, Naruto, Please don't tell me to move on, Naruto said with a sigh. While it hurts, it is not just Jiraiya-sensei's second death that is eating me. I failed. What do you mean? I failed to change a thing, Naruto said heatedly. Back when I first turned back time, Gigi died. Orochimaru was still around, doing who knows what. We have Madara and Obito still against us, and an even worse foe now. And now, once again, I will never get to see Jiraiya-sensei's pride in me when I become Hokage. I don't know. What if we fail again? What if the Juubi kills us all before we can stop it? Is everyone that died before going to die again, even to dash? Slap. Naruto clutched his cheek and looked at Hinata with surprise, and she had tears in her eyes. What is wrong with you? She demanded. Are you really going to kill your sensei like that? He may be dead, but his dream still lives on. And you, Naruto, if you just give up now, you will kill that dream. And you have not failed. Your parents are here now. Sasuke is still a part of the village, and so is Itachi Sensei. You saved Nagato this time. Many who had died by this point are now here with us, some of them not even having been on our side before. Gaara still has Shikaku, and 2 of the other Jinchuriki that died before also still live with their Bijou. And Han is alive thanks to you, even with Kokuo extracted. All 5 Kage are already on board with the alliance, and the summit will see Mifune with us. You have not failed at everything, Naruto. I know that you need to remember your failings so you can get stronger, but you can't let them consume you. You may have gained the eyes of God, but you are not one. You can't do everything, but you have to realize what you already accomplished. Naruto looked down at the floor and heard Kurama's voice in his mind. Do you even hear what she is telling you? Where's the Naruto I know, the one who always got up regardless of how hard he was thrown down? If you insist on whining like this, I swear to the old man, I will knock you senseless until you quit the whining. And you know full well that the pervert would too, if he were still here. You are changing things for the better, Naruto, and once we beat Raisin, and we will beat him, all of the worlds will have a grave threat removed from them. So get back to your feet again. Naruto did not immediately reply, instead thinking back. Flashback. Listen, my name is a precious heirloom from my master, Naruto told the emaciated Nagato before him. There's no way I'm going to give up and dishonor my master's gift. I will become Hokage, and I will bring peace to the Hidden Rain. I will. I'm asking you to believe in me. Why should I? Nagato asked. How can you stand there and tell me that you will never change your mind? Do you really think that you will never stray from that ideal, no matter how much pain befalls you? You think you will always believe in yourself? Can you guarantee it? Nagato demanded, the hard look in his eyes returning briefly. How can you possibly have that much faith that life won't change you? I felt pain too, Naruto said sadly. You're not the only one. He thought back to the villagers who hated him, the fact that he could not stop Sasuke, his injuring Sakura in his 4-tailed state, and his loss of his sensei. He gripped his chest. There's still pain buried down deep inside of me, and there's no telling what kind of pain I may face down the road. But if I stop believing just because things get difficult, if the hero in this book were to change who he is, then it would become a whole different story. It sure wouldn't be the story our master left behind, and it wouldn't be about Naruto. The thing is, I can't write books like our master did, and so any sequel has to come from the life I live. That's why, no matter how much pain my own path brings, I'll keep walking, because that's who Naruto is. Naruto returned to himself, and Hinata watched as the strength and determination slowly returned to his eyes. You and Kurama are both right, he said. The path I have chosen for myself. The pain it holds is unbearable, but regardless, I have to keep walking it, and I need to walk it with those I care about. There is no telling who else I may come to lose, but I have to take that path to the end, even if I lose everyone walking it with me along the way. Naruto, Hinata said. Ero-Sennin entrusted me with his dream and left it to me to carry on, and Nagato and Dad are also here to help me with it. Both of them his students as well. We can bring peace to this world, and we can beat Raisin, Madara, and the Juubi, us and all of the other people we trust. This time, I refuse to fail. He finished, his fists clenched. Hinata looked at Naruto's renewed determination, and she smiled. There you are. There is the Naruto I fell in love with. Naruto turned to Hinata and quickly captured her mouth in a kiss, and embracing her, he fell backward on the bed. And I fell in love with you too, Hinata, he told her. Eventually, the sunlight came into Naruto's window, waking both Hinata and the blonde. Wow, Naruto said, referring to last night. Yeah, Hinata said, snuggling up to Naruto before she said, Naruto, about last night. Not a word to my father or Niji, please. Don't worry, I am not suicidal, Naruto said with a shiver. And Hinata, thanks for helping me get my head out of my ass. A little over a month passed, and it was finally time for a big event. Honey, don't forget your hat, Kushina shouted as she ran up to Minato, who took the Hokage hat with a smile, and said back, sorry, honey, got a lot on my mind right now. Anyway, you're in charge of the village until I return. Sensei, Itachi, and I are ready, Kakashi said as he and Itachi walked up to Minato, who was dressed in his formal Hokage robes. Minato nodded and said, good, let's go. With that, they embarked for the Land of Iron. Chapter 1-0 for the Summit. It's time to leave for the summit, Asama, Yujito said as she walked into the Raikage office. Good, it's about time. I hope the Akatsuki make another attempt on it, so I can cut loose, he said as he got up. Didn't you lose an arm last time? Yujito asked with her eyes narrowed. I may have been dead before then last time, but there are people who tell me these things. I twitched as we started to laugh at him. Yeah, bro lost an arm. Then it became fertilizer for the farm. He rapped and was promptly punched through the wall and out of the tower, screaming all the way down. Are we going or not? A asked as he leapt out the hole he had just made and landing on B's gut as he lay on the ground after he had landed. Yujito sighed and said, eager as ever, leaping out as she said this, though she made sure not to land on B like A had, and grabbed his scarf, dragging him along behind her by it. I left you in charge, Darui. She shouted up to the hole. Got it. Darui shouted back down as he sat at the chair and propped his legs up on the desk, leaning back with his hands behind his head. The Rakage party was on their way to the land of iron. Darn these young ones running around. No concern for the elderly. Inoki grumbled as he walked towards the gates of IWA with Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi in tow. The packs had been set for them near the gates by some of Oniki's attendants. Well, he had better be off, he said. Perhaps you want me to carry your bags for you, Sachikage-sama? Akatsuchi asked as he reached for them. Hell no, I may be old, but I can carry my own damn things. Inoki shouted. He walked to them, and remembering what happened last time, made sure to cast a lightened boulder jutsu on the bags before letting Akatsuchi help him put them on. Kuratsuchi, however, had other ideas and used a weighted boulder on them to make them normal weighted again with an evil smirk. Crack! Damn it, girl, that was just downright cruel. Inoki was still sobbing as he was carried by his other guard an hour later, the girl still laughing her ass off at her own mean trick. I know your father raised you better. Kitsuchi was meanwhile sitting at the Kage desk and sneezed. Don't forget your hat, Mizukichi-sama, the elder said, handing the hat to the woman as she headed for the gates with Chojuro and Ao. The whole council and several villagers had turned out to see Mei off. Thank you, elder, Mei said as she took her hat. I assure you all that I will be fine at the meeting. I have been training hard for a while now, so if anything does happen, I am in tip-top shape to handle it. I still can't believe that it was a Kekiai Tota that let you have 2 Kekiai Genkai, Chojuro said. I swear, you are amazing, Mei-sama. Keep your admiration down, boy, Ao said. Honestly, you would think you had a crush on the Mizukage the way you act, and that would be highly inappropriate considering the age difference. Highly. Aged? Mei thought with a shadow over her face. At any rate, we had best be off, Mei-sama, Ao said. Shut up, or I will kill you, Mei said as she passed him, confusing the hell out of the man. It is time to go, Gaara told his siblings, donning the Kage hat he had recently been given again. Kankuro, Temari, I want you both to do your utmost to ensure Gaara is protected, Hikaru said. We would have done so without you telling us, father, Kankuro said. We are not like that lazy bum Temari is dating. Lay off, Shikamaru is a little lazy, but he could kick your ass any day, Temari said. Please, with all he whines. It is like he is the girl in your relationship, Kankuro said. Although, he grinned as a thought occurred to him. Someone does have to be. Kankuro then found himself being dragged along by Gaara's sand, sobbing with several steaming lumps, while Temari was fuming. You really need to stop provoking our sister Kankuro, Gaara sighed. You should have learned by now that it never ends well for you. Kankuro only whimpered in response. The samurai were instantly put on edge when 3 figures approached them, but the leader of the group quickly held his hands up in a placating manner, despite it being obvious that he would rather be hugging himself to keep warm in the icy weather. I am Minato Namikaze, and I called the summit and have just arrived, he chattered out. He then went back to trying to warm himself. Damn, you would think that with this Kage coat, I would be warmer, but apparently it was designed for looks and not practicality. I need to have a word with the makers. We were not expecting you so soon, the lead samurai said apologetically. We thought that the first of you would arrive 2 days from now at the earliest. Yeah, well, Sensei here Hiroshin with us most of the way, then ran the rest to keep warm when he felt how cold it was, Kakashi said with a nice smile. The samurai nodded and led the group towards the 3 peaks where the main part of the country was. Minato practically ran to the main building when they reached it, and he said, nice and warm. Once inside, Kakashi's sweat dropped and said, Sensei, didn't Kushina tell you that she sealed a cloak for you? Minato then rounded on Kakashi and shouted, Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Because I forgot to, Kakashi said sheepishly. But in my defense, I was not exactly expected to remember you were. Minato slumped and wept anime tears. The samurai sweat dropped and asked themselves if this really was the legendary Yondaime Hokage they had heard so much hype about. Over the next week, the remaining Kages slowly arrived, and the time to convene in the meeting room finally came. Unfortunately, Itachi had been unable to find an opening to use the pulse imprint jutsu on Mifune without potentially causing an international incident. The 5 Kage all sat down at the table and set their hats down in front of them. You're all here today because the Hokage called for this meeting, Mifune said. My name is Mifune, and as Shogun of the Land of Iron, I will be your moderator. Now, without further ado, let us get this meeting of the 5 Kage underway. Are you sure this is wise, Raisin-sama? Caius asked as Raisin had the machine that bypassed the seal that kept the dimension door jutsu from being used in this dimension prepped to send him to the summit. You will be up against the whole of the Land of Iron's military, 5 Kage, one of whom is a Jinchuriki who has almost full control of his bijou, and another capable of taking Madara on single-handedly, the Shogun of the Land of Iron, 2 other Jinchuriki with full control of their bijou, 2 users of Mangekyo Sharingan, and 6 other bodyguards of the Kage. Strong as you are not invincible, and going in to do this single-handedly seems a bit. Raisin turned to look at Caius, his helmet having been changed to have no right eye hole since he no longer had a right eye. Yes, I'm going to take on the group at the summit by myself. Even if I perish by some slim chance, you can always resurrect me again, as you have always done, Raisin said. They would need to use the Reaper Death Seal to prevent it, and they will be unable to pull my soul out with that. Some have tried before, and failed. My will is too strong to let my spirit be removed. Now is a very good chance to demonstrate my full power, and if I get the chance, take 3 of our targets at once. Since they're gathered in one place, it is a good opportunity. Even should it fail, I will be demonstrating a good portion of my power and intimidating my foes to a point where the 5 nations might surrender to me. But even if that is not the case, they will be diverting resources to trying to figure out how to stop me, and thus be less devoted to fighting our armies. Besides, I was hardly challenged by those 3, despite the one called Jiraiya managing Take an Eye, but that was because I let my guard down, a mistake I do not intend to make again. In a way, the Sannin did me a favor. After centuries of having no equal, it seems that while I never let my strength slip, even making sure to continue to push it past where it was since fighting Zion, I have grown careless and forgotten that even a giant can fall to a mouse, should he let the mouse bite him enough. So now I intend to be more cautious, but I also relish the challenge laid before me today. I will be putting the Kage through their paces, and once again they will be drawn into a war that will suit our purposes, allowing us to eliminate all of the obstacles in this dimension before the Elder Dimension forces find a way back into this dimension. Very well then, sir. I will start this meeting. Listen up, Gar said, once again. This time, however, Inoki did not comment. For the past 2 years, all 5 of our nations have already been becoming more and more aware of the threat presented to us by the mercenary force known as the Akatsuki, who have been at least attempting the act of capturing the bijou one by one from our countries, with the exception of Kiri, who had no bijou under their control for that time. That is true, but Mei said to the surprise of Ao and Chujiro, our Yonde Mizuka Jigura was the host of one of our bijou, the Sanbai, and we believe that he was being controlled for years by the leader of the Akatsuki. He is dead now, having at some point committed seppuku, which we believe was him regaining his free will long enough to do so, and deny the one controlling him the Sanbai. One of our missing nin, the host of the Rokubi, was captured by a single member of the Akatsuki. I can confirm the rumors that the leader of the Akatsuki has the capabilities of controlling the bijou, Minato said. He is an Uchiha who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, thus allowing him to do so. He had been using the alias of Madara Uchiha for years, fooling many, including me. However, he is merely a pawn of Madara, who really is dead, though by old age, and not the hand of the Shodame Hokage. I have heard of both Madara, and some of the speculation he was still alive, Mifune mused. Some of the actions this so-called pawn have taken were on the level of Madara, such as releasing the Kyuubi upon your village, and, as was mentioned before, controlling the Sanbai and thorough its Jinchuriki. Not many besides Madara could have done so, even though he is supposed to be dead. Quite so, Mifune-sama, but that does not mean that this was indeed Madara. And we have recently seen the real Madara revived through Edo Tensei, Minato said. Yes, this was due to simultaneous attacks unleashed on the villages of Suna, Kyumo, and my own home of Idayua, Inoki said. This false Madara was a part of the attack on Suna, while the other, official leader of the Akatsuki, attacked the village of Kyumo. One of the Akatsuki members who assaulted my village was a user of the Edo Tensei, Kabuto Yakushi, and when they attacked, he used a few of his summonings to divert most of my forces and made an attempt to capture the 2 Jinchuriki we possessed. This is when Jiraiya and Hokage-san here came unexpectedly to our aid and saved most of our men. However, they were unable to prevent the abduction of our Jinchuriki, due to Madara being used against Minato by the user of Edo Tensei. There was a small twitch at Kabuto's name from Kuratsuchi, but she showed no further reaction. You fought Madara Uchiha one-on-one? Mei asked. And you still are alive? I did not just survive the fight. I actually won and managed to seal him, Minato said. I never would have managed it without Sage Mode, and had to strategize most of the fight, but I managed to defeat him. But the fact is, he is still a threat. For one of Kabuto's snakes stole the container I used to seal Madara, and I had run too low on chakra to do anything about it by that point. I find it hard to believe that even one like you could have fought Madara and won. And I can personally attest to your skills, they said. Like I said, I developed some very strong new abilities since then, and I know that all my fellow Kage have also been busy, Minato said. But let's move on. As you know, Kabuto was the one using Edo Tensei to use Madara before, but it turns out Madara was able to break the summoning contract. So now even though we have Kabuto in our custody and all of his Edo Tensei released, Madara is now in an immortal body that we have no means of sending back to the afterlife, other than fully reviving him and then killing him. So we now have to contend with both one who was powerful enough to claim to be Madara and Madara himself, Gar said. What is also troubling is the amount of Bijou and Bijou chakra they have in their possession. What do you mean? Mei said. Let's talk about the Bijou and the accounting for them we have done, Gara replied. Shikaku is still safely sealed within me, but the enemy has stolen a container that was used to seal him in before, and thus contains enough of his chakra to make what is called a pseudo-Jinchuriki. The Nibi is also still safely sealed, in Yujito-san here. But it also has been mentally crippled by having too much chakra, and it's part of its consciousness drained upon the Akatsuki's attempts to extract her, and they now have much of the Nibi's chakra, and possibly enough of its consciousness to form a full Bijou. That is true, Yujito said. Matatabi, the Nibi is indeed still within me, and fully recovered chakra-wise, but she can barely string together a full sentence. Then we have the Sanbai, who is still MIA, Mei said. We recovered Yagura's body as well, and the last traces of the Sanbai's chakra were still in it, so I don't think anyone else has a source of that chakra, and the container for the Sanbai is secure. The Yanbi is in the hands of the Akatsuki as of now, Anoki said, as is the Gobi, both of them formerly in the hands of my country, and as a result of them being extracted, only the Gobi's Jinchuriki Han still lives, revived by a jutsu by the yellow flash's sun. As for the Rokubi, Mei said, Utakata had been a former shinobi of our village, and he was captured, and we are certain that the Bijou was extracted. We never found his body, but the chances he escaped are slim to none. The Nanabai is still safe. We have her Jinchuriki in Konoha, Minato said. But the Akatsuki have had a chance to extract about half of her chakra before the team Itachi sent, during his brief time as Hokage rescued her. Then we have Gyuki, the Bijou of me, the mighty Rapin Killer Bee, he said before getting whacked upside the head by A and Yujito at the same time. You'll have to excuse my brother, they said. He is an idiot, and the sad thing is, I use the term very loosely. Anyway, the Hachibi is still safe with him, but 5 tails were cut off and claimed by the Akatsuki during the invasion of our village that they launched. And last but not least is Kurama, the Bijou that my predecessor sealed in my son in my place, Minato said. Most of you know him as just the QB, but I would prefer if you called him by his name, since my son is so insistent on it. So we can assume that the Q, Kurama, has not fallen into Akatsuki hands. Mei said, that is so, but there's a problem, Minato said. Kabuto was not the only one using Edo Tensei in Akatsuki. There's another one, named Kaius Shikokyo. What does this have to do with Kurama? Anoki asked. I think I know, I said. There were 2 shinobi that had chakra from the fox after they were devoured by him, and they survived by eating the flesh of his stomach wall, and as a result became pseudo-Jinchuriki, but they are dead now. They were my own country's famous gold and silver brothers, Ginkaku and Kinkaku. If the enemy revived them with Edo Tensei, they would have a source of Kurama's power. Not to mention the Geto Mizo, which is central to the Akatsuki's and both Madara's plans, Minato said. And just what are those plans? Mifune asked. The revival of the beast, known as the Juubi, which was a being that the 9 Bijou were created from, by the Rakuto, Sennin himself. I find such a tale rather hard to believe, Mifune said. I also have trouble believing it, but it is fact. In an age long past, the Rakuto Sennin stopped the Juubi from destroying the world, and in doing so, became the first Jinchuriki. Because of the power this beast had, the combined might of all 9 Bijou and the Geto Mizo, it was almost unstoppable, but the threat was temporarily averted with the sealing of the Juubi. But the Sennin worried that upon his death, the Bijou would be released, so he divided the Juubi's chakra into the 9 Bijou, and then he unsealed the chakraless body of the Juubi, the Geto Mizo, and created the moon, sealing the Geto Mizo within it. Seems rather far-fetched, but it is believable when you consider the amount of power the 9 Bijou have, rolled into one human. Itachi said before Mifune could say that it would be beyond any human's abilities to do such a thing. But why would Madara, both false and real, want to bring such a force back? Mifune asked. For the jutsu they call the infinite Tsukuyomi, which, with one of them becoming the Juubi's Jinchuriki, they could use the moon to reflect the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan back down onto the world, putting everyone under a Jinjutsu to put the world in their control in a misguided attempt to bring about peace. Mifyun was surprised to say the least. Well, if that is the case, it is little wonder then why you five are so much more cooperative with each other than history has ever seen in the five great nations, he mused. Tell me, though, who among the Uchiha could be regarded as great a threat as Madara, even using his name for years? Minato lowered his gaze and said, one of my former students, and a hero of the Third Great Shinobi War, Obito Uchiha. The room was silent, and Minato cleared his throat. And they are not even the worst of it. The scary thought is that they themselves may be used as pawns for the goals of another man, one we had never heard of before, but was incredibly powerful. His name is Raisin Jinchike Itsuri. The other four Kage stirred slightly, and Minato continued. For a while, we only had rumors that Obito had a powerful new ally for several years, but we recently received confirmation that this man was not only real, but likely far more powerful than even Madara. A couple months ago, Jiraiya, a Kage-level Jonin named Felix, and I went to investigate these rumors, go to the hideout of a cult, and we more than received confirmation. We firsthand fought the man known as Raisin. And so the rumors I heard then about the man's death. May said and Minato nodded. But we do not even know what this Raisin really wants, but we believe he has plans to use the Juubi for his own ends, and is using both Madara and Obito as his pawns to help bring it back, Minato said. Several samurai stood ready to fight as the armored man casually walked the path to the summit, not paying any heed to the guards. Halt! State your business, or turn back now. The lead guard shouted. The man just took a few more steps, not a step closer, or we will have to detain you. The samurai shouted, drawing his blade and moving directly in the man's path. Good, the man said, surprising the soldiers. Let's see if you can entertain me. It seems that due to the severity of the threat the elemental nations face, I would highly recommend the five of you forming a shinobi alliance until the Akatsuki are defeated, Mifyun said. Since you five already seem to be cooperative with each other, it seems that you already are close to doing so. A shinobi alliance? Anoki asked. Just like last time, he thought. Let's hope that this time works out better despite the new obstacles. That does seem like the safest and most efficient way to handle this threat, May said. And we have already been working closely to counter the Akatsuki in recent months. Forming an alliance would be one of the best steps. But in order to prevent confusion, one of us should be given command of this alliance over the others, so as to keep the resulting shinobi army more efficient, Gar said. And because we would likely argue among ourselves over who is best suited for the role, I believe that Mifyun should decide for us, as a neutral party. Agreed, it continued. While I do like to believe I would be best suited to lead this force, due to the fact that my nation has not produced any Akatsuki members, but I do have the tendency to act impulsively at times. Mifyun said, looking over each of the Kage. He turned to Inoki and stated, while you're known to have previous experience with Madara, I do not think you suited for the role of the leader FO of the Alliance, due mainly to your mobility issues and advanced age, and also because you used Akatsuki in the past. Inoki grunted his affirmation, not proud of having used the Akatsuki. Mifyun looked at May and continued, while I think you are trustworthy and powerful, the rumors that the Akatsuki was formed in your village may cause issue with the Shinobi Alliance were you to lead. May nodded. Gaara was next. You are also seemingly trustworthy, but there are a couple issues. For one thing, you are rather young and inexperienced despite your power. The second is because you are a Jinchuriki, and that would give the Akatsuki more reason to come after you, and we cannot have a leader who would be actively targeted for any more reason than need be. Gaara nodded at the judgment as well. So, that leaves two candidates, assuming we can all agree that the other three are not suited, Mifyun said, looking at A and Minato, but before the meeting could continue, a samurai burst into the room. Mifyun-sama, we have a situation. The man panted. A man in heavy armor is making his way here. None of our men are even slowing him down, and he's killing them by the dozens with just taijutsu. Sure enough, outside on the path, blood was soaking into the snow, and an unbroken set of footprints trailed behind Raisin, as he was easily dealing with any and all forces that came his way with just physical blows and never even needing to break stride, leaving the broken bodies and samurai armor behind him. Even his armor remained unblemished by the blood, as he was very skillful and clean in his act of killing. In a way, this was far more intimidating than it could have been had he been approaching with blood coating his body, a fact that was not lost on the 100 samurai in front of him, but they stood their ground. They should have fled. Chapter 105 Battle on the Red Snow. Raisin's inexorable approach continued. Over 300 samurai corpses left behind him, all killed brutally. One of the more fearsome examples being when he tore the head off of one of them and casually threw it over his shoulder without even looking with enough force to punch right through another samurai's chest, armor and all. He was about 3/4 of the way to the summit when a kunai landed in front of him, a yellow, tri-pronged one. He leapt back in time to avoid a giant Rasengan from Minato as he teleported to the location of his kunai. Well, looks like I will finally have a bit of a fight on my hands, Raisin stated in satisfaction. Minato narrowed his eyes, and Itachi formed next to him out of crows. Is this the one who killed Jiraiya? Minato asked. Yes, Itachi replied, but you have to stay calm. Rushing in blindly will not give you a hope in beating him. Exactly, Raisin said as the remaining 30 samurai that lived and were in condition to fight formed ranks. You guys better stay back, Minato warned them all. This guy is incredibly powerful, and I would not think you guys could handle him. No offense, but the bodies littering the ground behind him should be a fair indication of your chances in a fight against him. We appreciate your concern, Hokage-san, the lead samurai stated in a tone that showed no fear as he leveled his blade at Raisin. But our duty to defend our homeland will not allow us to stand idle, regardless of our chances. Well then, at the very least, wait for us to try to weaken him, and for reinforcements, Minato sighed. Raisin chuckled and got into a stance, only to dodge as a sand claw narrowly missed him, having lashed out from above to his right. Not bad. You knew to go for my blind spot, Raisin commented, looking up at the sand cloud Gaara had struck from. But I was prepared for that. He nearly ate his own words as Kankuro and Temari assaulted him from behind, Kankuro unsealing his Sasori puppet, equipped with a flamethrower, and Temari used her fan to fuel the flames to an inferno that Raisin only barely repelled in time. He was then struck in the small of his back by A, who used the distraction to dash behind Raisin with an elbow blow, but the armored man was unfazed, his dense titanium armor not making a good conductor of electricity. He turned to strike A, who jumped back, and then was almost pulled back to Raisin for another attempt to strike, but was saved when Raisin was distracted by an octopus tentacle wrapping around him. Thanks, B, I shouted, though Raisin easily broke free. You Uchiha, start using Amaterasu on this chump, and Yujito, start firing your mouse hairballs into the clouds. OSD stalemate plays. Yes, sir. Yujito called back, knowing that he fully planned on using the twin-edge storm armor from further up the path, and started to do so, while Itachi wordlessly activated his Mangekyo, and the black flames started to form on Raisin, who dodged and rushed to B, who had gotten all 7 of his swords out, and met him head-on. Soon, despite Raisin seeming to gain the upper hand, B summoned all 8 of his tails and wrapped Raisin, with Gaara lending some sand to coat the man the instant B let go, and Mei showed up, leaping into the air, casting fast-hand seals. Lava-style, molten river, jutsu, she shouted, seeming to coat the sand-restrained Raisin in the lava. But with a burst of smoke, it was revealed he was a shadow clone. Not bad, but not good enough, Raisin said from behind her in the air, stabbing at her back with one of his oversized blades. But Chojuro had leapt up as well, and knocked the blade from above with Twinsword's hammer form, and the blade went down, missing the Mizukage, giving her time to turn in the air and attack. Obsidian-style volcanic spear jutsu, she shouted, forming a red-hot glass-like structure on her arm and stabbed, only for Raisin to easily avoid the attack and float in the air as she landed. So, someone here did put 2 and 2 together that your 2 Kekiai Genkai were a result of a Kekiai Tota, Raisin mused. Obsidian-style, the Kekiai Tota that comes from fire, water, and earth natures, fast to form, hot, and razor-sharp, not costing much chakra, but fragile when the not-sharp edge has a lot of pressure on it. Mei frowned and cast a few more seals. Vapor-style, solid fog, jutsu. The corrosive mist headed for Raisin, who smirked and formed a few seals of his own. Wind-style, mist removal. He blew wind at the cloud and dispersed it. He paused as his surroundings started to become distorted due to AO casting a strong Genjutsu on him, but he merely flexed his chakra and the Genjutsu faded. Chojuro swung his sword again, but Raisin easily dodged and threw Chojuro back with a blast of chakra. He turned to see a Raisin lance thrown at him by Minato, and he erased it with Saradahiko before his armor burst into black flames. He turned to Itachi, who was sending more and more Amaterasu attacks at him, and Raisin created several black holes to absorb the flames, and he turned to see Kurisuchi flying at him with her hands pointed at Raisin. Dust-style atomic dismantler jutsu, she shouted, glad that the seal on her cheek had disappeared a while ago, meaning that Zurue no longer had a bloodline. A cylinder of dust-style rushed at Raisin, and he moved one of the black holes to absorb it. Earth-style mobile earth core, Inoki shouted, and the ground Raisin was standing on rose, taking him out of reach of his defensive black spheres, and he turned to see a rushing at him, and slammed a kick in his chest, but he did not even flinch, instead grabbing A's leg and throwing the large man into a large boulder. He would have followed up on his assault, but several balls of diamond struck him in the back, cracking his armor, though they shattered in the process, and making him stumble for a moment, giving Minato an opportunity to slam a giant Rasengan into him and throw him back, though his armor spared him damage, and Raisin skidded. Just as he came to a stop, a ceiling barrier sprung around him, and he punched at it, but found his hand simply phasing through and reappearing from the border from behind him, thus resulting in him punching himself in the back of his head. I hate space-time jutsu when it is used on me, he muttered. Minato then warped to Gyuki, who had formed next to Matatabi, and they were both forming Bijou bombs. Raisin's eye widened as he realized what he intended. Space-time transporting barrier, Minato shouted as the Bijou bombs were teleported right into the barrier that Raisin was trapped in, with the barrier expanding at the last instant to accommodate them. And OSD, boom! The bombs went off, but the blasts were not only contained in the barrier, but any part of the explosion that hit the outer edges was teleported to the opposite side of the barrier and sent back to the center, so Raisin got the full effect of the blasts. I think we got him, Minato said as he searched the surroundings with his sage senses, and sensed none of Raisin's chakra, the barrier and Bijou chakra, making it impossible to sense inside the barrier. But he at least confirmed that the Raisin in the barrier was the real one, and not a shadow clone. No, look, Itachi said as the Bijou bomb chakra stared to disappear as it was sucked into 10 black holes that Raisin had created in haste, and the man laughed. OSD heavy violence plays. Not bad at all, he shouted as the barrier was sucked into the black holes as well, him moving them to the edges. Had I figured out your intent a fraction of a second later, I would not have been able to form these on time. But now it is my turn. He pulled the black holes back to him and used his power to levitate, setting the 10 voids in orbit around his body. He then formed 3 more, and sent them at Minato, who had to Hiraishin away to escape their inexorable pull. Raisin then moved the black holes to attack the 2 Bijou, who cried out as the voids sucked out their chakra. Raisin's ability to control his black holes was suddenly hampered with as he felt a pull on him, forcing him to divide his attention and release all of his holes to make them dissipate. He looked backwards and instantly understood as he saw Kankuro with the Sandaime Kazekage puppet. The clever bastard was using magnetic style on his armor. Inoki flew above him and formed a cube. Dust-style atomic dismantler jutsu, he cried, and the cube expanded, Kankuro struggling to keep Raisin in place, but Raisin, being averse to the idea of becoming dust, had other ideas. He used a burst of gravity to throw Kankuro back, hard, into a rock, making him cough up blood and fall to the ground unconscious. This allowed Raisin to get out of the path of the cube of chakra. Kankuro, Temari shouted as she unfolded her fan again and sent a large gale of wind at Raisin, who crossed his arms as the wind blade struck him. But he was heavy enough thanks to his armor to avoid getting blown away, and the armor only took a few nicks from the assault of wind. This was changed when she sent another gale of wind to the man, but this time several sand cannons formed in front of her with diamond balls fired at the exact moment of the wind being launched. This made it so that the diamond balls were moving at a faster velocity and knocked Raisin back a few feet, leaving a few dents in his armor. He snarled and struck them with bursts of gravity, but he was then hit by one of Gyuki's tails as B swung it down. Nice work, B, said as he got out of the rubble of the boulder that Raisin had thrown him into. Before the Jinchuriki could respond to his brother, the tail quivered and Raisin rose under it, having his arms wrapped around the tentacle. B was shocked when Raisin took a step and swung him, in Bijou mode, right off his feet and used him as a club to smack Matatabi. Both Bijou cried out and Raisin released the tail to let the Bijou roll, and Minato had to Hiraishin Akatsuchi out of the way, lest he get crushed. Ow, that is hot. B groaned as his skin in Gyuki's form burned where his side had struck Matatabi. And that Raisin punk's guns pack quite the shot. I'm sorry, Matatabi said weakly. Earth-style boulder launcher, Akatsuchi shouted, stomping on the ground and sending a boulder at Raisin. Raisin, however, caught the projectile despite the weight, but Inoki saw that coming and landed on it. Earth-style, super-weighted boulder jutsu, he shouted. Raisin grunted, but still managed to throw the boulder away, despite it making a huge crater. Never would have managed that without my gravity powers, Raisin admitted as Inoki used the super-weighted boulder jutsu on a stone fist to strike at Raisin, who caught that. Or maybe two can plat at this game. Earth-style, super-lightened boulder jutsu. Inoki's eyes widened as Raisin poured so much chakra in that it not only negated his weighted boulder jutsu, but also made him much lighter than usual, right before Raisin blasted him away with a burst of gravity. Inoki yelped as he was sent spinning through the air at an insane speed, and was propelled quite a distance, an audible crack and screech as the force of his momentum took a toll on his back. Itachi took the chance to attack Raisin from behind, then above, forming his final Susanoo and stomping on the man with it. But Raisin lifted his hands up and caught the oversized foot and used a blast of gravity to throw Itachi right out of the Susanoo, and it dissolved. Mifune slashed at Raisin from behind while the man had done this, but his blade only created sparks on Raisin's armor and left a nick. Raisin turned around with lightning speed and used gravity to hold Mifune down and swung at him, but Minato Hiroshin the samurai away, followed by throwing a blazing Raisin lance at Raisin, who dispersed it with Sarada Hiko, only to find that a second was thrown under the first, and he caught the drilling attack with both hands, straining to keep the point from sinking into his chest before redirecting it at Kakashi with some effort. And Kakashi glared at the Raisin lance and used Kamui to make it vanish before another rift opened in front of Raisin, and he was impaled on the jutsu as it exited this one that time. Nice work, Kakashi, Minato shouted. Raisin was carried with his eye open in shock on the jutsu, and was pinned to the wall by the burning lightning spear. He was then enveloped in smoke and replaced by one of the samurai corpses. Substitution, Minato cursed, looking for Raisin, who appeared behind Kakashi, and before the silver-haired Jonin could react, Raisin punched him in the back, sending him right through a boulder, and he did not re-emerge. Kakashi, Minato shouted, before glaring at Raisin. You bastard. He growled, and cast seals to send a fire jutsu at Raisin, who moved out of the way fast. A fully straightened as he looked up at the sky, where the clouds had started to crackle with lighting. Perfect, he said as he braced himself. Forbidden lightning style, twin-edge storm armor. Lightning came down and struck A, who absorbed the thunder as he roared with the power that surged through him. Raisin turned just in time to block A's attack, and he grunted with the exertion as the force of the blow created a shockwave that blew away a lot of snow and cracked the ground. O was shocked that Raisin was able to defend against the attack, but quickly followed up with several more blows that cracked Raisin's armor, where he blocked each one, and the ground shook with each hit. Bro, B shouted as he reverted to mostly human form, only keeping one arm in Gyuki's form, and dashed at Raisin from behind. Double lariat, they both shouted, each one striking Raisin's neck, but before they could do any damage, he grabbed their arms by the wrist and spun, flinging them away, and then extended his hand to disperse the blue fireball that Matatabi sent at him. Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi attacked his sides with rock fists on either side, but he went straight up, causing them to punch each other's fists, and he blasted them away with gravity, followed by substituting himself with a stone to avoid Mei's lava-style attack. Chojuro was naturally on him in an instant, swinging his weapon and extending the blade, but eventually Raisin caught the chakra of the blade in his hand, stopping the swing, and he smashed his fist into the side of Hiramikarii, breaking the blade into pieces. Chojuro gaped, and so did Ao, who stopped in the midst to try and put Raisin in a Jinjutsu. Raisin then grabbed the Kiri boy by the neck and slammed him into a rock, breaking the stone and many bones in the poor kid's body, before moving to dodge several more attacks from Gaara. The sand pursued him, and Kuratsuchi tried to take advantage of this by intercepting Raisin by flying in front of him and firing a dust-style cylinder at him. But he formed a black hole to absorb the attack, and she was forced to fly away as he sent it after her. But then slammed his shoulder into Raisin, and gave Gaara the chance to partially restrain him, and he began wailing on Raisin's face, causing a part of his helmet to crack and fly away, revealing part of the left side of his face around his eye. But Raisin freed himself and slammed his fist into A's gut. A coughed up blood as he bent over double, shocked at how he was harmed through the twin-edge storm armor, which had higher offensive and defensive power than his own father's lightning armor, despite the drawbacks of the use of natural lightning, with just a punch. Even Tsunade would not have been able to damage him to that degree with just that. What the hell are you? I demanded, glaring up at Raisin. Far more than you could comprehend, Raisin said, bringing his elbow down on the back of A's head, followed by slamming his knee into A's face, knocking him up, and then he punched A in the cheek, starting to send him flying, but the rakich's leg was grabbed, and Raisin swung him at a wall, carving out a large portion. O was then launched in a heap into another boulder. Jerk, B shouted, not even trying to rhyme as he launched himself at Raisin, using all 7 blades in a deadly dance. But Raisin's armor refused to take more than a few nicks and scratches, and he was knocked away by an elbow to the ribs. Mifune, who had been analytically waiting for that moment, dashed in at high speed and stabbed at the part of Raisin's face they had exposed. Raisin spotted the attack just in time, and moved so the sword only cut into his cheek slightly, and Mifune bit back a curse as he was flung back with gravity. Then Matatabi made an attempt to eat Raisin, only to be sent spinning through the air with a very powerful burst of gravity, though this drained Raisin for a second, seeming to leave him vulnerable to attack, and Minato tried to capitalize by throwing a kunai and flashing to it, striking at Raisin with a Sage Mode Giant Raisin Gan. But Raisin dispelled it with his eye, causing Minato's hand to only slam into his breastplate, which, while still a strong hit due to Sage Mode, failed to move Raisin an inch, and Raisin kneed Minato hard in the face, making him disappear in smoke, showing that he was a shadow clone. Moving fast, the real Minato made several more shadow clones, each of them forming Raisin Shurikens, and looked at Itachi, who nodded and set them ablaze with Amaterasu. Scorch style Halo Gale, Jet Black Arrow style, Zero Barrage. Minato shouted as each of the blazing wind shuriken were launched at Raisin from different angles. And OSD, I'm almost too shocked by the absurdity of that name to do anything about the attack, Raisin said as he flew up to avoid the majority of the attack, sucking the remaining Raisin shuriken into a few black holes. He has a point, Itachi said to Minato, who had a shadow over his face as he slumped, depressed. Not one of my better ones, that's for sure, he admitted. I never was good at naming techniques. They always sounded ridiculous. The Rasengan was a fine name for your prize jutsu, Itachi consoled him. Actually, Jiraiya named it, after he stomped down Ultimate Super Spinning Heavenly Blue Orb of Total Devastation, Minato admitted, and Itachi looked at him in a deadpan. As bad as lying is supposed to be, my opinion of you would have been so much higher if you had kept that to yourself, Itachi said. If you two are done, it is my turn, Raisin interrupted, sending the black holes at Itachi and Minato, forcing the man to flash them away. I think it's time to end this, Raisin said, flying up and unsealing thousands of his oversized blades. Shit, Itachi shouted, recognizing what was about to happen. Endless, descending blade graveyard, Raisin shouted, and the swords all started to fall at a rapid rate, and the shinobi and samurai below watched as the blades came down at them. Crashes rang throughout the area, rocks being flung all around and kicking up dust that obscured the entire battlefield and tore up the path to the summit. Now, then, Raisin said, crossing his arms, let's see who is able to survive that. OSD Hurricane Sweet Plays. He was surprised, though, when he saw enough of the dust clear to get a good look at the battlefield. With Inoki and Kurasuchi missing, the former being flung far off, and the latter still try to shake a black hole, they had been safe, but everyone else should have been in the line of fire. That was indeed the case. But every single person was inside their own personal barrier seal as a result of the sealing matrix on the ground originating from the kunai in front of each person. What in? That many barrier seals from you Minato Namikaze? Raisin asked the man in shock. Surely even you couldn't have shielded all of them. The blades would have broken through the barriers if you had to divide your chakra to over 40 different people, even with Sage Mode. You're right, Minato admitted, looking up at the man. If they were classic barriers, shielding that many from an attack of that caliber would have been beyond me. But these were my guided redirection space-time barrier seals. Similar to that special barrier that redirected what struck the inside of the barrier to prevent escape, these defend the ones inside by transporting the attack rather than taking the brunt of it. Well, you may ask, Minato said, before he smirked and pointed at Raisin, who looked down to see a seal on his breastplate, where Minato's shadow clone hit him earlier. Fuck, Raisin said as a tear appeared in front of him, and he was hit by a barrage of his own blades that poured from the portal and was slammed to the ground and peppered by blade after blade that he tried to hold back with hasty gravity manipulation. Dust was kicked up, and the Minato made a shadow clone, forming a Raisin shuriken with fire and lightning elements added. Ready, Itachi? Minato asked the Uchiha next to him, who nodded, and Minato hurled the jutsu at where Raisin was occupied with defending against his own attack. Itachi glared at the jutsu, and black flames were added to supplement it as it raced at Raisin. The man, having his hands extended, turned his head to see the deadly attack racing at him, and his eyes shifted into eternal Mangekyo. Sarah Tahiko, he cried, and the attack disappeared, only to reveal a second hidden in the shadow of the first. His eye widened as the jutsu hit and expanded rapidly, the blades catching fire as they fell at Raisin, who was no longer able to concentrate on redirecting them. The jutsu faded, and the tear closed, having run out of blades that hit the barrier seals. Did we do it? Itachi asked. Chapter 106 Flames of the Phoenix. The crater in the snow that the Kage, Inoki having managed to get back to the field by this point, and their guard were watching carefully, was covered in a lot of smoke. All of them were praying for the same thing, that Minato's attack had managed to put their opponent down for good. Unfortunately, as the smoke started to clear, they saw movement as a silhouette rose slowly from the crater. An ominous gust of wind cleared the smoke away, and Raisin was standing before the Kage, alive. However, it was gratifying to see that he wasn't unharmed. Most of his armor had been torn off, leaving his breastplate in shambles, and all the armor on his arms was gone completely. Most of his exposed flesh had several cuts and gashes, though he'd managed to keep the exposed areas of his face from taking any harm. The Kage, their guards, and Mifune got ready to attack once more as Raisin pulled off the remains of his helmet, showing his full facial features for the first time. He had a rather narrow face and no facial hair, while his head hair was long and black, freely flowing in the wind. His right eye socket was closed and slightly sunken, evidence of the fact that he no longer had the eye there, while his lone left Sharingan fixed upon his opponents. Well, this has in fact been an unexpected challenge, Raisin admitted, clapping his hands. Not quite like my showdown with Zion Rakudo, but certainly entertaining. I see no purpose in continuing, since it would likely end in my death here. All the more reason to continue for us, Minato said, drawing a kunai, before dashing at Raisin again. I said I'm not going to keep fighting, Raisin said, slapping the ground, and a stone pillar rose up from beneath him, causing him to be raised above the battlefield, and making Minato fall short. The top of the pillar was shaped like a seat, and Raisin took it. Rather, I'm at this point here to make an ultimatum. I want the Bijou and their hosts. Fat chance, he stated, stating the obvious. Give us one good reason for us to capitulate to such a stupid demand. For the sake of a better world, of course, as per my goal, entitled Project Flames of the Phoenix, Raisin said from a seat. And so you can actually live in said world once I create it. That's a rather lofty title to name a plan, Mifune said, trying to make sense of the situation at this point, since Itachi had used the pulse imprint jutsu on him during the chaos of the swords falling at their owner. Even more so than the Eye of the Moon. Indeed, but it ultimately fits, an amused Raisin stated. Then perhaps you'd clarify exactly what it is you intend to do with the world in said plan, Kakashi said, having returned from his own personal crater by this point, albeit bleeding from the head a moderate amount. First, in order for you to fully understand it, I'll need to tell you a tale of an age-long past, Raisin said. In the current era, all of reality is currently splintered into a grand total of 129 dimensions, some larger than others, and the largest one currently known as the Elder Dimension. However, this was not always true formerly. All of reality was in one dimension. In this age, chakra was not in the unworthy hands of man. Rather, it was all one God's power. This God was manifested in the mortal realms as a tree. It was at that time known as the Shinju, or the God Tree, but its true name was Yggdrasil. In these times, mankind still waged bloody wars with one another, the only difference between them being a lack of chakra. Yggdrasil was not concerned with this, and simply continued its existence in holding reality together in one dimension, where the gods could govern the affairs of mankind more easily. However, Yggdrasil would on occasion grow a single fruit that contained much of its power. Eating this fruit was forbidden for mankind, and the way to the God Tree was a perilous one in the first place. However, a white snake eventually found a safe way to get to the tree, and found its way to a certain princess who wanted nothing more than to bring peace to the world. This woman was known as Kagaya Oitsutsuki, and upon hearing the snake's tale, realized that a method of achieving it was at hand. If she could consume the fruit and gain a portion of God's power, then perhaps she could use it to bring peace to mankind. She took the path suggested by the snake, and succeeded in stealing Yggdrasil's fruit, and upon consuming it, became rather powerful. Of course, Yggdrasil was not in the least pleased with this development, so ended up spending the next 2 decades reshaping itself into a more mobile form, and regaining as much power as it could. This form was known at the Juubi, or 10 Tails, which you're already quite familiar with, I am sure, Raisin said. Yes, it was a subject of the meeting today, Minato said. Continue on with the story. Of course, as I was saying, the Shinju took on a new monstrous form, but these had repercussions. Tearing its roots from the world caused enough devastation for the world to fracture, which is why we have multiple dimensions nowadays rather than a single one. By this time, Kagaya had 8 children, the eldest being the first man to bear the title of Rakudo Sannin, Hagoromo Oitsuki, and then 6 more, each one bearing a bloodline similar to one of the paths of the Rinnegan, but stronger. Then an 8th child, bearing a greater level of skill with the elements, to the point where they could master all 5 basic elements with far less issue than anyone who'd have to train their whole lives to achieve, as well as bearing to be a Byakugan. These children were born bearing the gift of chakra, which is why the Juubi came after them as well as their mother, intent on reclaiming its stolen power. All 9 powered humans confronted the altered form of Yggdrasil and managed to defeat it, but in doing so had to separate its mind from its body. Kagaya sealed the mind in herself, while Hagoromo took in the body of the beast. Kagaya was ultimately the most powerful human to ever live, her power comparing with that of the gods, and Hagoromo was her closest contender after sealing the Juubi in himself. Of course, Hagoromo did not keep all this power for long in order to keep the dimensions able to sustain their existence. He distributed chakra throughout all of the dimensions, allowing all people to use and produce their own amounts of the power that once belonged to a god. He spread a religion of ninshu, intending for mankind to connect with one another via the power of chakra. However, they proved themselves unworthy to hold such power as they instead weaponized it, creating ninjutsu. And this was not the only problem that caused the world to begin falling apart while Yggdrasil's mind was separated from his body, making him unable to efficiently direct his power within Hagoromo. He was still capable of wreaking havoc within the mind of Kaguya, and eventually, she approached mental instability. Seeking a means to bring back her peace to the world, she created a genjutsu known as the Infinite Tsukiyomi, and began casting it in all worlds that held moons for her to reflect her eye off of. And in the case of many who did not have moons, she would create a moon to ensure her genjutsu would be effective upon casting. You may be aware of what the genjutsu does to ensure people live in their own ideal worlds, but Yggdrasil was able to pervert the jutsu, causing it to slowly drain away the wills of the people caught in it, leaving them shells of their former selves. These people ended up being more plant than man, and were what you once thought to be clones of Hashirama Senju. That's right, the white Zetsu are not what you once thought they were, Raisin told the now horrified Kaguya. Hagoromo and his siblings, of course, moved to confront their mother, as even without the whole Zetsu issue, they foolishly believed that mankind should govern their own destinies, for better or worse. Eventually, she released the Tsukiyomi in all the dimensions she'd casted in to that point, and decided to seal her body, which would hold the mind of Yggdrasil within it for millennia, into the core of the Elder Dimension, while her soul ascended to the realm of the gods, where she became a new minor goddess. Hagoromo eventually sealed himself in a separate chamber at the core of the world, keeping the Juubi sealed in his corpse. And so it all might have remained. Had it not been for my intervention, Raisin said, a mad grin crossing his features. Several millennia after these events, the children of Kaguya had their own descendants. Hagoromo's holding the Rinnegan within its strongest members, and was called the Rikudo clan. The youngest, Hamura, ended up having two clans descended from him, one possessing the Byakugan, and the other possessing the elemental bloodline, the Hyuga and Yashoryu clans respectively, the former migrating to this dimension after an unspecified point. My own clan was descended from the child who bore the Deva path, and was called Jinshukwe Itsuri. And it grew into a powerful clan that ultimately had its sights on conquering the dimensions. They nearly wiped out the Rikudo clan, and nearly conquered the dimension. Had it not been for my betraying them, and for the efforts of the last member of the Rikudo clan, Zion, they would have succeeded. However, during the war, where I was then essentially the last Jinshukwe Itsuri alive, and at the end when the Elder Dimension returned to its previous petty conflicts, I saw that mankind was never going to change. They simply did not have what it took to properly govern themselves. So I then prepared to change things. I freed the Juubi from Hagoromo's corpse, and waged war on the Elder Dimension. Unfortunately, Zion stopped me, and the forces of the Elder Dimension drove the Juubi into this dimension. Zion followed it, and you know much of the rest, how he became the Rikudo Sennin, the second to bear that title, and sealed the Juubi into himself, followed by creating this dimension's moon, and splitting the chakra of the Juubi into 9 Bijou, and that leads us to where we are today, 1,500 or so years later. I still live due to the intervention of a certain Shikokyo, Caius. The Shikokyo clan was descended from the Naraka path holders, and thus have certain abilities over life and death themselves. And now, after all my preparations, I'm moving forward with my plan. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you intend to resurrect the Juubi once more and become its Jinchuriki, Gaara then said, stepping forward with a frown. But to what purpose do you intend to do so? Oh, I intend to become more than that, Raisin said. I already liberated the mind of Yggdrasil as well, which is now in my possession. He and I now have an accord. He'll join his very essence to mine once he's resurrected, and make me into a god sharing a body with him. The look on his audience's faces was nothing short of shocked, and he continued, once I have achieved that, I will then destroy this dimension, rejoining his essence to the Elder Dimension, and reclaiming the chakra that made it up, killing all the people that are so unworthy to hold it. And then I will move on to the other dimensions, and do the same, eventually returning to the Elder Dimension, and reclaim the chakra from mankind there. With all chakra then belonging to me and Yggdrasil, and the dimensions all one again, I'll resurrect mankind as a species once again lacking chakra, starting with the souls of my followers, and ending with the ones of those who cooperate with me. Those who resist to the bitter end will be left in whatever afterlife they end up in. Then, I'll govern the new world along with Yggdrasil as a benevolent god. So essentially, you intend to take all the power that exists in the world for yourself, and then resurrect mankind as your slaves? An aghast May demanded. More or less, though I would say slaves is a strong word, Raisin said. But the fact remains that as long as mankind is in control of itself, it will simply continue to shed its own blood. Keeping it under my rule is for the greater good of the mortal realm. Regardless, I think you need to go fuck yourself, they said. I'd rather continue living my life as I see fit. I don't need some jackass gods telling me what to do, and neither does anyone else. Oh, and how would your victims respond to that? Victims who'd live their full lives without having to die prematurely due to someone taking their life from them against their will in a world without violence? What good is free will when it pretty much is an illusion for the weak and only exists for the strong? So surrender the bijou to me. This is the last time I ask nicely, Raisin said dangerously. As I said, it is our lot to decide our own fates, Minato spoke up. You are right. Our world is not perfect, and the strong do tend to dictate the destinies of the weak. But how is that any different from taking mankind's strength from it and putting them under a regime of gods? And besides, even when they governed mankind before, you said it yourself, we warred amongst ourselves anyway. It's clear as day that the gods simply don't care what we do one way or another, with a few exceptions maybe. And in our case, it falls to the strong to defend those who cannot defend themselves. That's the duty I swore to when I became Hokage, and what my fellow Kage also swore, even if it originally only extended to those in our own nations. Now, mankind is starting to grow up, and we're moving towards a peace that has not been possible before. So you can keep your offer. We're going to fight against you and defend mankind's destiny from you. You and Yggdrasil, Minato insisted with conviction. Take two. Take two. What's that supposed to mean? Ao asked, to which Mei shot him a look. I'll inform you later, she said. Are you seriously going to start a war with all 5 nations and the world itself? Temari asked, readying her fan once again. That is essentially what I said. And I assure you, Raisin said, getting up, I intend to win. I'll burn the world down and revive it from the ashes. That is the flames of the phoenix. It doesn't matter how long it takes or how hard you fight. I don't think so, Gaara shouted, a massive wave of sand forming. We're taking you out now. He then directed the tidal wave at Raisin, who stood there, unconcerned, before a portal opened behind him. Wah! I thought the dimension door jutsu no longer worked. Kakashi shouted, about to use Kimui on Raisin, but was too late as he stepped back into the portal, and it closed, leaving the sand to smash down the stone pillar. That wasn't the dimension door. It was something else that allowed space and time travel, Minato said. Other space and time jutsu still work. It just seems that a jutsu advanced enough to traverse dimensions is the only kind of them affected. Itachi nodded in agreement to Minato's words. So then, what exactly do you all know about the whole dimensions thing? And what Raisin said about Take Two? Temari asked, walking up to Minato, Kakashi and Itachi with their arms crossed. Pretty much everyone else without their memories, plus Mifune, who was still sorting them out with the situation, looked expectantly for an answer. Well, no helping it, Minato sighed, before looking at Itachi, who nodded as his hand sparked. Derek and Caius, having received a signal via Fuinjutsu from Raisin, activated the machine that opened rifts in space, though not ones that could traverse dimensions, and Raisin came through, looking rather battered, but not particularly upset. So, I take it they didn't surrender? Caius asked. They did not, Raisin replied. But it does not matter. It just means we'll be taking longer to rebuild the perfect world. Mankind has failed miserably in governing itself. It's time to have a god step in and show them the proper way. Have our armies prepare. We're going to start a preemptive blow and reclaim something of great value. And that's our situation in a nutshell, Minato told the gathered people who'd accompanied their Kage. Time rewinding, huh? Akatsuchi asked. Man, that's a scary thing to believe is real. I never even thought it possible, Kankuro said. I mean, how many people have tried to come up with a way to do it before with no headway? Well, it's not like that's completely true. Many powerful jutsu were developed from learning and understanding much about the space and time continuum, the Hiratian included, Minato answered. It just so happens the Elder Dimension managed to further their understanding enough to pull it off, though it took one hell of an effort from my understanding. Just making one of the seals needed requires a massive amount of chakra. Regardless, we now need to make preparations for the war, Mifune said. As I already brought up, I believe that we should select who among you will lead this alliance to victory. I do believe that the Hokage and the Reikage are the best choices. However, considering all that occurred, I would put my support behind the Hokage. Oh, and just why is that? I asked, a little miffed, but thankfully not all too pissed off about it. It is ultimately because his tactics were by far the most effective against our new foe, Mifune said. And also because he worked almost seamlessly with the shinobi who also fought him, and protected them all from Raisin's final attack. Also, Konoha has fought with the Akatsuki and Raisin the most, and was in a sense the beginning stage for when time was returned to 16 years ago. On that note, Konoha also has the Rinnegan with Minato's son, and the strongest of the Bijou in the same person. I might also add that it was under your leadership things went bad last time, Mifune continued, making A's eyes narrow dangerously at that particular sore point. Though that was hardly your fault considering who you were all up against. The Yellow Flash also has my support, Inoki said, surprising Minato slightly. I can get along with him and work under him considering the circumstances, even considering his actions against my country. Besides, he made up for them in recent months when he came to our aid against the Akatsuki. As Kazekage, my support also goes to Minato Namikaze, Garth said. Konoha has been a central player against the Akatsuki this whole time, and I see little reason to change that. Well, I certainly don't want to be a minority vote, an amused Mei said. I'll also support the Hokage, leading the Shinobi Alliance this time around. Well, I'm certainly outvoted, A admitted. And frankly, I have to agree with the reasons. The Yellow Flash has my support as well. He's just more fit for the position at the end of the day, though I still am not fond of that fact. That it's unanimous? Mifune asked, and all 5 Kage nodded, and Mifune declared, then with that, the Shinobi Alliance is now once again formed, and Minato Namikaze will be its leader. I won't let the nations down, Minato said with conviction. We're going to need to pool our resources in this endeavor. I also want to bring as many minor nations into the alliance as possible this time. I can assure you that AIM will throw its lot in behind us as well. Its leader Nagato, formerly leader of the Akatsuki, is eager to lend what support he can and to make up for the mistakes he made before, as well as pay back the ones using him. Another bearer of the Rinnegan would only strengthen our cause, Mei mused. Afterwards, we should focus all of our efforts into locating and recovering the Sanbai, before Raisin does. Agreed, Gaara said. They already have access to chakra from the other 8 Bijou, as well as the Geto Mizo. He paused to let that sink in, and continued, we cannot afford to fail with securing the only Bijou whose chakra they don't possess already. We can't let them get so much as a tail from him. That's right, Minato said. Even if they would prefer to get the full Bijou, Raisin and Madara don't need that much to revive the Juubi. And if Raisin possesses the mind of the beast, who knows what will happen when it's revived and the mind is added to the mix? It won't be good, Karatsuchi said. Part of the reason we could even fight that thing was because it was mostly mindless, and what little direction it had came from Obito and Madara. If it had a fully functioning will and directed its power all the more efficiently. The fact they have less complete Bijou won't make as much of a difference, will it? No, it would not. Be wrapped. In fact, it would suck quite a lot. Should it be? Yujito groaned, not in the mood to bear with his wrapping in such a serious situation. Sorry, ma'am, B said, speaking normally then. We also need to protect whoever else has a Bijou or any source of their chakra, though that's a lighter priority, but not by much, Inoki said. Even if all they need is one bit more of the Sanbai's power, it won't help our case if they make the Juubi as complete as possible. Regardless, I'm fighting on the front lines. Same as before, Gaara said in a tone that brooked no argument. We are not in a situation where we can afford to be conservative. We're not going to get a third chance against enemies like this, A agreed, albeit reluctantly, considering that he was going to need to fight. We're going at them with all we've got from the get-go this time. After about another hour, the discussions ended, and the Kage departed to prep their villages for the upcoming trial. The Fourth Shinobi War was going to repeat itself. But the true question was, would history? Chapter 107 Preparing for War. You used the pulse imprint jutsu on all of them? Felix was bellowing at Itachi a day after the summit, and he'd just been told of the events that occurred then. And he was pissed that Itachi had, without permission, brought Temari, Kankuro, Ao, Chojuro, Karatsuchi, and Akatsuchi into the whole mess. Are you out of OYUR mind? Just because things have already changed to a point we can't predict things anymore. That doesn't give you a license to go around telling people about my dimension, and about time travel of all things. This dash. For the love of Kami, just shut up, Itachi snapped, cutting Felix off. What? What? Felix spluttered. Do you have any idea what your problem is? Arrogance. And not just in yourself, but also in the dimension you hail from, Itachi said. You seem to think that our dimension should obey the laws of yours, that yours has any right to tell other dimensions what to do. Felix was gaping at Itachi like a fish out of water. He had no idea how to respond to such an accusation. All these years, we've deferred to your judgment on how to work with the situation and guide the future to where we needed it to go, and rightly so. Then, you had a good idea on the whole thing, Itachi said, giving Felix a hard stare as he spoke. But it's different now. Our dimension is being threatened by megalomaniac, as are all others. And if he's not stopped here, then not even your elder dimension will stop him. All of us are in this situation now, and you don't have any business considering yourself the authority here. Especially since your damn dimension is no longer in any position to lend us any support, and even when it was doing the minimum it could. You don't know what you're talking about, Felix sputtered in denial. If it hadn't been for me, you all would have lost the first time around. Time would not have been turned back at all. That was in fact the most productive thing anyone from your dimension has done for us. And you are right, without it, we wouldn't stand a chance, Itachi said. But things are falling apart all over again, despite our good start, and we cannot afford to leave things in your hand alone anymore. So, I made a decision based on the situation, which was the fact that Raisin revealed too much to keep things secret anymore. Going in from here, I don't give a damn about the rules of your dimension, and I seriously doubt that Naruto does anymore either, or anyone else here for that matter. In essence, despite the fact that you turned back time for us, you no longer have the most sway in how we handle our dimension's affairs, especially considering the crisis. Felix hit the wall in frustration, completely caught off guard by the fact that he was being told to disregard the standards he'd been following up to this point. That's it. You and me. A West room. Now, he said. Itachi raised an eyebrow and said, very well. It's clear you need to blow off some steam. With that, they headed for the room. Upon arrival, Felix drew his regular straight sword, one he had replaced elemental infinity with until such as a time away to mend it could be found. Itachi, as always, wielded a katana. Felix paused to enter sage mode, but his eyes widened as Itachi charged, not giving him the opportunity. He blocked with his blade and tried to attack, but Itachi burst into crows and reformed behind him and forced Felix to flare his chakra to try to escape his Jinjutsu. But once again, Itachi swung his sword, extending the reach with wind chakra, and forced Felix to dodge, taking a cut on his chest. Felix formed a few hand seals and fired off a fire-style jutsu meant to get him some breathing room, but Itachi just copied the jutsu with his Sharingan and countered it before a flurry of shuriken went after Felix. Felix caught the deadly stars between his fingers before he noticed that there was shinobi wire attached to them, and Itachi channeled lightning-style chakra through it, shocking Felix painfully before he managed to let go. Felix growled and stabbed at Itachi, but was once again deflected, and he tried attacking with more force, but left an opening that allowed Itachi to kick him away. Itachi then formed several hand seals and shouted, fire-style great fire annihilation. Felix's eyes widened as he saw the inferno roaring right at him, and he hastily moved back, forming a cross seal, creating 5 shadow clones, and they made multiple hand seals of their own, water-style water-rolling waves. They cried and countered the jutsu. In the steam, though, shuriken took out Felix's clones, and Itachi shunshined behind Felix, grabbing the back of his shirt and slamming him down to the ground before stabbing at him. Felix managed to get up and avoid the attack. Why can't I make any headway? A frustrated Felix thought as he deflected Itachi's next blow. I've always been on the higher end of Kage levels, and yet he's not even needing to use his Mangekyo Sharingan on me. He thought furiously as he barely avoided a well-timed and placed fireball from Itachi. Almost as if reading Felix's thoughts, Itachi said after disarming Felix, you've become too reliant on the abilities of your blade. Elemental Infinity gave you a tremendous advantage over most of your foes, as it allowed you to use Sage Mode indefinitely, and had an edge that most weapons could not withstand. He dashed for Felix as the Yashoryu tried to open up some distance, and was firing a flurry of elemental jutsu at Itachi, who was carefully avoiding all of them. It's true you're still formidable, at least on the lower end of the level of Kage, but your style has gotten off without your blade. You fire off heavy jutsu after another, without regard for your chakra supply, used to not having to worry about running out, and thus, your aim with more precise shots has suffered. He closed in, a kick knocking Felix back. You also focused too much on offense, having gotten used to overwhelming foes in an unlimited Sage Mode and powerful jutsu that would not tire you. Felix tried to rise, but found himself staring at the point of Itachi's blade. In short, you have some adapting to do before you can challenge someone like Madara again. Relearn defensive strategies, methods to buy time to enter Sage Mode, and learn to work with a lesser weapon, and you'll do fine when the time comes. As you are now, you have work to do. With that, Itachi sheathed his katana and helped Felix rise. The Yashoryu had been humbled by the past experiences, losing his weapon against Raisin, in addition to being owned by him for all intents and purposes, and now Itachi beating him easily after chewing him out. He realized that Itachi had been right. He had been arrogant, gotten too comfortable in directing the actions of others over the years as they replayed. You're right, he sighed. From here on out, I'm going to work around the loss of my weapon. And I'll defer to the Alliance and work with you. And stop Raisin from fulfilling his goals, he swore. I'll see to it that the others from my dimension also recognize the situation as well, if they don't already. Itachi nodded and said, good. At this point, we're all going to need to give everything we can if we want to defeat Raisin. And there is one other thing I need to work on, Felix admitted. Ever since discovering my lineage, I considered it, but I wasn't sure I should develop the bloodline of the Jinchukui Tsuri. But in our situation, I know I have to get stronger in any way I can. He turned from Itachi and spotted a stone in the clearing the AOS room simulated and extended his hand for it. It wobbled slightly, and Felix sweat profusely as he concentrated before it slowly rose, but then dropped back to the ground, leaving Felix panting. It was a lot more effective when I used it against Raisin on instinct, he said. That was a life or death scenario, Itachi mused. But you'll get to the point where you can call such power at will if you keep it. Minato was in hell. Even with shadow clones, all the paperwork and organizing of the shinobi forces that he was expected to lead was getting to him. All the logistics and shinobi rosters of other villages had been dropped off earlier. In fact, he was pretty sure that the other Kage were dumping as much of their own workloads as they could on him. Jerks! Still, he was looking over what the previous timeline's battle plans had been, what divisions they had, and who were in them. As expected, Nagato had pledged aim to the alliance as well, so they had more to work with this time. Kusa also willingly lent some forces to them, as well as Taki, albeit a little reluctantly on their part, since Konoha had stolen their bijou from them. Even so, they saw the severity of the situation, even with a few of the details being classified. He listed the divisions that existed in the alliance before, first looking at the supporting divisions. There was a logistical support and medical division, led by Shizen, a surprise attack division, with Kankuro in charge, a sensor division, an intelligence division, led by Inoichi, and a sensor division, led by AO. The names of the divisions were rather self-explanatory. Then there was the Great Battle Regiment, the main shinobi force on the front lines, which had 5 divisions, a mid-range division, which was led by Darui, a close-range one led by Kitsuchi, then a close to mid-range combat one, led by Kakashi, causing Minato to smirk as he read this. A long-range division, which had been led by Gaara, who was also the field general of the shinobi forces as a whole, while Shikamo, his first lieutenant of the division, did most of the work in his place. Mifune was placed in charge of the 5th Division, the Special Battle Division, which comprised of samurai and shinobi with specialized techniques. Each division also tended to have some members of other supporting divisions in them, such as the Intelligence Division, for obvious reasons. May had also been placed in charge of the force that defended the daimyo, called the Daimyo Protection Detail. This was obviously to prevent them from being taken as high-priority hostages, though from what Minato had been told, a token effort at best was placed by the enemy on that particular effort. And he could see why the daimyos, while important, paled in the grand scheme of things. If it was the world for the lives of political leaders, the choice was clear. It was true there'd be a major political fallout if the daimyos were all killed, and some chaos as nobles clamor for the role. But even so, handing the world over to the enemy over that was downright unacceptable. The enemy had known that too, so likely only bothered so as to ensure those forces did not ever rejoin the front lines. Overall, Minato was impressed with the lineups of it all, and especially took note of the fact that each of the 5 nations had at least one commander within the alliance, as did the Land of Iron. Still, he saw plenty of room for improvement. He began writing out recommendations for a few new divisions, and also shifted a few major shinobi in their roles. He also bore in mind the improvements of his own shinobi, and that of others, that might make them more suited for other roles. Even so, the majority of it, he kept the same. He got up and sent word for the other Kage and Nagato to assemble in Iron to discuss their plans. Taki and Kusa had not deigned to involve themselves further than each giving a couple thousand shinobi each for the alliance to use, so their leaders were not going to be involved in it. They had a war to plan for. A day and a half later, Minato sat at the conference table and watched the other Kage take their seats, along with Nagato, who took an extra one. Good to see you all came so quickly, he told the others. Considering the urgency of it all, we were prepared to return ASP the moment we got back to our villages, Inoki said. We've been going over the formations of the Shinobi Alliance from before, and we're interested on hearing how you'd improve the lineup. Well, for starters, I would recommend that we cut a quarter of the forces away from the Daimyo Protection Detail, including Mei, and put Chojuro in charge of it instead. It is clear that it hardly mattered to the enemy previously, and I doubt it will matter now for them any more than before. Speaking of which, you think his sword can be repaired? Minato asked Mei. Yes, we do still have smiths of the quality required to at least fix such a weapon. You have no need to worry, Mei assured him. Good. Any objections to my suggestion? Minato asked. Assuming, however, that you are wrong, and the daimyo do need additional protection this time around, how should we respond? Inoki asked, making sure this move was well considered. In truth, I already considered it, Minato said. While I see no reason for them to up their efforts, there may in fact be truth to the idea that they may at least gain some advantage to taking them for a ransom. But one of the new divisions I recommended should cover that to a great extent. How many divisions did you have in mind? Mifune asked. 4 new divisions to broaden our tactics against the enemy, Minato said. Let's start with the one I just mentioned, which will be the Emergency Response Division, which in fact will be a few powerful shinobi with the ability to quickly move to support any areas in need of aid. The leader of this division, one would say, should be a HM. I can see why. After all, I can survive being transported via the ethereal transmission jutsu with no injury, they said. I take it you have others in mind to fill it in? Haku Momochi, who can quickly traverse great distances due to his ice mirror jutsu, the Ginma squad, who I taught my own Hiraishin to my son, Naruto, who's actually mastered the Hiraishin, and who I recommend as your first lieutenant, though I don't do so out of favoritism, I promise that, but because he is strong enough for the job and has a good head on his shoulders. I also recommend Tsunade, since she can also survive Mabui's jutsu, albeit mainly due to her healing jutsu. There are a few other shinobi with fast means of transport involving space and time ninjutsu, which I also recommended. He put the file he put together for that division. Oh, and shinobi with fast running speeds, such as Rock Lee and Might Guy. But those would have to be closer than those with other means. Why not have people with means of flight in mind for it? After all, they're also able to get to places quickly, Gaara asked. That would be because I also believe we have enough shinobi to form an aerial division, even when we take away the shinobi with flight capabilities already dedicated to other divisions, such as the Surprise Attack Division. The leader here would be Kuratsuchi, and would be comprised of shinobi who could fly on their own power, or via summoning, or other means. I've already had Sasuke Uchiha convince the Hawks to allow several other shinobi sign their contract, and I know Inoki's taken a more active role in training a shinobi. That includes the fact that he's taught several shinobi how to use his flight technique. It would still be a small division, but we get the advantage in many scenarios. Sounds fairly good, they admitted. As for the third of my divisions, I suggest another one, a mass destruction division, Minato said. This I recommend Nagato to lead, and will essentially comprise a shinobi with techniques meant exactly for what it says. Nagato raised an eyebrow, and then said, who else would be in this division? B, Fu, and Yujito, on account of the fact that they are essentially perfect Jinchuriki at this point. Yugo, who has the ability to create massive blasts of chakra when in his berserk mode, and also has immense strength. Sakura Haruno is also a good fit, even if she is a fit for the medics or the close to mid-range combat. I'd also recommend those who are capable of making many high-yield explosive tags and setting off a lot at once. The main idea of this division is to wipe out large amounts of foes at once, or take out large enemies with ease. I agree, it sounds like a fine proposition, Mei said. And the last division? This is one I would call the Black Ops division, Minato explained. I would put Itachi Uchiha in charge, with Sasuke Uchiha as his second in command, and it would comprise of shinobi with multiple talents, and they would operate outside the normal chain of command. While the Surprise Attack Division is meant to ambush groups of other foes, the idea of the Black Ops is to wreak havoc well behind enemy lines, in any manner they saw fit. Espionage, sabotage, assassination of stronger enemies, and all other kinds of tasks they'd have to undertake themselves. Naturally, this would be extremely high risk, as they'd mostly be cut off from any aid and do most of their jobs outside of communications, which is why only some of our very best should undertake it. So essentially, the 4 divisions you have in mind are all fairly small ones, but ones who may ultimately alter the outcome of the war? Gaara asked. Yes, I am certain that with proper organization, we can pull off many major victories in the upcoming war, Minato said. I move that we accept all of Minato's suggestions, Mifune supplied. His ideas are in fact ones that would benefit us greatly. I agree as well. Changing things up a little will keep the enemy off balance, I replied. We have more forces to divide into other divisions anyway, so I see no reason why not, Inoki mused. Mei, Gaara, and Nagato also agreed. Then we should start preparing to decide who goes into which division this time around, Minato said. Initially, I only wanted to reassign a few people, but I think putting out heads together here is a good idea. Agreed, Mei replied, and they started going over their forces. It was a bit more trying than before, since they all had more forces than before, since their preparations had them training more shinobi. Plus, Konoha had survived the invasion with fewer casualties this time around, and never suffered the Uchiha massacre, not to mention the aid from other nations this time. At the end of the day, where the Shinobi Alliance once had 80,000 forces, now, in this time, they numbered over 96,000. So then, Madara, how many of the Zetsu have you been able to produce from the statue? All things considered? Raisin asked the resurrected Uchiha. At this point, since we've had less of the tailed beast to work with, we've only managed to bring out 74,000. Give or take a few hundred, Madara said, not looking pleased. I hope you've been able to make up the difference with your cultists, that Caius' shamblers, and those automatons of directs. Perhaps you should follow me and see for yourself? Raisin asked, leading Madara and Obito through a portal their device opened, and they found themselves on the roof of a military base and overlooking a large clearing. Behold, the fully gathered number of my own contribution to the cause, Raisin said to the struck Madara. Below, Caius and Derek had assembled their own created troops, while Zurue stood before a large number of people across many of the dimensions, essentially finding a large number of religious fanatics to manipulate. Caius had the largest group, consisting of 43,000 corpses reanimated, as well as his Edo Tensei summons, accounted for in a large number of coffins. Zurue himself had 36,000 cultists ready to die for their misguided beliefs, and Derek had made over 25,000 machines. Combined with Madara's Zetsu troops, it all amounted to a grand total of 178,000, close to double the Shinobi Alliance's forces. Madara grit his teeth slightly, knowing Raisin had pretty much every advantage in their alliance. He had to find a way to gain the upper hand against his rival, and soon. He would take the Juubi, become its host, and remake the Eternal Tsukiyomi to remove the Zetsu problem, and then create a peaceful world in this dimension. That he swore. Chapter 108 Alliance Reforged. Are they all ready? Minato asked, taking his seat in the council room of the Alliance headquarters, set this time on the borders between Lighting and Fire Country. We just got word that all of them were made a few hours ago, he said, nodding to Gaara, who handed Minato a forehead protector, only instead of a symbol of a nation, there was simply the kanji for shinobi on it. Excellent. I really like this message you guys came up with last time, Minato said, grinning at the kanji. It was mostly Mifyun's idea, Mei admitted. He wanted us to find common ground of a sort, and this was one of the best things to go on. Oh, and the daimyo also agreed to the alliance with little issue and are now in protective custody, so that issue is taken care of. How did things go on your end? Inoki asked Minato. Perfect. All the divisions are assembled, and they are now getting to know each other, with the exception of the Black Ops, which I formed first in all haste and deployed already, Minato said. Hopefully, they'll get a preemptive strike in on something major. Agreed, Gaara said. I had best go address the troops, and hope I can gain their trust half, as well as I have previously. In a campsite at the edge of the assembled forces, nearest to the front lines, the surprise attack division was gathered. Its commander, Kankuro, was looking over the troops alongside his second in command of the division, Oboro. He quickly spotted Sai and Omoi as before in the division, but then as he was about to introduce himself, he noted two other familiar faces, who were rapidly paling as they saw who they were assigned to. Well, if it isn't those two little pranksters that turned life in Suna into a living hell during their time there. Kankuro cackled as he stood in front of Akari and Kinomaru. How amusing that the next time I see you after I declared revenge on you for your horrible pranks, it's as your commanding officer. Whatever god presides over this world must have a sick sense of humor. I'm going to enjoy putting you through your paces. The medical and logistics tents set near the rear lines of the gathered troops were full of medics preparing as best as they could for the inevitable influx of wounded that would eventually come their way once the bloodshed began. Shizen, holding Taunton, was addressing the gathered medics, her second-in-command Chiyo, sitting on a stool behind her. I'm Shizun, pleased to meet you all. She addressed her now subordinates. Please note that this little one here is not to be eaten. Oink! Taunton exclaimed in affirmation. Oh dear, the sub-commander died on us. One of the medics said, looking at Chiyo, who was unnaturally still, a dead, blank look in her eyes. Shizen looked and paled too, and immediately shook Chiyo, panicking slightly. Chiyo! She was screeching desperately. Please tell us you're just napping. You older people do that, right? When no response came, Shizen then said, Oh dear, this O is not going to look good on my first report. Just kidding, playing possum. Chiyo suddenly said, scaring the crap out of all the medics there. That was my most real one yet, bwahahaha. That wasn't funny, Shizen grumbled, clutching her heart, even as a few of the other medics chuckled a little. Damn it, I can't believe the team's division was already formed and he left, Naruto grumbled, sitting in a room on the ground floor of the headquarters building itself, the room of the Emergency Response Division as they waited for their commander to arrive. Of course, since he was a Kage, he'd be collaborating on other parts of the war with the other Kage as well, taking less time leading the division as asked. Thus, Naruto knew he'd spend much time in charge of the Emergency Response Division, since he was officially second in command. He chortled mentally as he thought about the fact the lazy bum Shika would be in much the same boat when it came to the long-range combat division. I wanted to see him off before he left. Probably to caution him about not taking too many stupid risks, aka doing something you do, Haku chuckled next to him, earning a snigger from Tsunade, Ino, who'd apparently been working on a certain jutsu that qualified her for the division, and Mabui from their seats. Rock Lee and Guy were hanging from the ceiling with chakra, doing hanging sit-ups, so had nothing to say to that, though the nameless members of the division that could apparently arrive at the closer areas of the battles in short order were also amused at their superior's apparent reckless attitude. Pretty much, Naruto decided to admit, "I still say that your idea on integrating that bomber of all people into our forces was not very wise, though. Why Inoki was willing to take your advice is beyond me," Tsunade said. "Hey, relax. It's not like I just did so blindly," Naruto said. While I'm still irked by what he almost did to Hinata, it was a tactically sound tactic he attempted, even if it was dirty, and in that case backfired. I still put some seals on him to be safe, and even if that wasn't enough, he's got no real reason to double-cross us now. Not after what we told him. I get that it's a risk, but we need to pull out all the stops if we're to win this war. Deidara was sitting impatiently next to Fu, the second in command of the division, as Kuratsuchi addressed the aerial combat division he was now apparently a part of. He still had some trouble processing the idea that he was allowed out of prison and given a chance to clean his slate by helping the Alliance, after he was told the goals of Madara, Obito, and Raisin, and knowing that no one would appreciate his art if any of those three won, was pretty pissed at it all. The old coot Inoki and that brat Naruto, however, apparently saw some potential to integrating him into their forces, so here he was now. He'd wanted into the Mass Destruction Division, but unfortunately, flight was harder to come by than some of the more powerful jutsu that qualified for that one. So with few exceptions, those with flight capabilities were practically sent here. Still, so long as he was once again allowed to blow stuff up, he'd serve any side, so long as his art and people who could appreciate it remained after the war in question. Of course, he was already itching to let his clay bombs loose, and some part of him was tempted to do so on the IWA, Shinobi in the division sending suspicious glares at him, but he knew that even if he did decide to do so, many of them had access to hand seals that could activate a seal on him that would quickly disable him, placed on him by Naruto. Just another reason he'd have to work with the Alliance now. No helping it, I guess. He muttered himself. I'll just go with the flow then, Though I do gotta thank that Kyuubi Jinchuriki for his suggestions on how to make my art all the more effective. He grinned, having had a brief meeting with Naruto after being let out. He probably was the one who convinced the coot to let me out in the first place. Inoki wanted my head on a platter for a while now, Though after my targeting his girlfriend, I gotta say, he's one forgiving fool of a kid. That, or he's just pretty damn practy-dash. He was interrupted as a stone hit him on the head, courtesy of Kuratsuchi. Hey, pay attention up here. These are formations that we're going to be sticking to when we get deployed, she said, causing Deidara to snarl. Sure, she'd taken the excuse to throw the rock at him. At least until she gave the same treatment to another shinobi that was too obvious about laughing at him, which then caused him to smirk. At least he was being given a fairly fair shake from her. Nagato and his first lieutenant Conan arrived at the group of almost 100 shinobi that specialized in destroying things and people, and a lot at once for the latter. Essentially people who could easily make high-yield exploding tags in great quantities or have otherwise devastation-dealing abilities. Tenten was sweat-dropping as she stood next to Bee, who was rapping away, while Yujito was face-palming at her fellow Jinchuriki's antics, and Yugo was stoically ignoring it, as was Han, who was still massively strong without Kokuo, enough to qualify. Just great. So it's not just Konoha that has weirdos. Why do I feel both reassured and disturbed by that fact? Tenten asked no one in particular. Because you're glad that it's just not you who has to deal with them. But it also means that there are more people like this in the world. Sakura guessed, much to the amusement of Isaac, who was also close by. Nagato, sweat, dropped slightly at the scene, but regained his composure and started his introduction to the unit he was supposed to lead. But why, oh why, did he have to have a division with two of the most eccentric people ever known a man in it? The Sensory Division, consisting of many of the same members as before, having AO in charge, and C as the first lieutenant, now also had Karen in it. It turned out that her mind's eye of the Kagura Jutsu was a rather strong sensory jutsu, beyond what pretty much any sensor was capable of after she developed it a little beyond its barest bones, and she ended up seeing a Zetsu chakra under the chakra said Zetsu had up to disguise himself as another shinobi. That meant Naruto was no longer the sole person able to tell when a person was actually a Zetsu in disguise. She was quickly selected to be one of the sensors hooked up to the sensory barrier to add her unique ability to the mix. C, of course, would be a sensor on the front lines. The Intelligence Division has nothing major to add on, so moving on, because the author is lazy. Gaara, the leader of the Long-Range Combat Division and commander-in-chief of the main Shinobi Battle Regiment, stood between the leaders of the rest of the divisions in said regiment. Like before, Darui was in charge of the Mid-Range Combat Division, with Samui as his second in command. Other than the people that were assigned elsewhere in previously mentioned divisions, and Felix, now being a part of the division now, nothing else worth mentioning changed there. The Close-Range Combat Division was also once again led by Kitsuchi, and had Niji as the first lieutenant. Zachary and Boris were also assigned there, but Hinata, unlike previously, was elsewhere this time. The close to mid-range combat division was in fact where Hinata could be found now, that ultimately being the best fit for her, and was commanded by Kakashi, his second-in-command being Raza, while Celia was also a part of the division, as was Daisuke and Kiyoshi, Akari's teammates, and Kimimaro as well. Everyone else was the same, other than those previously mentioned to be elsewhere. The long-range division was led by Shikamaru by proxy, since he was the second-in-command, and he was once again being railed by Temari, who he quickly made his third second by proxy in command to make things slightly easier on himself, to take his duty seriously. No one was added to it, and only those previously mentioned were taken out of it, so once again, moving on. As before, Mifune led the Special Forces Division, with one of his best samurai, Okasuk, as his second-in-command. Kin and Jinmaru were added to the division this time around as well. Again, everything else was the same other than previously mentioned reassigned people. Gaara looked down at the forces assembled before him, and noted that things between a particular IWA shinobi and a sand one were playing out much the same as before, with the former questioning how they'd do with a young commander such as Gaara, while the latter was berating him for taking the Kazekage lightly. And then, the IWA shinobi brought up the death of his father by Suna's hands, and attacked the Suna shinobi, causing a fight. And that wasn't the only location things were quickly souring, either several shinobi in many areas in the formations were causing problems. Gaara once again broke it all up with his sand, and thus brought all attention to himself. For centuries, shinobi of all clans despised one another, and fought against one another countless times, Gaara said, having mentally revised much of his speech to fit this timeline slightly better, and intended to include the clan wars to an extent. Eventually, enemies began to tire of such endless conflict, and started banding together, and thus, the shinobi villages were formed. But even afterwards, out of nationalism, shinobi would spark new conflicts, and we fought in 3 wars, and in many conflicts in between. This hatred and desire for power gave birth to me, the Jinchuriki of the Sand, made to be nothing more than a living weapon for my own country. I hated this world, and everyone in it for my fate, and wanted to destroy both. In that respect, I was little different from the Akatsuki, who now seek to do just that. The shinobi in the army were gazing with rapt attention. Gaara, Raza sadly thought, considering his own role in his son. But then, when the sand was set to invade the leaf, I was saved by one of their shinobi, someone who at the time was supposed to be my enemy. But instead, he understood my pain, and grew into my friend. Gaara shouted, gazing at the army of shinobi below him. He, like me, was a Jinchuriki. Even though he was better accepted in his home, he still faced the hatred of those who saw him as what he held. I was expecting fully to fight him at some point, but I would have hesitated had it come to that, because between us, we formed a bond of friendship. We were spared the necessity of coming to blows by circumstance. But even had we fought, I know that neither of us would have been able to hate the other. It could very well be the same with other shinobi on opposite sides of conflict, for we all bear the same duty, the same burdens, to kill and steal for the sake of our homes. But instead, to make it easier, shinobi of all nations, of all clans dehumanize one another in any manner possible in their minds, barely sparing a thought to the fact that we were all the same shinobi of our own country, with the only difference being where we hailed from. Shinobi that could befriend one another had they met under different circumstances, instead expected to fight one another. The tide is once again turning, Kakashi thought as he watched the reactions of the army. Gaara seems to have expanded upon his previous speech as well, going so far as to include things he learned in the war last time, so it still has the same heartfelt effect, rather than risk only regurgitating the last one, and coming across as less passionate as a result. And even beyond that, we've all at one point or another suffered from the Akatsuki's attacks. Those of stone, mist, leaf, cloud, and sand, and even the minor villages alike have faced attack from this threat, and thus bear the same pain from them. There can be no hatred between those who can truly understand one another through acknowledging the same pain. I see no shinobi of the different villages here. What I see is shinobi of the Shinobi Alliance. And if you and other nations wronged by Suna still cannot forgive my village, then after this war is over, come back and face me then. Now, I wish to protect this world from the threat Akatsuki poses, and those who have become my friend, but I cannot do it alone. None of us here can. That's why. I need your strength. We all need to pool our might with one another if we are to succeed in protecting what matters to us all. The entire army cheered as Gaara finished his speech, and shinobi who were about to come to blows apologized to one another. Everyone who feels as I do, Gaara said, spreading his arms out, follow me into what will be the shinobi world's greatest hour. Itachi led a force of just over 50 shinobi through the mountains of the Land of Lightning, on the path to finding the mountain graveyard, the place the Akatsuki had last operated from, at least in the previous timeline. The Black Ops Division, small, but with the highest grade shinobi in it, the ones who lived in the darkness of shinobi, who would do their bloody work in the shadows, off the record, their deeds unlikely to ever reach the history books, and yet, possibly the actions that would have some of the greatest impact upon the war that had just started. It was the first to be deployed, and even as the gathering of the Alliance was concluding, was on the move. Itachi looked back on the troops following him, mainly consisting of Kiri Hunter Nin and Danzo's former root shinobi, but there were others of note as well. Sasuke, being his first lieutenant, was the closest behind him, and he was of one of the most important pieces of the whole setup. After all, with the snakes able to hide underground and the hawks in the air, Sasuke could have them launch and detect surprise attacks from just about any angle. It was also incredibly useful in finding targets they could take out. Other noteworthy members of the division were Zabuza, Anko, Fu Yamanaka, Torian Aburame, Baki, Tenzo, or as some knew him, Yamato, Sujetsu, and the former branch member of the Hyuga clan that defected to Kyumo due to a change in the timeline, Masato. Suddenly, a snake popped from the ground, and Itachi called a halt to the whole division, and they quickly stopped. Sasuke-sama, we found a tunnel with the scent of several of those plant men's scents having passed through, as well as a slightly larger number of other fighters, these ones fully human. I'd estimate about a force of just over 100. They were heading south of your current location, towards Amigakure it seems. Sasuke nodded and dismissed the snake. He looked to Itachi and asked orders. An hour later, the force was positioned in multiple defensive formations, with Zabuza's mist thick in the center of it. They were all watching the ground, when another snake popped up and informed Sasuke of the rapidly approaching force. Itachi shouted now. Several exploding tags detonated, causing the tunnel to collapse, and forcing the enemy to crawl out of it, into the attacks from all directions from the Black Ops. Sasuke and Zabuza drew their blades and jumped into the thick of it, the former's Sharingan blazing, along with several of the Hunter Nin from Kiri and Masato. Itachi, Anko, and Fu meanwhile peppered the hemmed-in forces with kunai and shuriken, and others also added their ranged attacks to the barrage. In less than a minute, it was over. The Black Ops suffered 2 casualties, a former root shinobi, and one of the few IWA shinobi in the Black Ops, and some mild and moderate injuries among others in it. The Zetsus and Raisin's fanatics on the other hand were slaughtered, over 100 enemies now dead. Itachi knelt, examining a corpse, as Yamato asked, so they really were headed for Amigakure? Why would they willingly attack such a now heavily fortified and isolated location that could easily get reinforcements from all sides in a hurry? They take a lot of casualties, and there's almost nothing of strategic value there, except for the Rinnegan, which Nagato, Aim's leader possesses, Sasuke interjected, and he wouldn't ignore an attack on his home. He'd go right back to it in its defense, and they'd take the opportunity to swarm him and try to steal his eyes. We knew they'd go for that objective at some point, though it is somewhat surprising that they would press for it so soon, considering their positions in the war. A surprise they no doubt intend to use to their advantage, Itachi mused. And this is very unlikely to be the only force they gave the job to, Zabuza said. I have no doubt that this was just one small group that was supposed to converge into a much larger one with a bunch of other small groups at the destination. If they have the brass balls to try this so early, we probably only put a small dent in that invasion. Wait, but don't they have that portal device, or whatever? Suigetsu asked, crossing his arms as he tried to remember the briefing of targets they may end up going after. Why not just transport them all that way? I'm guessing it's because they can't transport a large number of forces at once with it, Yamato replied, considering it. No doubt they're using it, just not en masse, while the main number of forces still needs to travel regularly. Sasuke, send a hawk with the message to HQ immediately, Itachi ordered. We're moving on the moment it's off. Sasuke nodded and summoned a hawk, giving it a hastily written note warning HQ of the impending attack on AIM, before they then moved on, leaving the first blood spilled in the war to seep into the ground, never known to the rest of the world. Chapter 109 AIM Under Attack. Aneto Tensei watched as the hawk carrying the message flew across the sky. Caius, watching through said corpse, smirked at the plan coming to fruition. The Black Ops Division was comprised of shinobi that could very well pick off the forces converging on the Hidden Rain village. So by letting them come across a small force that mattered little, allowing them to figure out their goals, they would send a message to the Shinobi Alliance. Thus, they would be forewarned of the attack, which would be bad for Raisin's plans, if that was what they were going for in the first place. Raisin knew full well that with such a target, figuring out their aim would be easy for the Alliance. Thus, they would be sure to keep Nagato well away from his village, and instead send a sizable force to defend it, under the impression that a massive army would be devoted to taking the village, diverting forces in order to make the defenses where they would actually have Nagato reduced greatly. Then it was a matter of presenting a target on another location, one with diminished forces to support aim. A target that would need the Mass Destruction Division in specific to take down. It was all coming together. About half a day later, headquarters got the message. They're going after Nagato's eyes so soon? Minato asked after reading the message. It's not that big of a surprise, Danzo, who had been put on the War Council, partly because of his expertise in such things, partly to keep a close eye on him, said. After all, it would be a strong blow to us to lose a set of Rinnegan and have it end up in the enemy's hands. While it was earlier than expected, since we felt they'd lower our troops to make it easier first, it is still one of their major objectives. I for one am highly against allowing Nagato to return to aim, regardless of whatever other forces we send. It's exactly what the enemy wants. I am in agreement, it grumbled. I instead suggest we send a good portion of the mid-range division's forces, with Darui himself going, and some of the close-range division as well. Mainly water-style users, to take advantage of the rain and watery terrain. The surprise attack division can pick off more of their forces until the attack happens. Shikaka nodded. We do have the sensors to find them, once they know where to direct their focus. Knowing that enemy is traveling underground again, and in splinter groups to converge at the target, while the main force remains and takes up a lot of our attention, helps us locate them, and we can have the intel directed right to the surprise attack division, he reasoned. That should whittle down many of their forces before they arrive. Darui's forces should be able to handle the rest from there. A solid strategy. But why do I feel like I'm missing something? Minato thought worriedly. Even so, he saw no better plan, and signed the order for them to go ahead and do so. The first group of enemies is this way, Kankuro said after getting orders. They have a couple Edo Tensei with them from the looks of things, so keep on guard. The division as a whole nodded, though two heads did it sullenly. With faces covered in war paint similar to Kankuro's. Akari and Kinomaru were not pleased when Kankuro made them wear the stuff, telling them that it would divert the enemy's attention. The lie was shattered by many details. For one, Kankuro was failing to stifle his laughter as he put it on them. For another, most of their enemies were undead, and thus controlled by another party, so would not be diverted at all, and they were the only two having to do it. It also failed to explain why Kankuro used something that smelled like shit in the stuff, or put several kanji on them in it, kanji that translated to insulting terms, in addition to the regular lines. They soon came to the area they were tunneling under, and with a nod from Kankuro, Akari immediately started casting hand seals. Wood-style deep forest emergence. The area was suddenly filled with growing trees, the roots of which tore their way underground, and started collapsing the tunnels and crushing the troops moving through them. Kankuro also had Sai get his brush and ink out, while having most of the shinobi form a ring around the trees as surviving enemies forced their way to the surface after that stunt. It was then Kinomaru and other shinobi stepped in, forming seal for fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style catching flames jutsu, they shouted, shooting lances of flame in, which were not meant to hit a foe, but instead set the surrounding area aflame. As such, on contact the lances immediately spread out in a good 15-foot radius on average, and within seconds, the entire area of trees Akari brought up was aflame, causing screams of agony from the Zetsu, and a few of Raisin's fanatics. The Shamblers were also burning slightly, but not as much as most beings of flesh would, courtesy of the chemicals Caius put in them to make them resistant. The automatons simply had their shielding burn away, and their metal heated up as they pressed out of the burning trees. Sai was immediately making his drawings, and releasing them to back up his comrades that were holding off the enemies coming their way, mostly ogres with clubs or cleavers, the most effective thing he had against the majority of the foes. Oboro was meanwhile using his Jin Jutsu and his hiding ability to trick several foes into attacking the wrong things, often causing an automaton to lodge its weapon into a rock, leaving it open. Omoi was hanging back and ready for anything unexpected, and soon, an Edo Tensei, heedless of the flames coating it due to its regeneration, dashed out. So, Caius is having the Edo Tensei there take advantage of the fact that it was set on fire to be slightly more dangerous, huh? Kankuro thought with amusement as Omoi moved to intercept, just as the second one came out to try to flank the swordsman. Clever, but not clever enough. With one Edo Tensei behind him and the second in front, Omoi drew his sword to attack the latter, only to whip around and behead the one behind him at the last second in a masterful stroke, while Kuro, controlled by Kankuro, disassembled and shanked the one Omoi didn't attack from all angles. Kankuro then unsealed several wooden spheres, all big enough to hold a large person, and they disassembled before reassembling around the corpses, After every piece of crow was clear of course, the interior of them releasing quicklime, courtesy of some of Iwa's forces into the center, freezing up the Edo Tensei's movements and regeneration, while other seals set in the stuff sealed their chakra. Kankuro smirked as the seals completed. Patting the container smugly, he said, glad the Alliance had time to give people some preparation on sealing, so dealing with guys like this would be easier. He then frowned as the thought that it was counterbalanced by the fact that the enemy had more Edo Tensei to use this time around occurred to him. Seriously, if they just had the Akatsuki to deal with, they had a real chance to stop them before they got half as far this time. But then Raisin had to come along and ruin everything. Still, a second chance was better than nothing. Soon, after the fighting died down, Kankuro went to Akari and Kinoru, who groaned at the work he was making them in particular do, and had already gotten the assessment he wanted due to knowing he'd asked them for it. We had nearly 200 enemies in this first group, and we lost 5 of our shinobi here, Kanomaru said. 12 injuries. They were mostly shamblers and automatons, unfortunately, which let them survive the initial flaming, Akari chimed in. Still, thanks to the surprise factor, we gave better than we got. Conquin nodded in approval. After connecting with Anoichi and informing him of their success, and getting the intel of the next nearest group, and then assessing who was still fit for fighting, he gave the command to move out. With Akari and Kinomaru doing the grunt work of carrying along the captured Edo Tensei for the next half hour. Before Kankuro remembered that he could simply store the containers up in a scroll. The two kids were not amused, and spent as much time as they could get plotting incredibly painful and humiliating revenge pranks once the war was over. It was about a day later when Darui's troops found themselves facing an attack from the north not too long after they made it to their positions in aim. He consulted the intelligence division and found that his 6,000 troops were matched by about 9,000. It would have been closer to 10 had it not been for Kankuro's efforts in the previous day. He had the option of calling for reinforcements if things got a little hairy. Something, however, was off. The enemy, while boasting superior numbers, had pretty much no Edo Tensei of note in their ranks or other enemies of note. It was all the sheer number of troops, which was not even that much. It did not seem like a force prepared for the taking of the Rinnegan, even if they did have Nagato here. Darui eventually decided he was simply overthinking things, and that it was just likely that the enemy was waiting to confirm Nagato's appearance before bringing out the big guns via that space and time portal they had built. Hoping Samui could handle leading the rest of the division, he ordered his troops to be ready for whatever the enemy sent their way. Soon, the whole enemy force was upon their defensive formations. Darui from the top of the wall watched as his and the enemy's forces clashed, Zachary and Boris at the front of the formation, the latter using brute force to smash away shamblers like ragdolls, whenever he wasn't hacking them apart with his axe, while Zachary was using strong, but more measured taijutsu to systematically disassemble automatons after whittling down their shielding. Choza, part of the forces sent to the front in that angle, was rolling rampantly among the enemies, scattering the faster ones and crushing the slower ones, while other shinobi were doing their best to cover him from a distance, so as to keep him from being brought down by ranged attacks, though all the water he kicked up made it pretty hard to get a target on him, since it splashed. Darui and several other forces on the wall he was protecting started making hand seals. Storm-style laser circus, Darui shouted, and fired the technique off into the enemy horde, blasting several beams of the chakra through multiple enemies at once. Shamblers were hardly bothered by the hole they got from it, unless it cost them a limb, but an automaton or two had something important destroyed and went down, and a few Zetsu were taken down. The rest were firing off water-style techniques, enhanced by the terrain, and blasting back enemy force, allowing those in close quarters to gain the upper hand. Darui, sir, a messenger said, shining to his side. The enemy is outflanking us, heading to the northwestern front, 1,000 forces strong. Darui nodded and said, redirect Niji's group their way. They should be able to handle them. Sir, yes, sir. The messenger replied and vanished. Darui, meanwhile, noted several shamblers regaining their bearings and managing to gain some ground on the eastern area. Sighing and unsheathing his cleaver, he said, time to start hacking then it seems. He then leapt off the wall and towards the enemy, the cleaver sparking with electricity. Niji blasted back a Zetsu clone with a powerful palm strike, before ducking a slash from an automaton. An IWA shinobi smashed it away with a rock-covered fist, also relieving it of its shielding, and Niji gave a small nod for the assist, before closing in on the automaton and slamming it with multiple gentle fist strikes before it could rise, shorting out its important functions before stealing a scimitar from it, and throwing it in a backhand motion. It spun through the air and went right into the chest of a fanatic that tried to blindside him with a crossbow, causing the shot to go wide and killing the man. Several Zetsu leapt onto him and started trying to suck his chakra out before he blasted them away painfully with a katen, adding wind chakra to it, so they were thrown back with lethal lacerations in the bargain. The same messenger arrived to inform Niji of Darui's orders, and he nodded after getting them, ordering the troops under his command to follow him. He broke away from the fighting on the current front, heading west to fortify their defenses there. Choza barely avoided a missile sent his way by an automaton, and unfurled his human boulder Tenshink, having just been about to take him into an ambush of more large automatons leveling their more advanced weaponry. He immediately took cover as they opened fire, and managed to escape the worst of it, only for several of the flying variety to come his way. Ugh, this is where Shikaku would say things were troublesome, Choza said dryly as the flying machines let rain a hail of bullets. With a nimbleness that belied his size, he managed to avoid the worst of it, though one grazed his left arm painfully. He increased the size of his arm and grabbed a boulder as he ran before whipping around, and using the momentum to sling the makeshift missile at one of the larger machines. It seared through its shielding with ease and smashed into the bogey itself, damaging it beyond repair as it crashed and burned. Even so, he had to dodge again as a missile landed and blew up close to where he was. He was then cornered by several shamblers, backed up by some Zetsu, while the aerial forces were closing in on him from behind. Choza quickly reinitiated his human boulder jutsu, also using the Hairy Jizo, making it a spiky and hard version, also giving him some decent protection, and tore through the enemy, trying very hard to get some space to initiate his super expansion jutsu, but the damn flying automatons were persistent, knowing better than give him even a second to cast the needed hand seals. He was then blasted by a few more missiles and thrown to the side, luckily none of them being a direct hit. But even with Hairy Jizo up, he took some damage. Groaning as he got up, he looked in time to see them coming for another sweep at him, before several ninjutsu users fired off techniques up at the machines, momentarily stalling them, and allowed him to cast a seal. Super expansion jutsu. He roared, and grew to boss summon size. Before the automatons could do anything else, he jerked his head, and his spiky and hardened hair slammed into about half of them, and took them clear out of the sky to crash heavily to the ground, their shielding doing jack shit to keep them in one piece. The rest of them scattered and fired their weapons at him, a missile impacting his shoulder, and a few bullets sinking in his flesh, but his increased size made the damage mostly negligible, and he swatted several more out of the air, while also stepping on several more enemy forces, even as they fired attacks up at him. He quickly shrunk back down to let most of them go way above his head, and once again used the spiky human boulder to tear through their ranks. Darui reached the line of shamblers, and started hacking into them, knowing that tearing them to pieces was the most efficient way to deal with them. His cleaver was heavy and had natural cutting power, and it was only more so when he added lightning-style chakra to it. That made shambler body parts fly everywhere. Occasionally, he added a black lightning panther into the mix whenever a group came his way to tear through the center of the group, before he closed in and started hacking again. One shambler managed to rake his shoulder with a surgically altered hand that had claws, but it wasn't a deep enough wound to be of concern, before Darui returned the favor in spades by relieving the shambler of said hand with a quick back swing, and then bisecting the thing. He then landed on a small pond that automatons were crossing behind the shamblers, and he immediately charged the waters up with lightning-style chakra, causing the automatons to be shocked until their shielding died, and then they were shorted out. He turned to meet a group of Zetsu, and when they dashed at him, several more troops arrived to back him up, one of them cutting away at a Zetsu with a katana, though another slit her throat with a kunai, though another shinobi smashed said Zetsu with a rock-covered fist. More filled the holes left behind by their fallen comrades. But Darui played havoc with their formation when he unleashed another laser circus at them, and in the confusion, his backup charged forward and took down the disorientated foes. Slowly but surely, the Alliance was gaining the advantage against the enemy forces. One of the fanatics in the rear lines noted that their forces were beginning to be whittled down and nodded to one of his subordinates, who then fired off a signal flare into the sky. Other areas in the lines did so as well. Niji, now fighting at the area ordered, looked up as his Byakugan saw the flares go up, and his eyes narrowed. "I don't like this," he muttered, even as another automaton fell to his attacks. Soon enough, he saw large, externally controlled chakra systems popping up all over the battlefield. His eyes widened, and he immediately got in contact with Anoichi. The enemies brought at least 50 chimeras with them in scrolls. "They're unleashing them now. Warn the rest of the army," he mentally shouted as several of the undead boss summon-sized beasts came their way. He got into a stance and fired off as many air palms as he could at the massive creatures while backing up, trying to do as much damage as he could before unsealing Fuma's shuriken enhanced with wind chakra as they approached and threw them, cutting into their faces and one of the weapons severing the snake head at the end of one of their tails, but they ignored the injuries, smashing their massive paws into the defensive lines. "Fall back." Niji shouted. Fire off as many techniques as you can, but keep a steady retreat. His troops hastened to obey. Darui was keeping up his assault on the enemy forces when he heard a voice from one of the intelligence division members. Darui, be advised, the enemy has smuggled a large amount of the enemy called chimeras onto the battlefield via storage scroll. Wait, what? Darui mentally replied, suddenly rather worried, remembering from the briefing that the chimeras were undead beasts made by Caius and the size of boss summons. How many? According to Niji, who spotted them with his Byakugan, there are at least 50 of them. We are having the sensory division confirming it as we speak, but you're going to need to have your forces bring them down with concentrated attacks. Well, isn't this a fine mess? Darui groaned as contact was cut off, and sure enough, he saw several of the chimeras lumbering his way. Concentrated attacks are all well and good, but it's hard to do such a thing when you're against this many enemies. Dividing up ninjutsu users, while also taking into account holding off the grunt forces. We may be needing that backup after all. Darui readied his weapon, and every jutsu user in the forces started firing off their strongest attacks. But for the most part, they were shrugged off, along with kunai and shuriken thrown the chimera's way. Darui fired off another laser circus, piercing one of them as it approached in multiple places, but the beast wasn't deterred. Darui was really hating the undead factor here, as he dodged back in time to avoid being smashed by the beast's paw. Guess I was wrong about how committed they were. He grumbled as he hacked a toe off, but was then smacked away by a surprisingly quick swipe of the creature's other paw. Darui grunted after he'd skidded some, his left arm hanging uselessly as it had been dislocated. With a grumble of pain, he forcibly relocated it, regaining his range of movement, though he was still a little banged up. The chimera charged his way once again. Damn it, we should have seen it coming. A snarled as the report reached his ears, hearing the tactic about the chimeras. His fist banged down hard on the table, though he controlled himself enough to avoid smashing it. Calm down, Minato said. I formed your division for a reason. I've already sent a messenger for Haku to go back them up, and Naruto to make a few clones to Hiraition to that battlefield. A detachment of the aerial division is also on the way. Ao then spoke up. Minato, sir, we're not the only ones sending reinforcements to AIM. Derek is leading a force of over 15,000 southward to the battlefield. If they go unchallenged, they'll reach the battlefield within 8 hours. Whose division is closest? Shikaku asked, immediately recognizing the need to slow them down. Derek was also a high-priority target, since he'd know where the seal blocking off their dimension was. Sammy was placed in charge of the 1st Division, while Darui defends AIM. And she is closest, one of the intelligence officers replied, connected to the headset they were all wearing. Gaara is also willing to send some of his own division to back them up, and Kitsuchi can also arrive with some forces on time to make difference. Do it, Minato said. Back on the battlefield on AIM, Darui was blasting away at the chimera with black lightning ninjutsu, and the beast was slowly falling apart, covered in wounds that would have killed an actual boss summon at least 10 times over. Again, Darui hated the undead factor, and he was tiring out too quickly for comfort. He'd most likely defeat the creature, but he'd be too exhausted to do much afterwards. As the beast was about to swing its paw at him again, a sudden orange blur flashed in front of him and dashed forward. Giant Rasengan, it shouted, and with a massive, spiraling sphere of chakra, the chimera was blasted back, suffering even more damage with a large crater in its torso where the jutsu hit. Naruto? Darui asked in surprise. Why are you here? Even if you're part of the emergency response, the Rinnegan is the enemy's objective, and since you have a set, and also the QB, you'd be an even bigger target than Nagato. Good thing the original me is just sending a good number of clones here, Naruto replied with a smirk, causing Darui to nod in realization. So, how did you get here in the first place? Darui asked. Even if there are seals in AIM for your clones to flash to, it still would have taken time for you to get from there to here, right? The headbands distributed all have my seals on the other side of them. The part against the cloth, the clone explained as the chimera it blasted back started getting up. Dad also has his own in them, but only in the higher-ranking shinobi's bands. He didn't have enough chakra to put a seal on them all on short notice. Darui nodded and said, then let's say we finish this big boy off and move on the next. Way ahead of you, Naruto's clone replied, rushing forward with another giant Rasengan. A couple hours later, Derek called his marching troops to a halt and started survey the mountainous landscape. Sure enough, Samui ordered the ambush to start, and jutsu and weaponry rained down on the terrain from the cliff sides, damaging shamblers and breaking down the shielding of automatons and outright killing a mini Zetsu. Derek's forces pulled back slightly out of the area, and the troops under Samui's command rushed out from hiding to attack the opposing enemy, while the element of surprise was still on their side. Several Edo Tensei moved forward to assist them, and among them was Kakazu, who was killing enough shinobi to take hearts from. Karui, Hayashi, and Hizashi moved to intercept him. Felix was firing off jutsu from a perch, careful not to hit a zetsu, because he wasn't sure if random clones counted toward the no fighting someone Naruto did clause, but he wasn't taking the chance. Derek smirked as he watched the forces in front of him slowly gain the advantage over his own, despite inferior numbers. He was also certain that reinforcements were on their way for the Alliance. Time to level the playing field, then? He asked as he casually grabbed two of his larger scrolls and unsealed their contents. Each one held one of his prized creations, a Kinzoku Kaijin, each of them twice the size of a bijou. He hated to bring them out from his base, but orders were orders. The Alliance forces looked up in a panic and fired off whatever techniques they could before the machine could get to them as they lumbered over. Samway's eyes widened at the two massive machines and felt a cold dread as their shielding shrugged off all the attacks their forces were sending their way, and the metal titans started laying waste to her assembled forces. She then got in contact with Inoichi with a desperate request. We're in desperate need of a lot of firepower. Get as many members of the mass destruction unit as you can overhear now. She mentally cried out to the Yamanaka, even as she prepared to fight them herself. Chapter 1:10 Sakura's Strength. Two of those things? I demanded as Inoichi relayed the message. One was enough to give us serious trouble when we had to rescue Yujito, and that was with Naruto there with the Juubi to help him, which is why it is imperative we send at least a good number of the Mass Destruction Division there ASAP. And a few clones of Naruto, while we are at it, and any other member of the Emergency Response Division we can spare, Minato replied. How soon can Nagato's forces make it to the battlefield? I'd estimate 2 hours, Inoichi said. Sammy has informed me that she has her forces spread out to make it harder for the mechanical titans to waste large numbers of her forces at once, but that leaves room for their foot soldiers to flood into their formations. And I doubt the machines care about stepping on their own forces, so long as they take out the enemy as well, Danzo put in. In essence, the most Sammy can do with the failed attempt at ambush now is stall until reinforcements arrive. In that case, we need to send Nagato over their prompt dash, they started to say, before Shikaku held up a hand to forestall him. No, that's exactly what they want. They must have somehow learned of Nagato's role in our forces, and are trying to force the Mass Destruction Division's hand. It was just a red herring. Shikaku told them, his brow furrowed as the facts made themselves clear in his mind. Raisin must have known that we wouldn't send Nagato there so easily. Still, we can't half-ass fighting one of those mechanical monstrosities. I growled. Let alone two. That's why we can still send most of the Mass Destruction Division, but leave Conan in charge of the group heading to back up Samui, Minato said. As it stands, Kitsuchi and Shikamaru are both leading reinforcements over, and they're close, so they might be able to help stop the enemy until Conan can get there with a few members of the division. As I said, Naruto can go with a few other members of the Emergency Response Division. It seems to be the best course of action, the Raikage admitted. But why not send the actual Naruto? I doubt a few clones could pull off a final Rasengan, unless made with the Kyuubi's chakra, but we're saving that for at least until the Zetsus move in, since even with Karen here, we can't detect them all and can't risk running short at a crucial moment. Sending the original Naruto would be just as bad as sending Nagato, if not worse, Shikaku replied. Think about it. Not only does he also have Rinnegan, but also the Nine Tails, which we do still need to counter the bulk of that Zetsu army's main strength. While Kurama's not all that high on the immediate priority list for them, since they already have a good piece of the Bijuu chakra with them in the form of Ginkaku and Kinkaku, Naruto would still be a target for that reason alone. So essentially, clones are the most we can risk with him for now. A harumph, but had to accept the logic. Two of them, Naruto demanded when the word reached them, before he almost completely filled the room with clones, which teleported away. Who else can get there in 30 minutes tops? Naruto asked. I'd have clones transport some people, but they'll need all the chakra they can get to topple even one of those giants. Akinino said, getting up and casting a few hand seals. It took some doing, but I learned a technique that was developed by Dan Kato, using principles from my clan, the spirit transformation technique. With it, I can send my spirit out, not just my mind, and it can move a lot quicker, covering vast distances in seconds, and even possess an enemy's body with ease. Tsunade, her gaze taking a pained look momentarily at the mention of her former fiancé, got up and said, Mabui, time for you to use the ethereal transmission jutsu on me. I'll loan some assistance as well. Yash, Lee and I will run to the battlefield and dash, Guy started to say. No, you won't, Naruto said, cutting Guy off. There's still too high a risk of someone else needing a great deal of emergency aid, and my clones can only get me so far against the real strong foes, so I need you and Lee in reserve for now. Guy and Lee slumped comically as Tsunade and Mabui went to prep the ethereal transmission jutsu, and Ino finished the hand seals, and her spirit was sent out, her body slumping. Sammy leapt back from the sight of a missile blast in time to avoid it, and cut off a shambler's arm with her tanto. But despite keeping her cool, it was clear that she was internally panicking. Her forces were pretty much in full-blown retreat, the formation scattered. Occasionally, someone tried to fire off a jutsu at the Kinzoku Kaijins, but their sage chakra shielding contemptuously shrugged off the attacks. As if that wasn't bad enough, there were also a few freshly unsealed chimera added to the mix that were smashing her ranks, though those actually took some damage from attacks. One chimera bore right down on her, but she was then saved by the sudden arrival of Tsunade, who teleported in front of her via the Mabui's jutsu, and she blasted away the oversized undead beast with a single punch. At the same time, about 30 Naruto clones arrived via Hiration and started blasting away at the enemy forces in front of them with an impressive library of wind-style ninjutsu. About a minute into this counterattack, Ino's spirit showed up and immediately singled out Derek. Speeding right at him, she entered his body and took it over. Or at least she tried to. Instead, upon finding herself in Derek's soul, he glared at her contemptuously and forced her out with some mental exertion. With a grunt, her spirit hovered in front of him in an annoyed manner. Clearly, while the spirit possession jutsu had a greater level of versatility than her clan techniques, being far easier to possess an opponent in the first place, for some reason, it was easier for the strong-willed to force out of their body, though still incredibly difficult for them. Clearly, you're not one of Raisin's best for nothing, she growled, before heading off to find a weaker-willed enemy to possess. She soon found one such religious fanatic, and upon taking his body, immediately started cutting enemy forces down around her, causing confusion before leaving the body to be killed by his comrades, and took over as Zetsu next. Samui gave a small sigh of relief, but she also knew that turning the tide was going to take more effort than that. The Naruto clones could take on the Chimera no problem, but they couldn't really do much to slow the Kinzoku Kaijins, other than mess up their footing with large-scale Earth-style ninjutsu. Punching through their shielding was something that would take even more power than a bunch of clones from even Naruto could pull off. As such, she still kept her forces in retreat, but now she could afford to let them spread out a bit more to avoid being crushed in larger numbers at once by the mechanical titans. After 20 minutes of giving ground, the combined force of the close-range and long-range divisions led by Kitsuchi and Shikamaru finally showed up. Earth-style sandwich technique, Kitsuchi shouted, slamming his hands on the ground, and two enormous structures on either side of one of the Kinjoku Kaijins emerged, before converging to attempt to crush the machine. The shielding of the Kinzoku Kaijin protected it from the areas that would have crushed it, even grinding away the rock it came into contact with, but that didn't stop the formation from fully closing around it. Kitsuchi panted and said, "I put a lot of juice into that, but I don't know how long it will hold that monstrosity. I'll put some rock walls against it to reinforce it, keep it in there as long as possible." The rest of the troops moved in, and Shikamaru, a group of medics, and several other Nara headed right towards the second of the Kinzoku Kaijins. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The Nara group intoned, and their shadows merged as one, before capturing that of the giant machine. While the machine strained, it was clear it was putting enough effort into heavily tax the Nara group trying to hold it, which is why the small group of medics were using their medical jutsu to replenish the reserves of the group while they strained. Even so, there was a limited amount of time the jutsu could work, so Shikamaru shouted, "Someone get over here and put some other measures to slow this thing down in place while we have it restrained." The machine had a few panels open up to reveal missile launchers, which were aimed at the Nara group. "Oh crap," Shikamaru said before the missiles fired. "Wind-style Raisin Shuriken," Naruto's voice shouted, causing Shikamaru to turn his head in time to see a clone of Naruto throw the disc of chakra between the missiles and Shikamaru's group, and it exploded right there, causing the advanced weaponry to blast into the rotating mass of chakra and go off harmlessly against it. "Nice save, Naruto," an appreciative Shikamaru said, causing the clone to smirk. "Earth-style swamp of the underworld," Felix shouted upon reaching the location, and the machine found itself sinking into the massive bog Felix was making. At the same time, more forces ran forward and began using what Earth-style existed among them to create rock walls around it, preventing it from getting out, and eventually shape them into a structure around the bog, and even on top of it, so the machine would have one hell of a time getting out. "About time reinforcements got here," Samui said, striding up to Kitsuchi's location. "I'd say it looked like you were doing fine on your own," Kitsuchi bantered as he kept reinforcing the prison he had the first one in. "But that would be a lie. Still, can't blame ya. These things are tougher than they look, and that's saying something." After it was clear the second Kinzoku Kaijin wasn't getting out anytime soon, Shika and the rest of the Nara group released their hold, though it was clear they were drained. Ino's spirit went into Shikamaru's body at that moment. Ino, what are you doing? Shikamaru asked in his mindscape. My spirit needs to return to my body now, and I can't use the jutsu again for at least another 10 hours, Ino said. It has a time limit and a cooldown period both, unfortunately. So I'm transferring what chakra I have left to you before I go. Great. Which means I don't get a few minutes of a breather. Thanks a lot, Shikamaru said. You're welcome, Ino said cheerfully before her soul left. Troublesome woman, Shikamaru grumbled as he felt his reserves return. Sammy, meanwhile, was shouting out orders to get the ranks reformed and to once again push back against Derek's forces, but at the same time, giving ground, this time more steadily. Things were once again going well for about an hour, before Kitsuchi had to shout, I can't hold this one off anymore, it's coming out. Sure enough, the outermost, massive rock walls around the structure that held the first Kinzoku Kaijin shattered outward as the machine punched it with one of its 4 fists, before lumbering out of the structure. Naruto's clones, 10 of which remained, used Hiraishin to extract Kitsuchi and the troops around him in a hurry, getting them out of immediate danger as the Metal Titan emerged from its prison, though 2 of them were dispelled from using their chakra up in the process. Man was hoping that Conan could lead the mass destruction forces here before one of those things got loose, Shikamaru grumbled. How troublesome. The lumbering machine strode over towards the Alliance forces, and Shikamaru's Nara group once again moved forward to trap it with their shadows. However, this time, Kakasu, who'd vanished into the fighting earlier, unleashed his mass creatures on Shika's group after emerging from the general forces of the enemy. No, you don't. We're not going through that again, Kakasu said, as his monsters forced Shikare group in a full retreat, after killing several of them. Felix once again tried to get off a swamp of the underworld, but this time, the machine had freedom of movement, and it was able to simply step out of the bog before it sunk too deep. Sammy was forced to divide the formations up again. Wind and Earth-style solid raisin shuriken. A Naruto clone shouted, throwing the jutsu at Kakuzu's creatures, and 2 of them were caught in the jutsu, the lighting and water ones. Kakuzu looked up sharply, only to see the clone disperse from using the last of its chakra. And the distraction cost him as another clone flashed to the kunai it had thrown next to him, and smashed a giant Rasengan into his side, sending him flying away, regenerating due to the jutsu. 5 Naruto clones pursued him, one of them having a raisin bomb formed and ready to throw. Even as the first Kinzoku Kaijin was starting to wreak havoc again, the second was just starting to dig itself out of the prison it had found itself in, when a storm of exploding tags smashed into its shielding, and in continuous amount from an upward angle. Conan was flying above the area and was peppering the thing with her paper ninjutsu in the form of a crap ton of exploding tags, after another crap ton. This did not stop the machine from fully extracting itself, as its shielding stopped the attacks, but it was at this point B ran up to it and turned fully into his tenant, causing Gyuki's entire mass to slam into the machine, shoulder first. Nice timing, Shikamaru shouted out in Conan's direction as the rest of the mass destruction forces spread out around the Kinzoku Kaijin, aiming to overwhelm its shielding eventually with heavy hitting attacks and large amounts of exploding tags. Tenten was borrowing Naruto's Ashura Path, and after a moment of charging her arm, converted into a chakra cannon, fired it into the shield, while Isaac, cackling all the while, unsealed a freaking ballista, a massive crossbow-like weapon, and the bolt in it was covered in exploding seals, and clearly, Isaac was willing to use it, since he fired it off with no hesitation. The bolt slamming into the shielding of the machine and unleashing a massive explosion. It'd take some time, but they'd whittle the shields down eventually, since they were draining the reserves faster than they could be replenished. In the distance, Derek clicked his teeth with annoyance, but then so long as there was at least one other Kinzoku Kaijin that the division wasn't focusing its efforts on, Shinana Arrow could be heard as the one who shouted it flew through the air and slammed her fist into the other Kinzoku Kaijin's shielding and made it stagger back half a step. Sakura landed in front of the shinobi forces and said, "Don't you all worry. I got this one." "Sakura?" Shikamaru asked, stepping next to Sakura. "Why aren't you with the rest of the division over with that first one?" Conan said that while it would be best to focus on one at a time and bring the first one down as quickly as possible before moving to the next, she trusted me to slow this second one down until then. Sakura said, "Just make sure you, Kitsuchi, and Samly's forces take care of the small fry in the area in the meantime, and give us some room. My attacks are going to be intense, and I have a feeling this thing's not going to hold back either." "Sure you can keep it busy?" Shika asked. "No," Sakura said, a smirk crossing her features, one that scared Shikamaru. "I'm sure I can wreck this thing." She cracked her knuckles as she spoke. "Women are troublesome," Shikamaru concluded for the umpteenth time, before pulling back to spread the message to let Sakura take care of the one she was fighting and the mass destruction division to take care of the second. The Kinzoku Kaijin swung a massive scimitar. It unsealed down at the shinobi forces in front of it, but Sakura leapt up again and punched the side of the blade, causing it to go off course and smash into the ground a small distance from the quickly moving forces. "I'm your opponent," Sakura shouted, still in midair, having used the recoil from the previous blow to once again move close to the machine and rammed her fists repeatedly against the shielding. Upon landing, she saw panels open up, and the machine fired off several streams of flames at her from them. She dodged, and when missiles were fired off at her, she managed to get off the needed hand seals to form an earth wall, which took the missiles dead on, though just barely. Sakura dashed out from behind it and rammed her hands into the ground before ripping free a large chunk of earth and flinging it at the machine. The boulders smashed into pieces against the shields, and Sakura once again closed in and smashed her limbs repeatedly into the shielding of the thing's leg. However, at one point, the Kinzoku Kaijin lifted its foot and caused Sakura, expecting her next punch to connect, lurched forward. Before she could recover, the machine stomped on her. Pausing in its fight, one of Naruto's clones froze upon seeing this and shouted out, "Sakura!" His worries were assuaged with the sight of the machine's leg quivering and slowly lifting slightly as Sakura pushed heavily up against it. The palms of her hands pushed against the bottom of the machine's massive foot while she was still on one knee. It was clear she was struggling, however, and was just about to give out. "Hold on, I'm coming," the clone shouted, dashing for Sakura, not having enough chakra left to Hiration without dispelling. "Stay back, Naruto, I got this," Sakura shouted back, ignoring the fact that her body was quivering with exertion as the machine kept pushing down on her, trying to crush her. Naruto's clone stopped and briefly considered going against her wishes before noticing that her expression was calm, despite the struggling she was undergoing. And her white strength seal was changing from purple to a vivid red. Sakura smirked as she recalled her recent breakthrough in her training. Flashback. "What?" Sakura cried out at Kitsuri. "What do you mean there is no way I can hope to learn Sage Mode?" "Exactly what I said, Lady Sakura," the slug told Sakura apologetically. "Your reserves of chakra are too small to properly balance with the natural energy you'd have to draw into yourself in order to enter Sage Mode in the first place. Lady Tsunade was able to, but it will always be out of your reach because of your smaller than average reserves. On the plus side, your chakra control is staggering." "That doesn't matter," Sakura said, looking at her hands. "If I don't have enough power to pull off anything big, all that's left to me is increasing the raw power of my blows to new heights, and the only ways I know of to do that I could do without a bloodline are the 8 celestial gates or Sage Mode. I've reached my limit with the methods I've been using. As I said, Sage Mode is beyond you. And unfortunately, while you may learn to open 1 or 2 gates, it's questionable on whether or not your body could even handle the strain. You did master the white strength seal, which lets you have mitotic regeneration, but if you used that in conjunction and relied on it, you'd burn through your life before the war ended, which is why Senjutsu is my only option from here," Sakura said heatedly. "I've fallen too far behind both Naruto and Sasuke. It's no wonder I wasn't on their team this time," she added in a whisper, showing how much she was internally struggling with having reached her limit. Why couldn't she have had a bloodline of some kind, or at least larger reserves of chakra? All she had other than Tsunade's techniques were Jinjutsu, which fell flat against their enemies after some level, and some Earth style, neither of which would be game changers. There just had to be a way to push forward. Slowly, a smile spread across Sakura's face, and she asked the slug, "Well, if the problem is not enough chakra, don't I have a lot stored up right here?" She pointed at her white strength seal as she spoke. "It won't work," Katsuyu said. "When you take a natural energy, you take it into your chakra coils. And while you have a lot of chakra in the seal, you can only use it to replenish yourself to your usual max where it's needed most. But then, what if instead of mixing Senjutsu drawn in with my usual reserves, I instead did with it what I do with my usual excess chakra and channeled it into the seal itself?" Sakura asked. It may work," Katsuyu said, "if you drew in sage chakra like that, and then put it into the seal from there without trying to mix it into your usual reserves, and instead mixed it with the chakra in the seal. You'd greatly enhance the results of the white strength seal. Exponentially even. But no, it's still impossible to draw in Senjutsu while simultaneously moving it to the seal without turning into a slug and petrifying. You need an unheard of level of chakra control, even beyond Tsunade's reach, to pull off. Have you forgotten where my one real talent lies?" Sakura asked the slug with a smirk. "Just teach me the basics of Sage Mode, and I've got the rest." In flashback. and OSD emergence of talents plays. That's right. At some point, it was clear to me. Sakura thought, the seal finishing its change of color, and her body stopped quivering with the strain of avoiding getting crushed. That chakra control was really the only thing I could truly master. She suddenly gave a massive push upward. Shinana arrow. She roared once again, and the machine's foot was flung upward suddenly, and the Kinzoku Kaijin was thrown off balance, falling back with a mighty crash. She then leapt into the air, and above the machine, an axe kick coming down on the shielding. Heaven kick of pain. Seeing the shield actually buckle from the blow, Naruto's clone watched, sweating heavily. Note to boss. Never, ever piss Sakura off again. She'll murder you. Sakura kicked off from the shield, and landed as the machine tried to roll over, before it rose back to its feet. Sakura once again leapt at it, smirking. This is the power of my new white sage strength seal, she shouted, pummeling the shielding on the back, before jumping away again. And because I'm not mixing it with the chakra in my coils, I don't even have to stay still to draw it in. The machine turned around, and as Sakura landed, it fired more missiles and jets of flame at her. She dodged the worst of it, but a few well-placed missiles managed to go off in close proximity to her, engulfing her in the blast. She leapt out of the smoke, some of her clothing torn and burned, and several injuries. She was bleeding freely from over her, but her seal kicked in, spreading over her body in the same pattern as it did before, but this time the color of the markings were blue, and the mitotic regeneration did its work. That hurt, asshole, she snarled as she dashed in and slammed her leg into the shield around the foot of the machine. Once again, it tried to step on her, but once again she caught the foot and flung it upwards, sending the machine toppling again. You know, the definition of retarded is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. She snarked at the machine, leaping at it once again and bringing down another heaven kick of pain on the shield. This time, the shields were actually starting to crack in addition to buckling before the machine got up again. From the safety of the rear line, Derek was watching the fight in horror. A single woman with no clan at that, was picking apart one of his prized creations like it was nothing. Sure, she hadn't managed to do any damage yet, but it was a matter of time if the shockwaves produced by each impact against the shields were anything to judge by. Immediately, he sent more forces towards the Kinzoku. Kaijin Sakura was fighting, try to prevent her from getting any more hits in. Several shamblers and automatons moved in, but Tsunade landed in front of them. Hi there, she said casually, before smashing the ground apart with a fist, scattering them, before she dashed into their ranks, punching many of them to pieces in seconds. Not only that, but Hayashi and Hisashi moved in to intercept a group of Zetsu trying to attack Sakura, while Samui and Karui took out several of Raisin's cultists. Still, one Chimera managed to get close enough to swing a paw at Sakura, who didn't even turn around to face it, simply raised a hand over her head and caught one of the undead beast claws, even though the impact made a crater where she stood. The creature's arm quivered, but Sakura showed absolutely no strain in the block. Why, thank you for volunteering, she said sweetly. I was just looking for a bludgeon. As the Kinzoku Kaijin lumbered towards her, she stepped forward, and keeping a firm grip on the claw, firm enough to put cracks in the material, she flung the Chimera forward, and the massive beast hit the larger machine, causing the shielding to flare up as the force of the blow literally broke every bone in the Chimera's body, so that when it landed, despite it being undead and not feeling pain as a result, or dying, it simply could no longer support itself to get up. The Kinzoku Kaijin next swung its oversized scimitar down at Sakura, but she reached up with both hands this time and clapped them on either side of the edge when it reached her, and despite the crater deepening as a result, she still managed to stop it from harming her. With a roar of exertion, she pulled at the scimitar and managed to pull it free from the grip of the machine. She then tossed it up and leapt after it, wrapping her arms around the hilt as far as they would go, before flipping through the air with it and smashed it edge first into the shoulder of the machine. The shields flared again and cracked, before they gave out, and the blade, turned slightly, embedded itself into the junction between shoulder and neck of the machine, causing the Kinzoku Kaijin to stagger. Panicking, Derek told the machine via seals to change tactics. The machine bent down, before leaping, the massive weapon soaring through the air for about half a kilometer, before landing and lumbering away from the main battle, until it reached one of the larger mountains on the landscape, this one big enough to tower over the machine and even appear on the local maps of the entire country. Sakura shouted, "Get back here," before leaping off in pursuit, not willing to let one of the enemy's most important weapons get away to fight another day. She then noted that it wasn't quite retreating, just changing the battleground slightly. It threw its other scimitar at her, before pulling the one Sakura, putting it out, and throwing that one. Both massive weapons spun through the air at her direction, but she managed to veer out of the path of both of them. But the machine wasn't done. With all four arms, it started to tear out large chunks of the mountain, and flinging the resulting boulders at the approaching kunoichi, also adding its entire arsenal of missiles to the mix, and even firing off chakra beams at her. Sakura's sweat dropped slightly, seeing the practical wall of attacks headed her way, but kept up her rush, veering to avoid the chakra beams at least. One boulder smashed to pieces upon hitting her, while she blocked with her arms crossed, taking some damage, but healing via mitotic regeneration. The missiles were also a problem, detonating upon striking her, or at least in close proximity, but her blind charge continued briefly before she shouted, "Enough of this shit." With that, she stabbed her arms into the ground and ripped loose a massive slab of earth before launching it forward and leaping after it. The boulder was struck many times by the missiles and other boulders thrown by the machine, but it only slightly wavered in its path, shielding Sakura as it was thrown with that much force before striking the machine itself, bringing the shielding back up. But it was not given time to recover before a fully healed Sakura reached it and slammed her fist into the shield. Once again, the barrier buckled, but held until Sakura actually stuck to it with her own chakra and started pummeling it. And it once again gave out, leaving the Kinzoku Kaijin at her mercy as she landed on the ground and leapt at it once more. It fired one last beam of chakra at her and struck her, but it parted around her as her momentum forced her through, the damage it caused healing as fast as it occurred, and she landed a kick right onto the machine, smashing it backwards right into the mountain like an oversized ragdoll and carving out a crater around where it hit, with another crater in its abdomen where Sakura struck it. Kicking off a piece of debris in midair, Sakura once again flung herself at the mechanical titan, and this time smashed her fist into it, once again forcing it further back in the mountain and causing the entire natural structure to shake and large amounts of debris to break loose and fall to the ground, cracks forming around the site the machine was forced into. And Sakura did not let up. She used the walls of the forming cave structure she was forcefully making in the mountain, literally tunneling through with the Kinzoku Kaijin's body or a piece of falling debris to launch herself at it again and again, each time pounding it further through the mountain, pieces of machinery flying loose with each blow, until finally, with a last attack, Sakura's heaven kick of pain having all the raw force behind it. The machine was blasted right out of the mountain's other side, in pieces. Sakura landed right outside the exit she had made. Not that the tunnel would last long. A few seconds after the attacks ended, the mountain, having taken several shockwaves through it too many, collapsed around the tunnel made, while the main body of the structure still stood. A slight adjustment was going to have to be made on the maps. Sakura panted as she rested her hands on her knees. Even though she was healed by her mitotic regeneration from all damage, she was still going to be sore after exerting herself to that degree. But she'd done it. She'd single-handedly reduced one of the enemy's strongest weapons to spare parts. Having briefly paused in the battle, Tsunade was looking in the direction of the partially collapsed mountain. "Sakura, you've really done it, haven't you? You've surpassed me at last." In a camp about 100 miles away, give or take, the Black Ops Division was resting for the night. And Sasuke was staring wordlessly in one direction, not saying a word. "Oi, Sasuke, what's with you?" Suigetsu asked, coming up. "You've been spacing out for the past 20 minutes. You all right?" "Yeah," Sasuke shrugged. "I'm just having the strangest feeling that I need to tell the remaining guys my age that are still single something important. To get civilian girlfriends while they still have time." Chapter 111 Fubar. What looked like insects flew over the landscape in a spread-out formation. However, a closer look would reveal that the insects were in fact made of metal. Too small to pay attention to, and definitely not for battle, but unmistakably Derek's creations. What was worse, they ran on so little chakra that they were nearly impossible for a sensor to detect if they didn't know what to look for. And they were consistently sending feedback to their creator. Soon, they found a series of tents, a clearly established large camp. And after some searching, they found who they were searching for as he exited his tent, his crimson red hair highly visible. "Get back here, you bastard!" A Naruto clone shouted as it chased down Kakuzu, who was down to his last heart. "Damn persistent brat." Kakuzu growled as he managed to avoid another raisin shuriken, until it expanded. But then he was replaced by a boulder. "I hate it when a substitution is used against me," the clone said. Damn it, if Kakuzu wasn't an Edo Tensei, he'd be a lot easier to finish off, because he'd be running on fumes by now. Kakuzu attacked from behind, several tendrils heading to impale Naruto, before he was suddenly surrounded by coffin. "TCH, going back already then? I suppose that's a good thing at this point." Naruto's clone glared after Kakuzu as the coffin reclaimed him and sank into the ground. Not for the first time, he wished that shadow cloning his Rinnegan maid tools would replicate their abilities as well, since one stab of Seishin Horda would have absorbed Kakuzu's soul perfectly and let him win before Kakuzu's escape. Damn it. Naruto, another voice shouted, and the clone turned to greet Sakura, who landed right next to him. Her clothing was torn in several areas, and she was dirted, but otherwise she looked totally fine. You take care, Kakuzu? Sadly, no. Caius recalled him before I could seal him. The clone grumbled. Would have been easier if the original could just be here. There was a loud burst of smoke a good distance away, and they looked to see where the other Kinzoka Kaijin was fighting the Mass Destruction Division as it was summoned away and resealed, rather than allowed to be destroyed in the situation it was in. Conan cursed as she saw their target escape. They had come so close to wrecking it. If it hadn't been for the rest of the enemies swarming them, then they would have been able to focus more fire on the damn thing. Meanwhile, Derek headed off the battlefield, speaking in a radio set. I need extraction. The battle here is lost, but the main objective is still on. The drones have found the target as planned. Sure enough, a portal opened, and he stepped into it. Wait, Shikamaru shouted, managing to get through the enemy troops as he pursued Derek and sent his shadow after him. It was too late, however, as the portal almost immediately closed. Damn it. The rest of the battle went smoothly from there at least. The worst threats now that the Edo Tensei were extracted were the Chimeras, and with the Mass Destruction Division now there, they were quickly taken care of. Headquarters also got a report on the battle, and AIM being finished up, helped along by the arrival of the Air Force Division, Fu, Kuratsuchi, and Deidara making short work of the remaining Chimeras on that battlefield, and letting Darui's forces reclaim the upper hand, though Naruto's clones have been doing a damn good job up to that point. With that, the first day of the Fourth Great Shinobi War came to a close. Derek emerged from the portal and into the conference chambers of the Akatsuki hideout. Raisin, Madara, and Obito all looked up. So how did it go? Raisin asked. Well, despite losing a Kinzoka Kaijin. Again, we managed to get some ground on the enemy, and, as planned, the mass destruction unit showed up, and thanks to setting drones up around the battlefield, we gained a good idea where they came from, and the drones went in said direction. As planned, the main camp of the Mass Destruction Division has been located, and Nagato is in fact there, Derek reported. I'll keep him under surveillance until the time is right, obviously. It won't be long now. You lost another Kinzoku Kaijin? Obito asked with a smirk. Did they actually send in Naruto to pull that off? Or did the Mass Destruction unit actually have enough numbers to pull it off? No, on both counts, Derek growled. It was that Sakura bitch that took one of them out. Madara looked at Derek and said, the girl that was apprenticed to the Senju woman? That cannot be right. Her maximum potential should have been nowhere near enough to pull something like that off. Her limit's been reached long ago. She doesn't have enough chakra to do anything more than she already has with it. She probably had enough help to manage it, Obito suggested, but Derek shook his head, gritting his teeth, clearly feeling humiliated by the whole thing. She did it single-handedly, pummel my creation through a whole mountain. Somehow, she seems to have improved that damn forehead mark to a level far beyond what we expected to be possible, he said. Raisin started laughing. Oh well. It's no great loss, he stated. This on some levels clearly seemed to enrage Derek even more, but he hid it well. It shows that we should clearly keep a closer eye on those we previously dismissed as no serious threat. And besides, it got us closer to the Rinnegan in the end. A triple gamble, Madara mused, looking over at Raisin. I'm deeply impressed. That first attack on AIM was in fact a red herring, as the Alliance no doubt figured out. While it would have been to our advantage if Nagato had in fact shown up to that battlefield, the fact that he didn't was not a problem, as it made the Alliance think that the second attempt to draw him out was the main gamble. By bringing out the Kinzoku Kaijins to the second battlefield, you forced them to bring out the Mass Destruction Division. And then, if Nagato had shown up, again, it would have been an opportunity to take my eyes back. With him not showing up, however, it still led us a step closer, with a surveillance trap set to show us where the Mass Destruction Division would come from, and thus give us the general idea where their main camp was. Regardless of what the Alliance did, the final result would lead to us regaining an actual set of Rinnegan. A no-lose scenario. Indeed, and if they sent the original Naruto to Hiraition to the second battlefield instead of giving away the Mass Destruction Unit's location, then we would have had Derek set up a space-time barrier to keep him from escaping via Hiraition. After sending me via our warp machine to said battlefield, so I could instead claim his eyes, Raisin filled in. In short, there was little the Alliance could do to stop our main goal regardless of how they responded. Unless, of course, they had Nagato outside of the Mass Destruction camp. But even then, he would have left a trail of chakra the drones could have followed. Now all that's left is to give Zetsu time to have his clones infiltrate the Alliance locations and cause general chaos. And during the confusion, we'll send Madara to Nagato's location to get revived and reclaim his eyes. Zetsu? Derek asked. I thought his strategy was no longer a valid one. Not with Naruto able to Hiration his clones with the Nine Tails chakra all over the place, and tell who's a Zetsu or not. Obito and Madara both smirked evilly. Oh, not to worry, the former said. Raisin's not the only one with useful subordinates. Even if the one we're using is currently here via Kaisa's jutsu. Night fell over the shinobi world, and all the forces were settling down. It was then Naruto was told to make 3 clones with Kurama's chakra to send to each division, because they were expecting Zetsu, since Karen was now sensing the plant man's chakra slipping into the camps to make their move. Unfortunately, her senses were too widespread to detect the individuals, just the fact that they were there. Naruto nodded and did as he was asked, and the glowing clones were then sent out. One arrived in the surprise attack division, and blinked as he saw Akari and Kanemaru almost immediately. What's that on your dash? Said clone started to ask when it saw the war paint. Before it suddenly had 2 kunai at its neck, and Ki aimed at it from both kids. You do not want to finish that question. They snarled at the same time. Hey guys, how you been? The clone immediately asked pleasantly, acting like that whole thing didn't happen. What are you doing here, bro? Akari asked, the kunai gone like she'd never taken it out. Oh, just the whole pest control a la Zetsu situation, Naruto's clone replied. Before pausing, old, I can't sense any negative intent. Boy, Inoichi, Karen sure she senses a few Zetsu here? He then asked both aloud and mentally. She's positive she senses a good amount per camp entering with the rest of the forces. But if you can't sense the intent, and none of the other clones can either, they're getting in touch with me too. Keep looking, a confused Inoichi told Naruto. Alright, but it's odd. I'm getting nothing on any front, Naruto thought. Could they somehow be fooling Karen in a bid for me to use up Kurama's chakra prematurely? It's possible, Inoichi admitted. She'll probably take offense to the idea that she could be tricked so easily, but as a tactic I wouldn't be surprised if the enemy employ if they could. All the same, we can't ignore the situation. Are you sure nothing's wrong with the any sensing on your end? Positive. I do still sense them, but not the murderous kind toward alliance members on any front. In other words, nothing from Zetsu. Could they have found a way to hide any from you in this case? Doubt it. The sensory ability is very obscure, not appearing at any point before me. Karen's sensory ability did appear every now and then in our clan, however, so while rare, it is much better known. Plus, I can see Zetsu coming up with a way of implanting his own chakra into our own troops to mess with her. It's more likely she's the one being tricked, but that could just be my pride talking. I'm keeping an eye out. Inoichi nodded. Honestly, the whole situation worried him. But he couldn't see much they could do about it. What do you mean, am I sure? Karen's voice rang out after some aide brought up the concerns once Inoichi communicated them. Of course I am. At least 1,000 of the bastards are in the ranks right now. How is it my fault Naruto's missing them somehow? My apologies, but we still don't know why your 2 senses aren't matching up. The aide said nervously, and Karen calmed down. Fine. I'll focus a bit more and try to sense with greater clarity. Maybe I can get to the bottom of this, she sighed and once gained on the headgear to sense things out. Hours passed, and Karen and Naruto still had no luck. Everyone up top was confused as hell as to the mismatched sensory intel. Naruto and his clones kept a vigil up. And that's when everything went to hell as negative emotions showed up all over the place. What the hell? Rang out as they moved as fast as possible to intercept the attacks via Hiration. But there were so many locations simultaneously that he was hard-pressed to keep up with it all. Still, enemy after enemy met a Rasengan or Hiration kunai, taking them out. At the surprise attack division, Kankuro whipped around just in time to feel a stab of pain as Akari approached to tell him something, before suddenly clutching her head, then smirking sadistically and taking a kunai and stabbing Kankuro in the gut. Kankuro grunted, and it was then he remembered he'd sent Akari out scouting. So she shouldn't have been there, and he quickly caught her in threads before Naruto warped and smashed her to the ground with a Rasengan. Sure enough, she turned into a Zetsu upon being killed. The fuck is going on? Kankuro asked. How did you miss this? I don't know, the clone shouted before warping off again to address another Zetsu. Damn it. How did they manage to get the drop on Naruto? Konohamaru asked as he dodged a Tanto swing from the Zetsu that was earlier posing as Sai. His sensory abilities should have found them long ago. A clone of Naruto appeared and cut Zetsu's throat with a kunai. You alright? He asked his unofficial apprentice. Yeah, Konohamaru said, just shaken up a dash. He was cut off by the clone vanishing again. Akari looked around the area and paused before whipping around to see Konohamaru. What are you doing here? Kankuro sent me scouting. Me too, Konohamaru said, before grumbling, slave driver. Akari chuckled at that, her suspicions vanishing, and turned around to head off again, and nearly got skewered from behind as Konohamaru attacked with a kunai. But he was stopped in the nick of time by a pissed-looking Naruto appearing and grabbing his arm. Konohamaru looked up and didn't even get to start saying, "Oh shit," before Naruto's clone smashed his face in with a punch, sending him flying away, and predictably turning into Zetsu. "How the hell were you bastards hiding from me?" The clone roared at the unresponsive plant person. "Big brother?" Akari asked nervously, shaken from the fact that she was nearly killed before the clone vanished again to address another attack. The shinobi ranks were in pandemonium all over as the Zetsu clones were making their move at last. Their negative intent hidden until the last moment, they were cutting down unaware shinobi in pretty much every division left and right. Naruto and his clones were killing as many as possible, but keeping up was a major chore. Some shinobi were luckily able to help themselves, but not enough to make Naruto's job any easier. All too often, a clone would appear and kill a Zetsu, only to be too late to aid a victim. And what was worse, several of them had scrolls that had shamblers and automatons, and even the occasional chimera in them. That's it. The original Naruto roared as one Zetsu managed to get a lucky shot that dispelled his clone in one area and gave him the memories. "I don't care how much they want me to conserve Kurama's chakra. I'm sending more clones out." With that, the room was filled with glowing and pissed-off clones that warped out via Hiration immediately afterwards. Sakura dashed at a chimera that had suddenly appeared in camp, where Samui's forces had set up, along with the forces that had helped out before returning to their own divisions, but then gave a grunt of pain as several kunai from her comrades embedded themselves in her back. She staggered and turned in time to see several shinobi turning into Zetsu coming right at her, only to be smashed aside by Tsunade. "You alright?" she asked her apprentice. "Yeah," Sakura said, her wounds already healing as she plucked the kunai out. A Zetsu tried to stab a shinobi in the back, only to be blocked and then buried in a wave of sand. Gaara was clearly ticked as he used his sand sensory abilities to detect every sudden movement on the ground to act against the Zetsu. Luckily, Naruto had several clones around helping him out, but more Zetsu than originally estimated had managed to work their way in and were unsealing more enemy troops to back them up. "What the devil is going on?" Minato demanded when word reached him that there was chaos in the ranks. "Sir, it seems the enemy has somehow managed to sneak a large number of Zetsu in, without their negative intent being detected until it was too late," Inoichi said. "We still don't know how they pulled it off." "I told you," Karen declared. "I knew what I was sensing." "Blast it," I snarled. "I hate it when the enemy gets clever. Regardless, we have to figure out how fooling the QB's host could be done," Danzo piped up. "It may well be key in figuring out how to counter it." "I'm already on it," Shikaka said, thinking hard. "Think, how could a Zetsu be able to hide its negative intent until the last moment, and then act? What kind of infiltration technique could pull it off?" Hard as he thought, however, he was coming up empty for the moment. With a bit more time, he probably could have figured it out. But someone beat him to the punch. "Sir," one of Inochi's helpers shouted. "We have an urgent message from Kabuto Yakushi in the medic division." "Kabuto?" Shikaku asked, aware that Kabuto had been given a parole on the condition he helped the alliance against the Akatsuki at this point, same as Deidara. Naturally, suspicions were high on him, but if there was one thing he was good at, it was getting intelligence. "Connect him to me at once," Shikaku decided. Several minutes earlier, Kabuto was seeing a variety of patients as they were filtering into the division from other battlefields. He was working with a furrowed brow. He was fully aware of Zetsu's abilities, and how Naruto should have already found them before they could do any damage. They were prepared for Zetsu, and yet, one sensor with an ability powerful enough to detect a chakra under that of whoever he was impersonating, albeit faintly, said there was a good number of them in the ranks, but at the same time, Naruto's clones said they were getting nothing. It was perplexing, really. "Oh great, you're the first medic available for me?" a green-haired girl asked as she entered Kabuto's tent, an arm across her chest. Kabuto looked at Fu and sighed. He knew he wasn't trusted much, and that Fu had been one of the Akatsuki's targets, so of course would be suspicious. It didn't help that he still looked like a snake, due to him having Orochimaru's cells. While Orochimaru had taken a chakra from Kabuto a while ago, causing him to revert temporarily, he still had his former master's cells, which simply produced more of that chakra, and caused him to regain that appearance. "Yes, I am currently available for treating you," Kabuto said, taking a card and channeling chakra into it, pulling up the specs of Fu's condition. His intel cards were set to bring up information from the reports given to the medical division, so he could quickly ascertain what happened. Apparently, while in a version 1 cloak, she had gotten too close to a chimera, which got in a lucky swipe at her and managed to break several of her ribs. She'd then been accosted by several Zetsu, a fact that got Kabuto's attention. as well as another detail. At any rate, why don't you sit down and I'll see to setting your ribs. He said nonchalantly. All right, I suppose you'll do. It's not like you could escape with me even if you try to kidnap me, Fu said, sitting down. You really don't trust me, do you? Kabuto asked with a pained smile. Not as far as I can throw you. Even Akatsuki and Orochimaru had difficulties determining your true loyalties for what I've heard. I actually trust that bomber idiot. I have to work with more than you as long as he's got something to blow up. He's happy, so he's simple. You, on the other hand, we don't know what your motives are, she said, before suddenly clutching her head. Well, in truth, I've only recently figured that out myself, Kabuto said, his back to her, and not seeming to notice the kunai she pulled as she lunged for him with no warning. However, the snake at his navel emerged from under his flak jacket and sank its fangs into her and slammed her into the ground painfully. How? Did you know? Zetsu asked as he dropped the disguise. Just a hunch, really, Kabuto said. My cards have a link to pretty much every medical report sent our division's way, so I can know who is injured and how, so I know what to expect. And I also noted that there were several competent medics in Darui's division, even if combat was their forte, and as a target of Akatsuki, you would have been a priority patient, since injured targets are easier to capture, rather than one of the people who'd have to be sent this way. In essence, I had a hard time believing you'd be here when you could be patched up in aim. You don't get as good at spying as I am without knowing the subtle hints that someone's trying to pull something on you. The snake hoisted the Zetsu up. Now then, how are you here when Naruto should have detected you? The Zetsu, unable to move due to the venom the fangs had put in him, simply laughed and said, like I'll tell you anything. And the pulse imprint jutsu won't work either, so don't bother bringing someone who can use it in. Our minds are sealed up tight to prevent such an intrusion. Well then, let's see if I can't find out from another means then. Perhaps some kind of modification was done to you to pull it off. Kabuto decided, ignoring the general chaos going on outside as other Zetsus showed themselves. Finding out how they got the drop on Naruto's senses was more important than dealing with them at the moment. His hands glowed with medical chakra, and he immediately ran a sort of body scan on Zetsu. After a minute of this, his eyes widened, spotting the remains of a needle in Zetsu's memory center. This is Sazovier Sleeper Agent Technique. Zetsu's eyes widened in response. What? You could detect Sasori's handiwork? Of course. I was a sleeper agent of him under Orochimaru myself, before going to Akatsuki after Orochimaru's death, and worked with Sasori enough to know the signs. It's subtle, beyond what most medics can see. Kabuto frowned. That explains it. He no doubt figured out how to put a delayed reaction on the jutsu, set to activate only upon you taking another identity, suppressing your memories of being a Zetsu clone, and making you think you actually were who you were impersonating, until he dispelled the jutsu, allowing you all to remember at once and make your moves almost simultaneously in an attempt to overwhelm Naruto. He couldn't sense the negative emotions, because up until the last second, you don't have any. Is that right? The Zetsu could only stare in shock at Kabuto's deduction before he laughed. So what? What good does it do you now, knowing that? It's too late now. And even if we repeat the tactic at a later date, you're not going to be able to detect it. We'll see about that, Kabuto said, throwing the tent open and looking for an intelligence division member or someone else who was taught how to link to Inoichi or an assistant of his. This was important intel, top priority. I see. So that's how they're doing it. Inoichi thought after getting Kabuto's report before relaying it. Troublesome. How in the world can we counter it this time? Shikaku asked helplessly. Minato's brow was furrowed as he tried to figure it out. I don't know, he admitted. Nagato dashed at two of his shinobi, who were incidentally identical with one another, who were fighting with kunai. He grabbed them both by the neck, and the king of hell appeared behind him. Which of you is a Zetsu? He asked in a cold tone. It was clear that he was pissed, and Naruto could only keep up with so much. He is. They both shouted at once. Their tongues then elongated towards the king's hands, and one was ripped free, the owner of it dying and turning into Zetsu. The other was released. Nagato set him down. Apologies for the rough treatment. He apologized to his subordinate. It's fine. It was a reasonable means of stopping the act. The shinobi choked up blood as he went down, a chakra receiver rod in his back. Nagato's eyes widened, and he turned in time to see Madara stepping out of a portal, another rod already in his hand. You, he shouted, getting into a defensive stance. It was then 5 other shinobi leapt forward around the area Madara and Nagato were, and stabbed stakes in the ground, causing a barrier to flare around them, the shinobi turning into cackling Zetsu. Madara said, looking with barely concealed glee at the barrier. Excellent. This barrier will keep anyone from getting in or out until I dispel it. Even space-time ninjutsu won't aid you in escaping or an ally from getting in. And the chakra is of a venomous variety to prevent it from simply being absorbed by a predapath. You'll have to return me to the pure realm if you want out. Then that means I have to kill you here and now, Nagato responded, getting into a stance when Madara made a single hand seal, and Nagato suddenly froze up. What? I can't move? Nagato. Madara said in a chiding manner. Did you honestly think my eyes were the only thing implanted in you when I visited your bedside, placing you and your parents under Jinjutsu to prevent you from knowing I was even there? With that, chakra receiving rods burst out of Nagato's body, and his hands formed the seal for the samsara of heavenly life. Now then, time to return what I've given you to me with interest. Nagato screamed as he tried to resist Madara's control, but it wasn't enough, and a green glow suffused Madara. Nagato! Naruto's voice shouted as several clones appeared outside the barrier and started trying to break through. One tried to absorb the chakra, but true to Madara's word, it suddenly screamed out and dispelled. They had in fact somehow poisoned the chakra to keep it from being absorbed to negate the barrier. Nagato's hair rapidly grayed, and the jutsu finished after about a minute. Nagato collapsed, and Madara was laughing like a maniac, even as his fake eyes disintegrated now that he was no longer an Edo Tensei. He then walked over to Nagato and kicked him over, put him on his back. And now, I'll be reclaiming my eyes. It was at that point the barrier shattered as Yujito showed up and smashed into it in Bija mode, with Naruto as more and more of the boys' clones showed up and blasted the barrier with Rasengan after Rasengan, finally making the whole thing give. Madara scowled and quickly tore both eyes out of Nagato's head and leapt back before any attacks could hit him. He would have preferred to finish Nagato off, but apparently the enemy was too determined to save him for that time to be available. Still, the main objective was complete, and the warp device the enemy had activated again, opening a portal that Madara beat a hasty retreat into. Bastard! Naruto shouted, throwing a Rasen Shuriken after him. It would get in before the portal closed. He was sure of it. However, Madara quickly inserted his right eye into its socket, opening it, and saw the Rasen Shuriken approaching as if in slow motion. Limbo Hengoku, Madara said, and an invisible force struck the jutsu just shy of the portal, setting it off prematurely. Well, invisible to most. Naruto's clone had its own Rinnegan active and saw some sort of clone of Madara's intercept the jutsu. What the? The clone demanded, but the portal closed at that point. The enemy had the Rinnegan.